Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by author Huo Yang. Chapter 631-640. With Tutuja Harbor becoming the economic pillar of Longtail Island, Hobert had basically completed his plans from the past 2 to 3 months. Land reform outside Tutuja Harbor was also mostly complete, only the task of eliminating the aboriginal customs of Longtail Island remained a long and arduous one. However, with Hobert replacing the position of the mountain god, this task would definitely yield significant results within a year. After handing over the operations of Tutuja Harbor to Furs and the political affairs of Longtail Island to Conrad, Hobert returned to Backland to begin dealing with the backlog of affairs there. Around noon, at the Earl's Light office building, the wooden door of the financial director's office was suddenly knocked. Audrey glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already lunchtime without her realizing it. She thought Annie had brought lunch. Come in. There was a separate kitchen providing meals for the management of Earl's Light. Although not as luxurious as Military Intelligence Section 9's lunch, the taste was quite good. Audrey didn't want to appear too special, so she had lunch at Earl's Light. Opening the door, it wasn't Annie who entered, but Hobert, wearing a trench coat, handsome and charming, with a bit of stubble. Audrey, who was wearing a relatively simple long dress today, looking somewhat professional, was pleasantly surprised. "Hobert, you're back." "Yes, just returned from the South Continent." Hobert lied seamlessly as he carried lunch into the room. "I came straight here without even having time to shave, and it's lunchtime, so I brought lunch with me." In fact, at his level, whether his beard or hair grew was entirely up to him. Audrey happily went to take the lunch but saw Hobert suddenly open his arms. She didn't refuse and embraced Hobert tightly. After about 10 seconds, Hobert kissed Audrey's forehead, and then they separated. Hobert placed the lunch on the table. It was quite generous: 2 steaks, a plate of large shrimp, a salad platter, and 2 bowls of onion soup. Large shrimp were uncommon in other company kitchens, but the kitchen at Earl's Light often featured expensive sea fish or shrimp and crabs from Backland. Not only did the small kitchen have them, but the employees' large kitchen did as well. Because South Colson had already begun developing its fishing industry on Shipyard Island, what troubled them before was that no one knew how to fish at sea. But with Longtail Island becoming Hobert's territory, they learned some fishing techniques from the Aboriginal fishermen. South Colson then made systematic deployments, building fishing ports, purchasing small fishing boats and many fishing tools. So now, seafood is a common food on the dinner tables of South Colson residents, even though it's inland. At the same time, it can supply the Earl's Light factory in Backland, where prices are higher, allowing the workers there to also eat seafood. Normally, Audrey found the food from the Earl's Light small kitchen a bit greasy, but with Hobert there today, she found it exceptionally delicious, finishing her steak and 3 large shrimp in no time. The maid Annie cleared the dishes, and Hobert and Audrey chatted over tea. Audrey whispered, "The second payment for the South Continent, a total of 200,000 gold pounds, has been prepared." Hobert nodded. "The factory location in the South Continent has also been found. As soon as the funds are in place, large-scale construction can begin." In fact, the location had been found long ago, but because land reform on Longtail Island needed to be done first, requiring a large number of personnel, the staff had not been in place. Now that the land reform on Longtail Island was complete, Hobert could transfer a large number of officials and cadres to the South Continent to begin planning the infrastructure there. Preparations for this had been ongoing since the South Colson campaign. In another week or 2, the South Colson Cadre School would have a large number of grassroots officials to be dispatched to the South Continent. These matters flashed through Hobert's mind. He asked Audrey, "How have the operations of Earl's Light been recently?" "Not very smoothly," Audrey said with some concern. "There were 2 accidents in Wood District and St. George District respectively. Power lines were blown down by the wind and fell to the ground. A total of 5 people were electrocuted in the 4 accidents, and almost all major newspapers reported these incidents, causing light bulb orders to plummet." Hobert slowly nodded. "Was there a strong wind in the past week or 2? Audrey paused. "I don't think so." "Continue." "The Gas Association, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity. Many prosecutors immediately filed public prosecutions with the Supreme Court, citing the enormous damage caused by electric lights," Audrey said. However, with the mediation of my father and others, the Supreme Court did not accept the case. But Parliament formed an investigation team to investigate the potential hazards and future development prospects of electric lighting. The Prime Minister's secretary served as the team leader, and the team members included parliamentarians, officials from the Industrial Department, and members of the Gas Association. The team also sent you an invitation, but Todd declined all of them on the grounds that you were on a business trip. It seems a new invitation was sent this morning, and a relatively important meeting is scheduled for tomorrow. Hobert nodded. I know. The formation of this team was clearly intended to mediate the conflict between the Gas Association and Earl's Light, and also hoped for a redistribution of interests in the lighting industry, allowing the Gas Association to also transition to the light bulb era, lest Earl's Light form a monopoly that the government would find difficult to control. He then asked, are our operations in other cities still going smoothly? Very smoothly, Audrey said. In the 12 large and small cities where we built power plants, since electric lights went on sale 10 days ago, we have already attracted millions of gold pounds in funds. Among them, Apton took 800,000 gold pounds to Intis, and we have prepared an additional 1.2 million gold pounds for his subsequent investment. Hobert nodded. With such a sum of money, Apton would be able to expand his business in Intis very quickly and rapidly generate new capital returns. He asked, can we take out 800,000 gold pounds from the books? Audrey smiled. No problem. Take it out and give it as dividends to the shareholders, Hobert smiled. Don't consider my portion. A few months ago, all shareholders except Hobert had invested a total of 1.4 million gold pounds. Now they could receive 800,000 gold pounds. For the shareholders, the speed of earning money when they invested in banks and finance before was similar. Hobert thought to himself, this is the so-called dividend of emerging industries. Okay, Audrey replied. Hobert then instructed, when giving dividends to shareholders, or when they come to collect them, be sure to explain to them that the company will have significant movements recently, so they don't need to worry, and I will handle it well. His actual meaning was, I will handle it, so don't worry unnecessarily, and certainly don't bother me. After a few more casual words and arranging to visit her home tomorrow evening, Hobert went to Todd's office to understand the situation. When those accidents occurred earlier, the public relations team of Earl's Light also reacted quickly. However, they were always one step behind. When they went to negotiate compensation with the victims' families, the families had already sued Earl's Light in court and were constantly shouting for those who manufactured the electric lights and wires to be sent to prison. When other members of the Public Relations Department arrived at the newspaper office, the reports of these accidents had already been laid out and mass printing had begun. While they were discussing paying the editor-in-chief to stop printing, the printed newspapers had already begun to be sold on the streets. Todd said with a dark expression, unless someone deployed in advance, I don't believe it. After understanding the situation, Hobert gave Todd a few instructions, took the investigation team's invitation letter, and left Earl's Light. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he didn't have an emergency contact method for Zio. He was about to go to the telegraph office to send Zio an urgent telegram, asking her to come to the Earl's mansion as soon as possible. But then he thought that if Zio wasn't home, she might not receive the telegram. Hobert sighed, noting that without Beander abilities, if there were a phone, he could at least confirm whether Zio was home. So he used travel to the address Zio had left, and indeed, she wasn't home. If he used the association ability, he could find Zio, but if Zio's current location was beyond 5 kilometers, it would take a certain amount of time. Hobert then thought that he could utilize Zio's hair for long-distance association. As long as she hadn't left Backland, he could at least roughly know her current location. However, Zio was an excellent bounty hunter. Hobert searched for a long time but couldn't find a single strand of hair. He simply returned to the Earl's mansion, intending to write a letter and ask a messenger to deliver it to Zio. As soon as he entered the hall of the Earl's mansion, Doffus handed him an invitation, reminding Hobert that he had an engagement that evening. That was an invitation Georgina had sent earlier, inviting Hobert and others to dinner and to enjoy an opera. Hobert took the invitation back to his study and sighed, how fast time flies, it's already September 12th. He remembered that the war seemed to break out in October, which meant he still had a month to prepare. He needed to utilize this month or so to invest a large amount of gold pounds in the South Continent. This plan had been ongoing, with Audrey responsible for the Backland side and Hobert's sister, Donna, responsible for the South Continent side. Additionally, they needed to prepare to launch the telephone product. At least before the war began, they should let the nobles in Empress Borough utilize it. If the war started, they would definitely receive a large number of military orders. Hobert pondered for a moment, then wrote a letter to Zio, beginning to deploy actions to strike against the Gas Association. Zio arrived at the Earl's mansion around 3 o'clock. Before Hobert could assign her a task, Zio proactively said, "I investigated those 4 accidents at Earl's Light. They weren't real accidents, they were a setup orchestrated by 2 gas companies." Hobert smiled to himself. This is what you call professionalism. Zio's investigation was very thorough. She not only basically identified the planners from the gas companies but also found evidence that the Gas Association had bribed several major newspaper offices. Hobert looked at the material in his hand, took out his wallet, and pulled out 800 gold pounds in cash. "Is this enough for your informants and your investigation expenses?" Zio looked at the stack of cash, a bit stunned. I only spent a little over 300 gold pounds, mainly to bribe newspaper employees and Gas Association staff." Hobert took out another 200 gold pounds and handed 1,000 gold pounds in cash to Zio. "This is all yours." "That's too much. The remaining money is your reward," Hobert said with a smile. "Your intelligence was so timely that it allowed me to deal with the Gas Association's threats more calmly." He paused and then added, "Could you do one more investigation for me? Help me find out all the storage locations of gas in Backland." Zio was slightly startled. "Hobert, I know you're angry about the Gas Association's framing, but you can't be too impulsive, or you'll hurt many innocent people." Hobert smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I promise you, not a single innocent person will be harmed." Zio nodded. She trusted Hobert in this regard. Hobert finally asked, "If I have another urgent matter, how should I contact you?" He laughed at himself. "I'm not a seer. In terms of finding people," Hobert humbly admitted defeat. Zio thought about it, but she didn't have any good ideas either. "Give me a strand of your hair," Hobert said. "That way I can find you quickly." "Okay." Zio didn't hesitate at all. The reason was simple: if Hobert wanted to harm her, he wouldn't need such a complicated operation. The two of them discussed the mission of assassinating Aurora Order members for a while. Then Zio went to do the investigation Hobert had given her, while Hobert changed into formal wear to attend Georgina's previous invitation. Georgina had invited the same people as last time, and her military intelligence Section 9 colleagues were still the first to arrive. During their casual chat, Chunna said to Hobert, "I heard some news that the accident at the Earl of Light was a frame-up. Do you want me to help you investigate?" "No need," Hobert smiled. "I've already found out." With his own intelligence officer, he felt much more confident. Chunnas then said, "Admiral Emilius has asked me to invite you to play cards tomorrow afternoon at the East Balam Veterans Club." Hobert knew this meant more business was coming his way. No problem. After a brief chat, 3 members of the Rune royal family arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone went to the dining room for dinner. The dinner wasn't overly luxurious, or rather, it didn't feature rare ingredients, but it looked exquisite and tasted excellent. Especially the roasted lamb chops, which were incredibly tender and juicy. Hobert had only tasted such deliciousness at banquets hosted by Earl Wolf, who loved good food. At the dinner table, as they chatted, the conversation once again turned to the Earl of Light. Seeing that Hobert didn't seem to mind, everyone stopped discussing the topic. After dinner, it was time to enjoy an opera. In Georgina's courtyard, there was an open-air theater with only a few seats on the large grandstand. Hobert once again sighed. Only nobles knew how to entertain themselves. He hadn't really listened to operas much. During the few salons he had attended before, he had spent the entire time chatting and hadn't really paid attention to a single line. But in today's environment, although the sound quality wasn't as good as in an indoor theater, it felt very pleasant, and after the performance, there was even a critique session. During the intermission, a few people chatted casually. The relaxed atmosphere made Hobert even consider building an open-air theater at the Earl's mansion. Just as he was calculating the cost of building the theater, Alice suddenly sat beside Hobert and whispered, I heard you initiated a war against the mountain god church on Longtail Island. Yes, Hobert said, as there was nothing to hide. The war has ended, and we achieved a considerable victory. Such a wild god would naturally not be your opponent. Alice smiled meaningfully. I have something I need your help with. How about we take a walk over there while the actors prepare for the next performance? Hobert was in a good mood today and stood up, saying, no problem. After only a few steps, Hobert felt Alice injecting her spirituality into a sealed artifact. At sequence 4, Hobert's spirituality wasn't this sensitive, but at sequence 3, he could probably sense Alice using a sealed artifact. With such awareness, he could amplify the negative effects of others' sealed artifacts. Hobert waved his hand, amplifying the power of that sealed artifact. This way, even demigods won't be able to hear our voices. Alice was using the same sealed artifact she had used several times before in front of Hobert, which could prevent others from eavesdropping. However, this sealed artifact was of level 2, meaning only those below demigod level couldn't hear their conversation. She smiled and said, that's wonderful, especially since there are several demigods sitting over there. Hobert asked, what is it? Are you still afraid of others hearing? Help me kill someone. Hobert glanced at Alice. Who? The princess replied, the royal family's old butler, James. Hobert was startled. Was this a butler or a secret agent? He smiled and said, that's very dangerous. Although Alice didn't say it, Hobert guessed that during the Backland Smog event, it was probably this butler, James, who made Prince Edsac commit suicide. It used to be very dangerous, but starting today, it's not, Alice said. The king has been appearing less and less frequently recently, and all affairs of the palace have been handed over to my mother. I used some methods to cause James to lose power and be transferred out of Sodalak Palace. He has many enemies, and he even worked for the Intis embassy. Such a person, after losing power and dying on the way to his new post, wouldn't attract much attention. Hobert was stunned. He really was a spy. He then looked at the serious-faced Alice again. After the previous assassination attempt and the trip to Masic, she seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation, no longer so stubborn and more adaptable. All right. Hobert thought it over and agreed. Times were different now. The Rune royal family, in his eyes, was nothing special. He was arrogant, but basic caution was still necessary. Why don't you take revenge yourself? This butler is a sequence 5, and I'm not confident, Alice said. This might be the only chance. After all, he's a sequence 5, and he should be able to find a new backer very quickly. Hobert grunted, give me his detailed information, including his Beander pathway, appearance, where he's going to take up his new post, which route he's taking, and when he's departing. The more detailed, the better. Alice took out a palm-sized notebook from her pocket. I carry it with me. Then she added, if possible, please bring me his head. I want to make it into a wine vessel to honor Edsac. Hobert nodded, no problem. As he spoke, he put away the notebook Alice handed him. Alice smiled, I didn't expect you to agree so readily. Hobert asked with a helpless expression, do I look like someone who's difficult to talk to? Yes. All right, Hobert said with a laugh. He then asked, how should I give you the head? James is leaving Sodalak Palace the day after tomorrow, which is Thursday, to become a butler at a royal family estate, Alice replied. Georgina usually organizes another banquet on Friday or Saturday. She will definitely invite you again, and you can give me the head at that banquet. Trade a human head in front of several demigod-level heads of Military Intelligence Section 9. Hobert felt he wasn't confident about that. These were all shrewd individuals, and their eyes were sharper than anyone else's. Alice smiled mysteriously, I'll create an opportunity for you then. Hobert nodded, okay. How should I thank you? Hobert thought for a moment, I haven't thought of anything yet. Let's discuss the reward later when there's an opportunity. You can rest assured, I won't make demands that exceed the difficulty of this assassination mission. Okay. The two chatted for a few more sentences before returning to the theater from the garden. Because Alice hadn't returned, the opera below had been delayed. Once they returned, the performance continued. After listening to the opera and chatting for a while, it was past 10 in the evening before Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion. Zio's investigation had already submitted a report to Hobert, providing the locations of some gas storage points. This investigation wasn't difficult, it only required hiring some people in the East District to do a survey. It was just a bit tedious. Zio also left a note, saying that all the investigations would be completed by tomorrow afternoon. That night, Hobert rested well, and the next morning, he indeed received an invitation from Georgina's butler, inviting Hobert to a symphony concert on Friday evening. Hobert readily agreed and chatted with the butler for a few moments before changing into formal wear and taking a carriage to the Parliament building. Through the invitation in his hand, he was led by a servant to a small conference room. At this time, several people were already seated in the conference room. The middle-aged man at the head of the table, in his 40s, had a slicked-back hairstyle and wore a dark vest, looking very energetic. This was Vito, the Prime Minister's secretary. He stood up and smiled. "Ah, our Earl Hobert has finally returned from his business trip." "My apologies," Hobert said politely. "I had some matters to attend to earlier." "You've come at just the right time," a council member smiled. "Today, we're discussing the future prospects of electric lights, and I don't think anyone understands this issue better than you." "That's natural," Hobert said with a benevolent smile. "Electric lights are the future of the lighting industry." But he changed his tone, looking around. "It seems not everyone has arrived yet, but it doesn't matter. I'm here to announce an important decision to everyone." Everyone looked at Hobert. Both his noble title and his achievements in business made it impossible to ignore his every word and action. "The Earl of Light has made a decision," Hobert said. "We will temporarily cease sales in Backland until the 4 previous accidents have been thoroughly investigated." Everyone in the room was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds before understanding Hobert's meaning. Some even suspected if Hobert had gone mad. Vito couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Earl, are you serious?" Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Dwayne Dantes established an overt connection. Electric lights had already formed a chain of interest, but unlike gas, half of the electric light shareholders were military personnel. Therefore, in the political arena, the Gas Association had more power. Many members of the Gas Association scoffed at electric lights and constantly sought out their flaws. Their vision was limited to their own interests being infringed upon, and they wanted to protect those interests. Thus, they found 100 things wrong with electric lights and tried every means to create scandals for Earl's Light to exploit. However, the old hands in the Parliament could mostly see that the Gas Association's attack was merely their behind interests group wanting a piece of the electric light market. After all, just in terms of brightness, gas lamps had no chance of winning. Interest groups had no sentiment, they only saw profit. With the Gas Association taking the lead, as soon as Hobert was forced to the negotiating table, representatives of the interest group would immediately appear and gain entry into the electric lighting industry by selling out the Gas Association. This was an old trick, but it was very effective. Initially, the investigation team was quite pleased to see Hobert's arrival. This meant that Hobert had finally compromised, and their efforts had finally paid off. But what did Hobert mean by saying he wanted to stop selling electric lights? Was he backing down already? That shouldn't be the case. Whether it was Duchess Christine or Earl Hall, their political standing among the nobility was quite high. With their mediation, although Earl's Light would lose some profits now, it would definitely have better development in the future. While they were still wondering, Hobert took off his top hat and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'll take my leave now." It wasn't until Hobert left that everyone looked at each other, seemingly asking, "What should we do now?" However, they also thought that even if Hobert didn't want to expand Backland's business, the shareholders of Earl's Light would certainly not agree, and Hobert would return sooner or later. Sitting in the carriage, Hobert glanced disdainfully at the Houses of Parliament, then went to Military Intelligence Section 9 for work. Now, Hobert's work at Military Intelligence Section 9 was becoming more and more laid back. He only came here for a stroll when he had time. After a free lunch at Military Intelligence Section 9, he went with Chunnas to the East Balam Veterans Club in the afternoon. Admiral Emilius indeed brought new business to Earl's Light, researching the application of generators on warships with the military. The military would provide funding, and Earl's Light would provide the generator technology. The research results would be jointly owned by both parties. Although it was jointly owned, the lighting systems used on subsequent warships would certainly be ordered from Earl's Light. And Earl's Light could also take orders for lighting systems on merchant ships. For Earl's Light, this was a very profitable business. Hobert hesitated for a moment before agreeing to this research project. He clearly knew that everyone saw how profitable electric lights were, and people's investment in the electricity industry would be enormous in the next few years. Especially after a war, some research projects would be put under military control, and investment would become huge. The technology for high-powered generators might be overcome during the war. Therefore, Hobert certainly had to take advantage of his first-mover advantage and accumulate more cutting-edge technology. After discussing business, the three of them played cards and chatted. Aemilus asked Hobert, "Is the gas association slandering Earl's Light?" Admiral Emilius was the representative of the military shareholders. If Hobert needed it, they certainly had ways to pressure the gas association. Hobert smiled. "Perhaps by next year, there will be no such organization as the gas association." Aemilus and Chunnas both looked at Hobert. Chunnas, in particular, remembered that Hobert's tone wasn't so arrogant when he first joined Military Intelligence Section 9. Chunnas withdrew his gaze and looked at his cards, but then he seemed to realize something, and his hand holding the cards trembled uncontrollably. Hobert's honorific name was indeed announced on Longtail Island, but now Longtail Island, apart from Tutuja Harbor, was relatively closed, and Chunnas, the intelligence chief, had not received any relevant news. Aemilus also seemed to realize something. While releasing the immense pressure of an arbiter pathway demigod, he said casually, "It's good that you know what you're doing." Hobert calmly blocked Aemilus's pressure. "If needed, I will ask for your help." Aemilus felt that he hadn't probed Hobert's strength, which already said a lot, but he still wanted to confirm it, so he gave Chunnas a look. Chunnas also wanted to verify his guess, so he also exuded the majesty of a demigod. Their combined aura pressed down on Hobert. Just as the invisible sparring in the card room was at its most intense, there was a knock on the door, and then the card room door was pushed open. Unlucky Colonel Gall and Mahet were affected again. This time, Mahet didn't even manage to shout, "Oh, goddess," before falling straight to the ground. Colonel Gall also retreated repeatedly. Standing behind the two, Klein, wearing Dwayne Dantes' face, quickly caught Mahet who had fallen to the ground. Klein looked into the card room, and after seeing Hobert and Aemilus, he first froze, then sighed inwardly, "It's just a card game, is it really necessary?" Then he glanced at Chunnas. He had been investigating Chunnas before, and today he finally had a chance to connect with him. At the card table, Aemilus and Chunnas exchanged glances. Their previous probing had confirmed that Hobert was already a frenzied mage. When they played cards in July, Hobert was still just a Earl of the Fallen. This time, Hobert again stood up and motioned for Klein and Gall to help Mahet to the sofa. He then used a healing art. Although Mahet didn't wake up immediately, he was no longer in danger. After Alvin introduced Dwayne Dantes to everyone, the two also sat down, clearly intending to join the card game. Because Chunnas and the others were present, Hobert and Klein pretended not to know each other. Hobert was pondering how to distort the final victory on Klein's card table to himself later, when Admiral Emilius and Chunnas threw down their cards, losing their interest in playing. Hobert felt a bit regretful. He had originally planned to compete with Klein at the card table. Klein had no idea he had missed an opportunity to win a lot of money. He was even glad the game was over, otherwise, with 4 demigods at the table, if they continued to release demigod pressure like before, Mahet would probably just wake up and faint again. At that moment, Chunnas chatted with Klein about the situation in the South Continent, which was actually an indirect inquiry about the previous arms deal. After generally understanding the situation, Chunnas took a sip of champagne offered by the waiter and smiled at Klein. "You are a very interesting person. It's a pleasure to meet you." This was a polite remark, signifying the end of the conversation. "It's a pleasure to meet you too." Klein originally wanted to seize the opportunity to establish a further connection with Chunnas, but with Aemilus and Hobert present, discussing other topics seemed inappropriate. So, he stood up as if to leave, while glancing at Hobert. Hobert understood and was willing to provide cover for Klein, so he said, "I heard you just came to Backland at the beginning of the year." Klein, who had just lifted his backside, sat back down. Yes. Are you used to life here? Aside from the somewhat few sunny days, I'm quite used to everything else. Hobert smiled. Then you'll need to prepare an estate in the suburbs. In winter, Backland's fog will be even worse. Klein's eyes lit up. I'm planning on it, and it must be an estate with a forest and hunting grounds. Chunaz asked casually, do you like hunting? According to the intelligence Klein had, one of Major General Chunaz's hobbies was hunting, so he immediately turned the topic to this whenever he had the chance. Yes, Klein said, following up, in the South Continent, you can hunt freely in the woods. The Faceless's ability made Klein's every movement seem so natural. At this moment, his facial expression paused, and joy turned into helplessness. After coming to Backland, I haven't even touched a gun. Hobert sighed inwardly. At the demigod level, a seer is definitely the bane of an audience. Every expression and body movement is managed perfectly. Hobert, who clearly understood Klein's objective, assisted again. I'm not interested in hunting, and I don't know where such estates are. These two might be able to provide relevant information. Chunaz pondered for a moment before speaking. I do know of an estate that meets your requirements that's for sale, but I'll need to send someone to confirm it for you. Once I have definite news, I'll send it to, Buckland Street, right? Yes. Klein said sincerely, thank you very much. With this connection established, Klein stood up to leave again. After Dwayne Dantes left, Chunaz commented, he is someone who knows how to seize opportunities and has a wild side. Amelis, however, smiled. In Backland, even a baboon has to follow the rules. Exactly. Hobert echoed Amelis. In my opinion, there are quite a few baboons in high society. The three of them chuckled together and then discussed other topics. Around 3 in the afternoon, Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion, finally having some leisure time. But he suddenly remembered that he should make some high-level Marauder Pathway amulets. Such amulets often produced unexpected effects when kept close by. He sighed, lamenting that after his promotion to Sequence 3, he no longer had leisurely time. After preparing 20 engraved silver pieces, he went to the country of disorder to retrieve 20 Worm of Times, then began setting up the altar to pray for Fool's power. After reciting the honorific name and stating his prayer, Hobert soon seemed to see the light of the spirit world and the illusory castle above it. Immediately after, he felt Fool's gaze, but Fool did not respond immediately. Hobert guessed that Fool, seeing the 20 semi-finished amulets neatly arranged, momentarily felt like cursing. After 1 or 2 seconds, Fool began to respond to Hobert's prayer. Because the amulets were quite advanced, unlike those below the demigod level that could be made in batches, even after Klein became a demigod and gained more power from above the gray fog, he could only imbue 3 amulets with enough power at a time. Once the 20 amulets were completed, Fool's gaze immediately disappeared. Hobert praised Mr. Fool. He estimated that Klein's spirituality must have been almost drained. It felt so good to fleece someone. He checked the amulets on the altar. There were 4 luck-stealing amulets, 10 deception amulets, and 6 deprivation amulets. Hobert instantly felt as if he had an Beander Gatling gun, no opponent below an angel. He distributed the black crystal-like amulets, keeping some on himself and storing some in the country of disorder. Hobert had originally intended to keep them at the Earl's mansion, but he was afraid these amulets would attract thieves, so it was better to keep them directly in the country of disorder for peace of mind. After a short rest, Hobert went to Earl Hall's residence for a banquet in the evening. Hobert had initially wanted to chat with Audrey first, but his speech in the Parliament building today had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Earl Hall kept Hobert in the living room and discussed the issue of Earl of Light. I know you are very worried about the Earl of Light, Hobert said with a smile, but please rest assured, I will resolve the problem properly. Hobert, Earl Hall's eldest son, asked, did the Earl of Light encounter any difficulties? Is that why he had to make such a compromise? Hobert obviously has no intention of making any compromises or concessions. It was an old hand like Earl Hall who saw it clearly. Hobert smiled and said, that's right, it can only be said that the Gas Association chose the wrong opponent. He then said seriously, in fact, the Gas Association is not without a chance. They have abundant capital accumulation and currently still hold most of the lighting market. If they shift to electricity investment now, it's completely not too late. Unfortunately, Long-term comfort has made them lose their determination to advance. Earl Hall and his son were silent for a few seconds before Hobert said, "Do you know who your opponent is?" Hobert smiled and said, "Of course I know." He changed the subject, "But, they clearly asked for my help. They want to share our profits, and yet they are so arrogant and criticize us. Maybe someone used to indulge them, but that was before, and that was someone else. I won't indulge them. If you want a piece of the pie, you have to come to me with a smile and talk politely. Making money, it's not shameful." Hobert was about to say something more, but Earl Hall raised his hand to stop him. "It's good to have such momentum." He touched his temples, where there were a few white hairs. "When I was young, I also had some ideas, but later, those ideas were all worn away." Hobert smiled and said, "These people can't wear me down." Earl Hall did not continue this topic, but instead inquired about the frequent contact between the senior management of Earl of Light and the Intis Republic ambassador. This was also why the Prime Minister attached so much importance to the Earl of Light issue, because it might involve the leakage of cutting-edge technology. The contact between Earl of Light and ambassadors from other countries could hardly remain a secret in Backland, and Hobert openly admitted that Earl of Light would go to the Intis Republic to build power plants in the future. He said, "The biggest problem here might be government obstruction. Now that there's an opportunity, we can solve the problem once and for all." Earl Hall smiled and said, "This approach is very good." Their father and son were first nobles, then businessmen, and finally members of the Lowen Kingdom's parliament. In their view, such cross-border business was normal. Their only concern was how much profit Earl of Light could make. Hobert thought to himself, "Of course it's good, plan before acting, right?" They chatted for a while longer, and then it was time for dinner. At the dinner table, Audrey and Caitlin also talked about Earl of Light, and Hobert simply told them that he would resolve the issue as soon as possible and that they didn't need to worry. While the few of them were taking a walk after dinner, Hobert finally had a chance to be alone with Audrey. Audrey asked with some concern, "Hobert, do we really have to stop all business in Backland?" "It's a suspension," Hobert said with a smile. "We've taken on so many orders before, and they won't be installed until the end of September. This is a good opportunity to catch up during this time. Previously, Earl of Light had too few electricians, and the installation speed was too slow. So far, the accepted orders still need to be delayed by more than half a month to complete the installation." The two of them strolled in the garden, which was brightly lit by electric lights. Audrey asked again, "But what about after half a month?" "It won't take that long to solve the problem," Hobert said. "You've already thought of a solution." Hobert replied, "The solution is ready-made. Since they used some despicable means, then don't blame me for being impolite." He didn't dwell on this topic, but instead asked in a low voice, "Are you ready? How about we act tonight?" Audrey hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Okay. For this mission, your partner is Zio," Hobert said. "Since this is your first time participating in such a mission, Zio will be in charge, and you must obey her orders." Since confirming her relationship with Hobert, Audrey no longer contacted Zio. "Okay." She decided to change her appearance and physique later to avoid affecting the evening's operation. Hobert briefly introduced the two targets. Neither was very difficult to deal with. Finally, the two agreed that Hobert would pick up Audrey at 11 o'clock that night, and then they talked about other topics. Audrey really wanted to know about the situation in the South Continent, so Hobert talked about the current progress of the Bach family. This family had already participated in the management of 3 states, an area roughly the size of a Lowen Kingdom county. Of course, they were only one of the forces in that land. Other forces included local nobles or generals, as well as colonists from the North Continent. With Hobert's massive investment, the family's influence developed rapidly. Currently, the Bach family gets along well with the colonists, as the colonists also hope to have investment from the North Continent in their territories. Regarding the development model of the South Continent, similar to the South Colson region and Longtail Island, Hobert plans to first establish a complete industrial and agricultural system, and then open up investment channels to the outside world. This is a development method that has been proven many times to have higher controllability. If external investment channels are opened during the period of primitive accumulation, then in the future, the country's industry and economy may not be fully controlled by the government. When talking about this, Hobert had a strong desire to confide, and they chatted until past 9 o'clock in the evening. It was already very late, and it would be a bit impolite not to say goodbye. Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion, changed into clothes suitable for action, then found Zio and told her they would act tonight, asking her to get ready. At 11 o'clock, Hobert picked up Audrey and took her to the rented carriage Zio had found. After a few simple instructions, Hobert pretended to leave. In fact, he still quietly followed behind, to see if he could draw out the Aurora Order's divine messenger. However, Hobert also knew that the first assassination attempt probably wouldn't provoke the Aurora Order's divine messenger to act, it would merely attract their attention. Only the second assassination attempt might draw out support from the Aurora Order's divine messenger. But Hobert would definitely follow them in this operation, firstly to ensure Audrey's safety, and secondly to see how much Zio had improved after her promotion. Hobert followed 3 or 4 kilometers behind the carriage, as if strolling leisurely. They soon arrived at the first target's residence. The carriage stopped far away, and Audrey followed Zio, moving quickly through the shadows of the street. This was an old apartment building in Wood District. The target lived on the 3rd floor. The tactic was for Audrey to quietly sneak into the 3rd floor and break in. Zio, meanwhile, hung outside the window, waiting to attack the target during their escape, or quickly jump in to provide support. According to Zio's experience, the opponent would definitely escape. After all, they were members of the Aurora Order and had always been in hiding, so they would first consider escaping when attacked. Thud. At the appointed time, the door was crashed open by Audrey. As Zio expected, the target, whose spirituality was already alert, immediately fled towards the window. But his fleeing footsteps suddenly slowed, as if he were strolling on the street, his eyes sometimes blank, sometimes clearly struggling. Looking at Audrey by the door, her pupils had turned pale gold, but because she was a bit nervous, her hypnosis on the target to abandon all resistance was not very effective, and this Aurora Order member could break free at any moment. Zio outside sensed the opportunity, nimbly jumped, crashing through the window. The target seemed to awaken abruptly from a dream, but before he could utilize his Beander ability, Zio's dagger had already pierced his carotid artery. After pulling out the dagger, Zio skillfully dodged away. Hiss! Blood splattered all over the wall, but not a single drop stained Zio's body. Audrey watched the target fall to the ground, used an anesthesia on herself, and following the pre-arranged steps, took the quilt. She and Zio wrapped the still twitching corpse and then quickly left through the window. By the time they re-entered the shadows on the street, the residents, who had been awakened by the sound of the door crashing and dog barking, came over to see what was happening. Back in the rented carriage, Audrey tried her best to tuck in her feet, avoiding touching the corpse. Zio secretly smiled, but said nothing. Although Audrey performed very well and did not panic during her first operation, because she was not familiar with her, Zio did not offer any reminders but instead talked about the second target. The second target was a Sequence 8, and their operation went even more smoothly, completing 2 assassination missions by midnight. After leaving the scene for a distance, Audrey got out of the carriage, and Zio went to deal with the body. As the carriage drove away, Hobert appeared beside Audrey. Immediately after, the two entered the illusory spirit world, and a few seconds later appeared in the Earl's mansion study. Audrey, dressed in a black knight's suit, then took off her mask. I almost threw up just now. This tight-fitting attire made Audrey display a different kind of beauty. Her original delicate girlish temperament was gone, and every movement seemed to become more powerful. Hobert smiled and said, "It's normal to have this reaction the first time you see someone killed." Audrey sat in a chair and rested for a while before asking, "Why did Zio take the body away?" "Because you are facing an Beander organization, and for other Beyonders, many clues can be hidden in a corpse," Hobert said. Zio did it very professionally. Audrey asked again, "Will the coachman of that rented carriage call the police?" "Backland After Dark belongs to the world of darkness," Hobert said with a smile. "In this big city, many people do some unspeakable work. I remember Zio mentioning that she has similar cooperative relationships with many coachmen, and there's no need to worry about them informing, because these coachmen also have some unspeakable secrets." Then Hobert helped Audrey review. "Next time you attack an enemy, I suggest you try to utilize deterrence, or rampage, to affect their state first, and then utilize hypnosis, the effect might be better. Also, After hypnosis, don't maintain the hypnosis state continuously. It doesn't matter if hypnosis lasts for a few seconds, utilize the sealed artifact I gave you to quickly attack the target. This way, even if the target immediately breaks free from the hypnosis state, you will still have a certain advantage. Audrey was stunned. You were there at the time. Hobert smiled. No, but I could see your battle. He merely used the distortion and alter of distance to make his vision and hearing appear on the battlefield, while he himself was 4 kilometers away. Audrey glanced at the grandfather clock in the corner before standing up and saying, if there are any more actions like this in the future, remember to call me. No problem. Hobert took Audrey's hand and sent her back. Returning to his study, Hobert waited for over half an hour before Hugh arrived to hand over the mission. Taking the 2 Beander characteristics Hugh handed over, Hobert said, when you submit the investigation materials for the other 3 Aurora Order members, bring the auxiliary materials for promotion with you, and I will immediately give you the Beander characteristic of a judge. Hugh was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat incredulous. Previously, when he obtained the potion formula for judge, the masked man had once again advised Hugh to join Military Intelligence Section 9, because even if he obtained the potion formula, it would be almost impossible to find the main material for judge through channels like Beander gatherings. This is a pathway controlled by the royal family. In the Loan Kingdom and Feniport Kingdom, it's impossible for materials of this level to circulate. Let alone Sequence 6 level. For so many years, Hugh had never even seen the main material for Sequence 7 of this pathway at Beander gatherings. And now, after completing 1 assassination mission and 2 investigation missions, he could actually obtain the Beander characteristic of a judge. Although she had realized she would soon acquire the characteristic of a judge, when she planned to cooperate with Hobert, when it actually came to this point, she still felt it was somewhat unreal. No problem, Hugh said after a pause. Hobert then took out £300 in cash from his wallet. £100 of this is the reward for previously investigating Herwin Lambus's address. The remaining £200 are for the previous investigation into the gas storage locations, and tomorrow's investigation into the new gas storage locations. Hugh said again, that's too much. If calculated according to the bounty hunter's fee standards, these investigations combined would cost a maximum of £160 to £180. Hobert handed over the money. It's not much, because I have other requirements. What requirements? Pay attention to building an intelligence network, Hobert said. This will benefit both of us. Additionally, if you don't have a reference for building an intelligence network, I can arrange for you to study at Military Intelligence Section 9. Hugh took the money. I'm very familiar with Military Intelligence Section 9's methods. She thought for a moment and added, my only lack is not having loyal subordinates to operate the intelligence network. Hobert thought that the Demoness Research Society had already started operating. After you advance to Sequence 6, I will provide you with some personnel. If there are people suitable to be your subordinates, you can keep them. Only then did Hugh realize that her current cooperation with Hobert was very much like co-founding a company. Hobert provides the money and people, while she provides the effort. But this was also quite good. Which bounty hunter wouldn't want a stable and wide-ranging intelligence network? After agreeing to Hobert's cooperation intention, Hugh asked, why did you say it's an investigation into new gas storage locations? You'll know tomorrow, Hobert said with a smile. If you realize you've been exposed, immediately notify me by praying to the Creator. Hugh realized that Hobert's counterattack was about to begin. No problem. Hobert opened a bottle of wine and poured a glass for himself and Hugh. Congratulations, tonight's mission was completed perfectly. What Hobert really wanted to congratulate was Hugh's recent progress. For a lone bounty hunter like her, executing missions and earning bounties is the best way to hone oneself. And in this regard, Hugh had more than enough experience. After Hugh left, Hobert looked at the thick fog outside, drank 2 more glasses of wine, and then opened the materials Hugh had provided earlier. Let me see, where should I start? Boom. 2 minutes later, a violent explosion was heard in the Backland City area. A gas storage point, for some unknown reason, suddenly exploded. Even more bewildered were the 2 staff members on night duty inside. They didn't know if they were blown out by the airwave or how they got out. Anyway, when they came to their senses, they were already sitting on the street. This huge explosion woke up all the surrounding residents. Some tried to light their gas lamps, but even after inserting coins, there was no gas. Boom! Just as people were wondering, another violent explosion occurred. At this time, those with electric lights at home immediately turned them on and looked outside. But for those still using gas lamps, their houses were pitch black, and they could only rummage for candles they hadn't used in a long time. For Backland, this was destined to be a sleepless night, because outside, every few minutes, there was a very regular and loud explosion. After 5 explosions occurred, several gas companies finally reacted and quickly dispatched people to investigate. But due to the lack of quick communication methods, by the time the emergency response teams arrived at the accident sites, several more explosions had already occurred. When the 8th explosion occurred, Georgina had already appeared in her office, and the demigod on duty at Military Intelligence Section 9 had already returned after a brief investigation at 3 of the explosion sites. Upon hearing that gas storage locations had exploded, Georgina immediately sent someone to contact Deputy Director Hobert of the Operations Department to see if he was at the Earl's mansion. Soon, the agent responsible for contacting Hobert returned and reported that the deputy director was drinking at his mansion and even said he wanted to complain to the city government for waking him up so late. Georgina snorted coldly, concluding that this was Hobert's retaliation, because she had received orders to bribe Hobert and show him goodwill more than once before, but had not received any orders to stop him. So Georgina merely sent someone to report the current situation and her suspicions to Sodalak Palace, without intending to meddle. The explosions lasted for over an hour before stopping, because all the gas storage facilities had been blown up, effectively waking up the vast majority of Backland's residents. The next morning, Hugh took a public carriage to a gas storage facility in St. George District to check the situation. Because there were many curious onlookers, Hugh, wearing height-increasing shoes, did not attract the attention of others. The gas storage facility had been reduced to ruins, and the explosion also affected the buildings on both sides. One residential building was severely damaged and collapsed, with many residents cursing the gas company. Some onlookers suggested they seek compensation from the gas company. From people's conversations, Hugh learned that although the explosion was very violent at the time, it was surprisingly astonishing that the explosive airwave actually blew out the people in the affected buildings, and they only suffered some minor superficial injuries. Hugh pursed her lips and smiled, then noticed that the gas company's personnel had already excavated the gas pipeline and were clearing a path leading to it. Clearly, they were going to quickly install some temporary gas cylinders onto the gas pipeline to prevent residents from having no gas after nightfall. This was a result Hugh had anticipated early on. Last night, she had already thought that for the gas company, the most economical method would be to connect some temporary gas cylinders to the original pipelines, and there wouldn't be too many new storage locations. At this point, someone finally raised a question: why were there no reports in today's newspapers about the many violent explosions that occurred last night? The reaction of the major newspapers seemed to be helping the gas company cover up last night's incident, but it was actually what Hobert most hoped to see. That morning, after making the final arrangements at Earl of Light, Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion. Then, from the study of the Earl's mansion, he used travel to arrive at a main road on the west side of Backland, and soon waited for James and his entourage, who were leaving Backland for a royal estate. James, with his graying hair, was sitting in the carriage, resting with his eyes closed. He knew, of course, that as long as he could reach the royal estate where he was to take up his new post, his current predicament would be over. Given his sequence, his re-employment was only a matter of time. Immediately after leaving Sodalak Palace, he realized someone was following him. However, he didn't pay much attention, because he knew his enemies best, and none of them could threaten him. The group traveled until around 3 in the afternoon, and because there were many ordinary people in the group, they had to rest under a tree by the roadside. James looked at the woods by the roadside with great composure, because he knew very well that the person tracking him would definitely take this opportunity to attack him. Bang! A gunshot from the woods made the accompanying personnel, who were already somewhat mentally prepared, scream and hide in the surrounding bushes and grass. James, dressed in a dark formal court suit and looking quite distinguished, laughed. "Are your eyes on your ass? You missed from such a close distance." In reality, He had imprisoned that bullet. The two assassins in the woods were clearly a bit impatient and fired 2 shots at James. James waved his hand easily, about to repeat his old trick and imprison the bullets again, but the moment he used his ability, he found that his Beyonder abilities had vanished without a trace. And the 2 bullets fired by the assassins accurately hit James's chest and lower abdomen. Thud, thud. With 2 dull thuds, the bullets exploded inside James, creating the effect of cannon shells. Even the body of a disciplinary knight was blasted with 2 palm-sized holes. Not only was James stunned, but the 2 assassins in the woods were also stunned. They looked at the rifles in their hands with some disbelief, confirming again that they were guns, not cannons. James seemed to realize something, covering his wounds with his hand. "I am willing to offer." He only opened his mouth for the latter half of the sentence, but no sound came out. Hiss. His blood seemed to lose control, gushing out from his body. In just about a second, all his blood, not a single drop left, flowed out of his blood vessels. Then, bone marrow and tissue fluid began to flow out. Except for the fluid in his head, which did not flow out and looked unchanged, his entire body quickly shriveled up. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the royal butler collapsed to the ground, his face full of pain. Until death arrived, he didn't know where the culprit behind all this was. It took a full 10-odd seconds before the 2 assassins reacted and quickly came over to check. James, the court butler, this sequence 5, died in such a bizarre way. While the 2 assassins were stunned, the Beyonder characteristic within James had already precipitated in the blink of an eye. The corpse's head was neatly severed by an invisible force, and at the same time, a key ring and a watch chain flew out from the body. These 4 items suddenly vanished before the 2 assassins' eyes. One of the assassins reacted quickly and immediately bowed repeatedly in all directions. Thank you for helping us get revenge." They knew very well that it would be difficult for them to achieve revenge, and they had come today with the determination to die, but the turn of events completely exceeded their expectations. At this moment, Earl Hobert had already put away his spoils and returned to his study. For him, this assassination was as simple as going for a walk. He sacrificed the Beyonder characteristic and the 2 magical items to the country of disorder, casually placing them on the corresponding stone platform. Back in the real world, Earl Hobert sat with his legs crossed, casually flipping through a book, waiting for nightfall. As evening arrived, Backland's electric lights and gas lamps lit up almost simultaneously, but many gas supply stations were still undergoing emergency repairs, so Backland's night today was not as bright as usual. Boom, boom. Just then, the familiar boom sound came again. However, this time the explosions were very close together, almost one every few seconds. And with each explosion, the gas lamps in a corresponding surrounding area would go out, making the still bright electric lights in the city particularly dazzling. Earl Hobert, who had returned to his study, smiled slightly as he looked at the mist enveloping Backland outside. This night was destined to be another sleepless night. Soon, the Gas Association's counterattack also began. First, officials from the Ministry of Commerce raided the Earl's Light on the grounds of improper business practices, seemingly intending to seize all of the Earl's Light's data while there were few people around at night. But to their surprise, the Earl's Light office building was brightly lit, as if all employees were working overtime. Seeing this scene, they knew that this assignment would not be as easy as they had imagined. At the factory gate, they first bickered with the security personnel for a while before being allowed to enter the factory. But for some reason, the horses pulling several carriages suddenly began to circle around a large flower bed in front of the office building. No matter how the coachman shouted or whipped them, they wouldn't stop. The reception staff of Earl's Light, who were already waiting at the lobby entrance, were also stunned. Weren't they here to confiscate some documents? Why were they performing circles in the courtyard? The official in charge of this investigation saw the people from Earl's Light at the door trying hard to suppress their laughter. He felt that this couldn't go on, so he loudly ordered everyone to jump off the carriages. The people on 3 of the carriages heard the order. They all opened the doors together and jumped down together, almost falling to the ground. They even gritted their teeth, preparing for a close encounter with the Earth Mother. But almost in an instant, they were back in their seats, looking at their other colleagues face to face. They were even more confused. They had clearly jumped just now. Was it an illusion? On the other side, officials from the Ministry of Industry led a team to investigate the Earl's Light power plant in the suburbs. They did not dare to easily deploy police forces, fearing that the shareholders of Earl's Light might simply utilize the excuse of an exercise to station troops around the power plant. Such things had indeed happened before when Backland's nobles had conflicts with the military. If the struggle for interests truly reached this point, the royal family, in order to maintain its prestige within the military, would choose to support the military. And at this time, even if the parliament and the government had opinions on the royal family's actions, it would be difficult for them to express their stance. After all, the military would swear allegiance to the royal family and the constitution, not to the parliament and the government. Continuing the confrontation would not benefit anyone. So this time, only people from the industrial department came to the suburbs. They were preparing to shut down the power plant and completely cut off the power supply. They could also take a look inside the power plant incidentally. The power plant was easy to find because, in the suburbs, only the power plant had bright lights. But as the carriages ran, the power plant, which was originally ahead, suddenly appeared behind everyone. So they quickly turned around, but strange things happened again. The power plant was clearly in front, and the carriages were clearly running towards the power plant, but for some reason, they were getting further and further away from the power plant. Not only did the coachman not know what to do, but even the people in the carriages didn't know why this was happening. In the end, they could only assume they were lost. In the latter half of the night, the Ministry of Commerce's carriages returned to their office. Officials, nobles, and members of the Gas Association waiting there rushed forward to ask them how many documents they had confiscated. Why had it taken so long? When the carriage door opened, the pale-faced civil servants glanced at the people in front of the carriage, opened their mouths. Having circled the flower bed for 3 or 4 hours, they were already dizzy and disoriented, almost throwing up their bile at this point. Some nobles who were too close were sprayed and also started throwing up. The scene was somewhat chaotic for a while. The people from the Ministry of Industry returned at dawn, their horses almost exhausted from running, and the civil servants were jolted all over on the suburban roads, feeling like they were falling apart. Those waiting for news here had long given up hope for them. Because the electric lights in many parts of Backland had been on all night. But when they learned why they had gained nothing, many people almost fainted on the spot from anger. They had actually gotten lost. There was only one road from the city to the power plant. The civil servants almost unanimously blamed all the responsibility on the coachmen and horses. Similar scenes were also playing out at the Ministry of Commerce at this time. So, in the morning, many coachmen from the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Industry were dismissed, and the horses that had been running all night were to be sold. Coincidentally, someone came to buy the horses at this time, offering a very generous price, so the transaction was quickly concluded. As the horse buyer led the horses away, he suddenly told the civil servants, "Earl Hobert asked me to tell you all employees of Earl's Light, will remember your care from yesterday." Only then did the civil servants realize that the horse buyer was an employee of Earl's Light. And on the other side, the dismissed coachmen, with dejected faces, had just walked to the door when they were immediately hired with high salaries by recruiters waiting there. As they left, the recruiters deliberately said loudly, "Earl's Light welcomes your joining." Those who had organized the counterattack against Earl's Light last night gritted their teeth in anger. In their opinion, whether it was buying horses or hiring the newly dismissed coachman, it was Earl Hobert demonstrating against them. Such arrogant nobles were rare. Ordinary nobles, to show their demeanor, would always leave some dignity for their opponents. Yet, after achieving victory, Earl Hobert even came to demonstrate. Boom! Just as everyone was angry, the familiar boom sound rang out again. After a night of emergency repairs, several storage points that had finally restored gas supply exploded again. The Gas Association members at the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Industry felt as if they were cornered but didn't know how to fight back. Military Intelligence Section 9. Georgina, who had just started work and heard the explosion again, frowned, wondering if she should remind Earl Hobert not to push the other party to a dead end. Just then, the secretary delivered an order from Sodalak Palace. Georgina thought it was a royal order for her to intervene in the matter, but when she took the order and read it, it was an order not to interfere in the struggle between Earl's Light and the Gas Association. Moreover, Georgina noticed from the issuing unit of the document that this order was not only for Military Intelligence Section 9 but also for the military and the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In other words, the royal family prohibited all armed forces, including the police, from participating in this matter. Most importantly, this order was personally signed by King George III, not a secret order from William I. Georgina was a little confused. Didn't the king know that if he continued to let it go, the situation could very likely get out of control? Today's Backland Morning News published information about the gas explosions. According to the report in the Morning News, several gas companies stated that they had not yet investigated the cause of the accident. And the report emphasized, they all stored gas according to relevant regulations and had no illegal operations. It would have been fine without this emphasis, but with it, everyone who read the newspaper showed a knowing smile. And everyone noticed something very interesting. Only the Backland Morning News published the news of the gas explosions. Other newspapers seemed as if this incident had not happened. But the explosions had occurred since early yesterday morning, and the entire Backland had heard them. Without Earl Hobert's guidance, people already believed that those newspapers must have been bribed by the gas companies. Under pressure, other newspapers published extra editions at noon, reporting on the gas explosion accident. At the same time, other newspapers secretly cursed the Backland Morning News for taking money from the Gas Association and still making such reports. In fact, the Backland Morning News was also a bit helpless. Last night, the public relations staff of Earl's Light found the editor-in-chief of the Morning News with evidence that the Backland Morning News had received donations from the Gas Association. If they did not report according to the manuscript they provided, this evidence and the transaction between the Morning News and the Gas Association would be published in other newspapers. The reason Earl Hobert chose this newspaper was because its shareholders had little to do with the interest groups in the gas industry. For the credibility of the Morning News, it would definitely betray the Gas Association. For a time, the Gas Association was overwhelmed by questions from all sides. The major evening newspapers that day revealed more news. For example, to date, the gas companies have not paid any compensation for the losses caused by the explosions. Some newspapers also had a prominent piece of news. Due to the 4 previous electrocution accidents, Earl's Light expressed deep apologies. In addition to paying high compensation to the victims' families, it also announced the suspension of all sales tasks until the cause of the accidents was investigated before resuming the sale of light bulbs. This was Earl's Light's first public statement on those 4 accidents, and it gave people the impression of being quite responsible. Boom! As everyone was reading the evening newspaper, the booming sound rang out again, and the few remaining gas lamps went out again. Some gas lamp users had already started cursing. Their homes were pitch black, and they could only go by candles. Those who went early still found some, but those who went late couldn't even buy candles. Many people hadn't even finished cooking, and seeing the still bright electric lights, they felt very displeased. Meanwhile, Earl Hobert was wearing formal attire to attend a banquet at Georgina's mansion. James's head had been altered in size by him and placed in a portable ring box. The Military Intelligence Section 9 colleagues arrived first, as usual. Everyone teased the Gas Association's embarrassment. They hadn't seen such a lively scene in many years. After the royal family members arrived, everyone first had dinner together, chatting and laughing, and then, led by Georgina, went to the mansion's music hall to enjoy a symphony. Georgina's music hall was very special. The auditorium consisted of 12 small private boxes. Each box had a view of the stage in front, and each had a set of spacious, luxurious sofas, as well as a wine cabinet and other furnishings. Servants led the guests to their individual boxes. After closing the doors, the servants also left. Sitting on the sofa, Earl Hobert sighed. Georgina was indeed hereditary in intelligence work. In such a box, it was so convenient to exchange confidential information. Just then, Alice quietly pushed the door open and, after gently closing it, asked, "How's the environment here?" "That's quite good," Hobert said, crossing his legs. It's much better than those salons where you have to comment after appreciating the music. Then he hinted, the most crucial thing is that some secret transactions can also take place. Alice sat next to Hobert. Georgina often brings her male companions here to enjoy the music. Hobert, who had been half reclining on the sofa, twitched the corner of his mouth. Nobles certainly know how to have fun. He slowly sat up. So this gathering is. Don't overthink it, Alice said with a smile. This gathering has no other meaning, I just asked you to come and enjoy the music. Georgina is a very principled person and wouldn't lay a hand on her colleagues. Hobert nodded, but thought to himself, that sounds very unbelievable. At this moment, the music started, and the light in the private room immediately dimmed. Although it was a powerful symphony, it felt very ambiguous. Alice sat by Hobert's side. All right, let me see the results of your assassination. She had already known about James's death beforehand and had been looking forward to tonight's symphony for a long time. Hobert opened the ring box and took out James's head, which had returned to its normal size. Alice held the processed head, trembling slightly, unsure if she was excited or sad. Finally, Edsack has been avenged. Hobert thought to himself, the real murderer is still sitting on the throne. However, considering Alice's emotional state at the moment, he said nothing. Alice examined the head for a full 2 minutes before asking Hobert to put it back in the ring box. She smiled and asked Hobert, have you thought about what reward you want? Do you want me to find a way to disband the gas association? There's no need, Hobert said with a smile. They pose no threat to me anymore. In the past 2 days, Hobert had already felt signs of the potion digesting again. He naturally hoped the situation would continue to escalate, perhaps allowing him to digest another wave of potions. Thank you, Alice said. If I had to rely on myself, I don't know when I would have been able to get revenge. She sighed, perhaps I would have died in the Witch Church's continuous assassinations before then. As she spoke, she gradually leaned towards Hobert, resting in his arms. This reminded Hobert of their previous experience escaping together. One hand naturally wrapped around Alice as he watched the performance on the stage. Both of them were quiet, as if enjoying this moment of solitude. Alice had finally gotten her revenge, and her emotions fluctuated between sadness and excitement. But after resting in Hobert's arms, her emotions quickly calmed down. It had been a long time since she had such intimate contact with Hobert, and hearing his strong heartbeat again made her feel incredibly secure. When the performance ended and the lights in the room gradually brightened, Alice still felt a bit reluctant. Shall we come listen to the symphony again next week? Hobert smiled. We'll see. Alice nodded. I'll send someone to the Earl's mansion next Monday. If you don't have time, I'll send someone again on Thursday. You don't have to wait for Georgina to send an invitation. Hobert glanced at the very private small room again, suddenly feeling a sense of arranging a secret rendezvous. He found it quite stimulating. All right. That night, no explosions echoed in Backland because the gas companies had completely given up on emergency repairs. However, the forces behind the gas association certainly wouldn't give up. To retaliate against Hobert for deploying Beyonder forces last night, they dispatched a group of Beyonders to raid the power plant, intending to cut off the power supply by force. Because they knew Hobert was a demigod, they also invited a demigod to lead the operation. As soon as they climbed over the high wall of the power plant, they began to cough violently. The leading demigod realized something was wrong and immediately gave the order to retreat. But it was too late to retreat. Except for the demigod, the Beyonders immediately fell to the ground, as if a huge suction force from the ground was pulling them. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were also affected. The flowers and plants stuck to the ground, and the branches and leaves of the trees were torn off by the suction force from the ground. Immediately after, a huge downward pressure was generated above the Beyonders. This force seemed to crush their chests, making it difficult to take a single breath. And due to the invasion of the Beyonder virus, they all felt as if there was thick phlegm in their throats. Besides breathing, they also had to cough, making the breathing process even more difficult. This made them feel immense fear, like constantly hovering on the brink of drowning and suffocation. Even Beyonders faced immense mental pressure. This was, of course, Hobert, using Sequence 3 level, Alter, to change the gravity and attraction in that area. Sitting in the power plant office, Hobert, crossing his legs and drinking tea, waved his hand again, initiating a third wave of attack. He altered the oxygen content around the target, causing the oxygen there to continuously decrease. Currently, only the leading demigod, by imprisoning himself, was temporarily resisting the immense gravity and attraction. But he kept coughing violently, and the pain in his chest, fever, and other ailments even interrupted his thoughts multiple times, making him only now able to raise his hand and quickly say between coughs, "The spread of disease is prohibited here." Cough, cough, cough. Soon, the demigod discovered that his prohibition had almost no effect. This made him realize that the sealed artifact or magical item creating the virus was something his prohibition was powerless to change. So, this imperative mage no longer bothered with the Beyonders on the ground and exiled himself, hoping to escape quickly. As a huge pushing force struck, the imperative mage felt as if he was about to be thrown into the void. Just at this moment, a mirror suddenly appeared in the direction he was being exiled. The imperative mage, in great alarm, plunged into the mirror. Immediately after, a mirror appeared again at the position where he had just disappeared, and the imperative mage, who had hoped to leave by exile, returned to his original spot. Cough, cough, cough. The imperative mage felt his condition suddenly worsen. Even a demigod's physique couldn't withstand it. Under the triple pressure of illness, attraction, and gravity, he also fell to the ground, unable to stand up again. In desperation, the imperative mage once again imprisoned himself, hoping to utilize Beyonder power to help him resist the alteration of the surrounding natural rules. However, this time Hobert had his hands free and immediately used his ability to prematurely end the duration of the imprisonment. At this point, the Beyonders who had participated in the operation with the imperative mage all suffocated to death. Actually, with their Beyonder physiques, it was impossible for them to hold their breath for such a short time, but the gravity here was so strong that it squeezed out the last bit of air from their chests. Thus, over a dozen Beyonders died painfully in two different directions of the power plant. So, Hobert's enemy was now only that one demigod. This demigod also panicked. He could feel his condition worsening. He tried to issue a law to make the surrounding attraction and gravity normal, and it wasn't useless, but it would immediately revert in less than half a second. All his resistance had little effect. The imperative mage gradually could no longer resist the immense gravity and attraction, finally lying on the ground, finding it extremely difficult to even move. What made him even more desperate was that, even now, he didn't know where his enemy was. Among the enemies Hobert understood best was the imperative mage from an adjacent pathway. Hobert knew very well that as long as the opponent couldn't find the target, many attacks of this sequence would be ineffective. And the attack range of sequence 4 is roughly 500 to 800 meters. That's why Hobert would attack enemies while drinking tea in his office. Firstly, it was a bit arrogant, and secondly, if he appeared in front of the imperative mage, victory wouldn't come as easily. Soon, the imperative mage's consciousness blurred, and after a dozen seconds, he died of illness on the cold floor of the power plant. Only then did Hobert appear, gathering the bodies from the two different directions and causing the Beyonder characteristics to immediately precipitate from them. After collecting the characteristics, Hobert rolled the bodies into a large bundle, taking them and the bloodstains on the ground with him to a distant wilderness, burying them 5 kilometers underground. This time, the gas association and the interest groups behind it fell completely silent. Especially those nobles in the gas association, they were even somewhat panicked. After all, the demigod they sent out never returned. This meant that even a demigod couldn't guarantee their own safety. Fortunately, Hobert had no intention of taking their lives. By the third day, which was Sunday, there were still no signs of gas restoration, and many gas lamp users went to buy electric lights. The electric lamp shops and department store counters had a dazzling array of goods, and even sales staff were present, but they simply refused to sell any light bulbs. Instead, they patiently explained to customers that due to the previous electrocution incidents, Earl's Light had suspended all sales operations. Other manufacturers of light bulbs were eager to seize this opportunity to make a fortune, but Earl's Light had suspended the supply of batteries and electricity to them. Even if they took orders, they couldn't install them, and even if they installed them, there would be no electricity. Many gas lamp users simply went to the gas company to claim compensation. But that night, gas lamp users could only eat dinner in the dark, then admire the brightness of the electric lights nearby, regretting not having installed electric lights earlier. By the next day, which was Sunday, because most of the middle class rested on this day, City Hall, the gas company, and Earl's Light were crowded with people early in the morning. Especially at the gas company, the scene was once out of control. Users rushed into the company, grabbing employees and asking when the gas supply would be restored. The citizens at City Hall demanded an immediate solution to the lighting problem. People at Earl's Light asked the company to resume business as soon as possible. Just as things were about to escalate into mass incidents, the morning newspaper began to be sold by newsboys in the streets and alleys. On the front page of today's newspaper, a very shocking piece of news was published. The 4 electrocution incidents that occurred earlier were all conspiracies orchestrated by the Gas Association. The reports in various morning newspapers provided extremely detailed descriptions of the case, including which company and which person participated in the action, how they found people willing to sacrifice their lives to discredit Earl's Light, and even the agreed-upon price was exposed. Consequently, a demonstration against the gas company erupted that morning, which by then had escalated into a large parade sweeping across Backland. City Hall also realized the seriousness of the problem at this point, knowing that it couldn't continue like this. So, the mayor of Backland personally went to Earl's Light to ask Hobert to quell the parade and the chaos. However, he was informed the Earl was not at the company. The mayor quickly took a carriage to the Earl's mansion and was also coldly informed by the butler Doffus the Earl was on a business trip and was not in Backland at the moment. The mayor of Backland thought Hobert believed his status wasn't enough, which was why he didn't show up, so he immediately found the Prime Minister. Under the Prime Minister's mediation, Earl Hall invited Hobert for afternoon tea. The result was unexpected by everyone. Doffus came to report to Earl Hall that Hobert was indeed not in Backland, he had left on a business trip yesterday afternoon. Additionally, Doffus, the butler who seemed to suffer from facial paralysis, specifically reminded everyone, according to the Earl's plan, he won't be back until next month. This made everyone feel like they were punching cotton, and the Prime Minister was well aware that if the problem wasn't resolved by next month, Backland would become a global laughingstock. These old foxes were all very clear that the root of this matter lay in the conflict between electric lights and gas lamps. Whether it was restoring the gas supply or resuming the sale of Earl's Light, Earl Hobert's approval was currently required. Otherwise, even if the Gas Association brought in temporary backup gas tanks from other cities, although Hobert claimed he wasn't in Backland, those gas tanks would definitely cause new explosions. So they went to Christine again, asking her to go after Hobert and have him cancel his business trip, return, and discuss how to solve Backland's lighting problem. Because Earl Hall was present, Christine found it hard to refuse and agreed to pursue Hobert immediately, promising that Hobert would return by evening. Prime Minister Aguhide Nigan immediately extended an invitation, asking Christine, Earl Hall, and Hobert to dine together, and he also promised to invite Duke Nigan, Baron Sindras, and other nobles to the dinner. Duke Nigan and others were the supporters behind the Gas Association, the nobles who sent Beyonders to attack the power plant. Of course, except for that imperative mage, although they were very powerful nobles, their mansions did not possess the power of a demigod, due to both the royal family's checks and balances and the agreements between the churches. The nobles promised many benefits, and only then did that imperative mage agree to lead the team. Duke Nigan and others were important followers of the Storm Church, so they could ask a demigod from the church for help. However, churches generally do not participate in such conflicts of interest. After inviting a demigod and sending out Beyonders, Duke Nigan and the others were mentally prepared for the failure of the sneak attack, but what they never expected was that the imperative mage failed to escape. Failure and total annihilation are two completely different things. Currently, Duke Nigan and others are no longer launching any counterattacks against Earl's Light, which indicates that the Gas Association has no more reserves. Aguhide was well aware of this. Now was the best time to resolve the issue, as the Gas Association would certainly make concessions, which made the problem much simpler. At this moment, Hobert was indeed not in Backland, but on the shore of Full Moon Lake in South Colson, fishing with the demigod artisan, Old Man Winston. Hobert looked at the motionless fishing rod, not using the power of distortion to make the fish bite. How about I make a delicious dish with the fish head tonight? Winston, with a face full of wrinkles, a cleanly shaven beard, and a somewhat serious appearance, said, I once had fish head soup in the South Continent, and I remember it tasted very fresh and delicious. It's not soup. Hobert recalled the taste of chopped chili fish head, swallowing his saliva. It's steamed with dried chilies. Never had it. Hobert said longingly, I'm already a bit impatient. Seeing Hobert's consistently unhurried demeanor, Winston could only sigh and say, what's your impression of the Church of Steam and Machinery? Hobert smiled slightly. Before, I knew the captain of the machinery hive mind from Backland's Lever Church. In one case, he fulfilled his duty. Originally, Hobert had come to find Archibald to discuss the search for St. Yadro City. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the Lord's Manor, Butler Allen informed Hobert that Winston had come looking for him that morning. Because Winston repeatedly stated there was no urgent matter, only asking Allen to inform Hobert when he arrived at the Lord's Manor. So Allen did not think the matter was very urgent and did not go to Backland to report to Hobert. Upon arriving at the Lord's Manor, Hobert knew what it was about as soon as he heard that Winston had proactively sought him out. Hobert was also a bit speechless about the steam church's repeated deliberations, but then he thought that the god of steam and machinery was quite different from the Evernight goddess and the Earth Mother. Hobert estimated that the former was due to his special destiny, and the latter was due to his biological father and mother. These two deities should have noticed him long ago, but the god of steam and machinery was different. He knew nothing about Hobert, and Hobert's identity was complex, making it difficult for him to make a corresponding decision quickly. Crucially, the god of steam and machinery should also have realized that the North Continent was now a powder keg, liable to be ignited at any moment. Therefore, here the steam church needed to be even more cautious in their choice. Thinking of this, Hobert smiled slightly, because the god of steam and machinery ultimately sided with the wrong party. Winston was not a man of many words, and when he heard Hobert's reply, he didn't react immediately. Hobert had to say again, overall, it feels pretty good, but it's somewhat dogmatic. These are all caused by those laws and formulas, Winston said with a bitter smile. You know, this sequence requires understanding many scientific laws and a certain amount of thought on philosophy and nature. These things can easily make our way of thinking a bit different from beyonders of other sequences. The old man paused and then said, I heard from people in the church that your research team has produced high-powered generators and improved the filaments of light bulbs. Hobert replied, yes. He was not averse to cooperating with the steam church, but the premise was that the steam church had to show sincerity. Having the demigod Winston discuss this matter was indeed more sincere than before. The church is very interested in participating in the research of generators, Winston said. For this, the church is willing to form an artisan team with me as the captain. As long as you need it, we can identify the abilities and negative effects of sealed artifacts for you for free, and help you turn Beander characteristics into magical items. Hobert smiled. I know you're not very good at negotiating. This might be why the steam church sent you to talk to me, because you've made quite a few magical items for me before, and I won't make things difficult for you. So I'll tell you my conditions, you convey them to the steam church, and find someone who can make a decision to talk to me. Winston let out a long sigh of relief, finally showing a more natural smile. I will immediately convey this to the church. Hobert hummed. The steam church has completely misunderstood the direction. Our cooperation needs to discuss the issue of secrecy regarding electricity technology and the distribution of commercial profits. I can provide enough funds for the scientists sent by the steam church to conduct relevant topics and research on electricity. First, I have the right to decide whether and when to publish research results. Before that, there must be no leaks, otherwise the cooperation will be immediately terminated. Second, all commercial profits belong to me. The research results obtained correspondingly belong to those scientists, but how they are used and to whom they are given requires my consent. Winston felt that these two demands were acceptable. The scientists he knew had no need for money. As long as the research results belonged to them, everything was open for discussion. But he didn't know what the church thought, so Winston only promised again that he would convey Hobert's demands as soon as possible. After finishing this matter, Hobert had no time to continue fishing. He immediately used the Traveler's Gate to reach Longtail Island, found Archibald, who was presiding over military affairs in the mountainous area, and discussed the exploration of St. Yadros city with him. They finally agreed to go to the Janai southern bank, at the source of the Hornassus Mountains, next week to search for St. Yadros city. The reason Hobert suddenly wanted to find the capital of the First Solomon Empire was that he desperately wanted to get clues about the Trensused Empire from there as soon as possible. After Erebus attacked Tutuja Harbor, Hobert realized that he needed a ship that could contend with the Black Emperor, or else he would have no naval dominance in the future. Since there were clues about the Empire ship, he naturally had to try and find this legendary giant vessel. After agreeing on the time, Hobert went to inspect the site for setting up the teleportation array. The diamonds required for the teleportation array had already been cut and were ready for the first experiment at any time. In the evening, Hobert was already preparing to make chopped chili fish head in the kitchen when Dophus arrived through the traveler's gate, saying that Christine urgently needed to see him. Hobert, of course, knew that the nobles had found Christine, so he had to bid farewell to Furs and send Alan to tell Winston that there would be no steamed fish head for dinner today. Following Dophus back to Backland and arriving at Christine's mansion, the Chaos Hunter smiled and said, "Tonight, come with me to the Prime Minister's mansion for dinner." Hobert nodded. Is the Prime Minister going to mediate? Of course, otherwise Backland is very likely to riot, and for the Prime Minister, that would be his dereliction of duty, Christine analyzed for Hobert. The Guhide naturally has to take this issue seriously, one wrong move and he might have to resign in apology. Before today, no one thought lighting was a big problem, and no one expected that the usually inconspicuous gas lamps would throw Backland into such chaos. As it was getting late, Christine and his son immediately boarded a carriage and headed to the Prime Minister's mansion. Leaving the mansion, the security on Queen's Avenue was not yet affected, but the sound of distant chants could be faintly heard. Hobert smiled. This city has accumulated too much resentment, and they have finally found an outlet. Christine, however, glanced at Hobert. You'll be able to digest quite a bit more of your potion, won't you? Just a little bit, Hobert said. It's still a long way from full digestion. The Prime Minister personally greeted Hobert at the door, exchanged warm pleasantries with him, and then led Hobert to the living room to introduce him to the other nobles. By then, it was already dark, and the dinner quickly began. While everyone was drinking aperitifs, Prime Minister Aguhide went straight to the point. I called everyone here today hoping that the electric light industry and the gas lamp industry will conduct effective consultations and immediately resolve the lighting problems of Backland's citizens. Duke Nigan, who looked to be in his 20s and had inherited his title less than a year ago from his deceased father, said with an unpleasant expression, Hobert is the one who let the situation get out of control. The companies operating gas lamps have long wanted to restore lighting. This clearly showed a softening stance, so everyone looked at Hobert again. Earl's Light is also willing to respond to the Prime Minister's call, but unfortunately, Earl's Light has already suffered huge losses due to the framing by some people, Hobert said with some helplessness. This forced us to open up foreign markets. Currently, our manpower and financial resources in Backland have all been transferred abroad, but we will do our best to restore Backland's lighting, at least selling 100 light bulbs every day. Cough, cough, cough. Aguhide choked on his aperitif. When did the Prime Minister's mediation become so cheap? I personally intervened in this matter, and the result is only 100 light bulbs. During this period, candles became a very scarce commodity in Backland, selling for as much as 2 sous a piece on the black market. But it still couldn't solve the public's lighting needs. Today was Sunday, and after dark, most areas of Backland remained in complete darkness. The public could no longer endure such darkness and took to the streets to participate in protests. And in the darkness, cases of theft and robbery occurred frequently, and gradually, people took advantage of the chaos to pry open shop doors, and for a time, the situation was somewhat out of control. At the Prime Minister's residence in Empress Borough, the sounds of chaos from afar could occasionally be heard. In the dining room of the Prime Minister's residence, the atmosphere was very serious at this time. It was clear that Hobert was not satisfied with Duke Negan's subtle compromise. However, to end the chaos outside, Hobert's will was very important. Aguhide smiled and broke the silence. No matter what, we must do our best to ensure Backland's lighting. After all, you are an Earl of Lowen Kingdom. This was a warning to Hobert that the government could consider the current actions of the Earl of Light as treason and then have the government take over the Earl of Light. "Please forgive my frankness," Hobert said with a smile, as if he hadn't heard the Prime Minister's threat. "The government's response speed to this matter is very disappointing. When the Gas Association could not meet the public's lighting needs, the government should have quickly purchased a batch of candles. Even if they sold for a bit more than usual, if there were stalls selling candles on the streets, the public's dissatisfaction would not be as strong as it is now." Everyone showed a strange expression, and Christine and Earl Hall also exchanged glances. In their impression, although Hobert sometimes did some unexpected things, he was not an arrogance person. And although Hobert's words were spoken in a suggestive tone, they were correcting the government's behavior, which was equivalent to criticizing the Prime Minister and seemed to be instructing him on how to solve such problems. The mayor, who was also attending the banquet, clearly trembled a few times while holding his wine glass before quickly saying, This is the fault of the City Hall, we were inconsiderate." This was not only helping the Prime Minister out of a difficult situation but also stating the facts. Not to mention the city government, even all the nobles and officials in Backland had not expected that the struggle between gas lamps and electric lights would cause such great chaos. The key was that Hobert's reaction greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. According to normal thinking, since the Gas Association framed the Earl of Light, shouldn't they investigate the case thoroughly and then go to court with the Gas Association? But what was unexpected was that Hobert would blow up the gas storage points. Although so far, no one has any evidence to prove that Hobert caused the explosion at the gas storage point, they all know that it must have been Hobert, or someone he sent. Then the second unexpected thing happened. Theoretically, at this time, the Gas Association suffered a great loss. Shouldn't the Earl of Light take the opportunity to seize the market? But Hobert did not do this, he actually suspended all sales operations. These two unexpected events were the catalysts for the current chaos. Otherwise, according to the usual way of dealing with things by the nobles and wealthy people of Backland, at most, the Earl of Light and the Gas Association would engage in a struggle in newspapers and courts. It would not have spread to the entire Backland. Aguhide put down his wine glass and said, "There is indeed a reason for government negligence in this incident, but we are here to solve the problem today. We will hold accountable after the problem is resolved." "Yes." Hobert nodded, "we do need to solve the problem first. By tomorrow, I will hold the Earl of Light's decision-making level accountable." How could they make the decision to completely abandon Backland? "We still need to maintain our current business. But please give us time to make adjustments. Starting tomorrow, there will only be a 3-day power outage, and power will definitely be restored after 3 days." The mayor thought he had heard wrong. You want to cut off the power. What about the electric lights that have already been installed? We have no choice, but this city obviously doesn't welcome us, and there are many cities that are very friendly to us right now. Hobert smiled and said, "We plan to move all our business to those friendly cities and leave the Backland market to the Gas Lamp Association." Hobert's toughness once again exceeded everyone's expectations. The Prime Minister winked at the mayor, who took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry, Earl, I regret to inform you that if the power is really going to be cut off, the city government will take over the Earl of Light. We must maintain the current lighting areas." "Go ahead and take over." Hobert smiled and said, "But I suggest that the personnel coming to take over bring a tour guide so they don't get lost again. By then, 3 days will have passed, and they still haven't found the Earl of Light's gate. That would be a joke." Hobert's power, and the power of his forces, gave him enough confidence to face the city government's threat. Seeing that the situation was not right, Aguhide quickly reprimanded the mayor, allowing the Earl of Light to be framed as the dereliction of duty of the city hall. "How can you take over the Earl of Light?" The mayor quickly said, Yes, it's the dereliction of duty of the city hall." The Prime Minister smiled again and said to Hobert, "Tonight, we will work overnight to investigate the previous electric shock incidents. Before noon tomorrow, we will definitely clarify the case and complete the trial of the personnel involved." Hobert also smiled and said, "Only Mr. Prime Minister understands the grievances suffered by our Earl of Light. I think if we let them work overtime for the next 3 days, maintaining the current power supply will not be a problem." Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. Hobert finally showed signs of compromise. The Prime Minister immediately understood Hobert's demands. It was clear that to get Hobert to cooperate, the Gas Association's responsibility had to be pursued immediately. So Aguhide said again, the Gas Association must compensate the Earl of Light for the losses caused within 3 days. As for the specific compensation amount, I suggest you negotiate it tomorrow. The problem finally has hope of being resolved. Hobert showed a thoughtful smile. I thought the gentlemen of Backland had their vision obscured by the city's fog. Originally, the biggest contradiction between the electric light and gas lamp industries was competition. I don't know who was so self-righteous as to want to win the competition with such despicable means. And the Earl of Light, as the victim and the party solving the problem, bore greater pressure than the Gas Association, which is truly a ridiculous thing. The nobles' eyes somewhat dodged. They certainly knew Hobert was right, but the conservative forces were very strong, and just because Hobert was a victim didn't mean he would get the compensation he deserved. This compensation had to be demanded by Hobert himself, and he achieved that. Finally, Hobert said sternly, the Gas Association must not only compensate the Earl of Light for its losses but also compensate for all losses caused in this incident, including the houses collapsed in the explosion, and all losses caused by the protests and demonstrations. Duke Negan suddenly said, your demands are unreasonable. Is that so? Hobert smiled and said, Duke, was the previous electric shock incident planned by the Gas Association? Perhaps, the young Duke Negan said ambiguously. Then was the electric shock incident the cause of everything? Hobert asked again. Duke Negan sat up straight, but the Gas Association also suffered huge losses. If they hadn't used those despicable methods, would they have suffered such losses? Hobert stared into Duke Negan's eyes. We are all adults, we must always be responsible for what we do. Since the Gas Association intends to utilize despicable means, they must be prepared to be held accountable. Duke, this is Backland, the largest and most prosperous city in the world. It's not your fief or manor where you can do whatever you want. Duke Negan leaned back in his chair, unable to find a way to argue with Hobert for a moment. Prime Minister Aguhide, sitting in the main seat, sighed inwardly, lamenting that his nephew was too naive. Anyone with a little sense would not argue with a lawyer. Even if one wants to argue based on reason, one must utilize strategy. One should seize upon Hobert's arrogance and unruly behavior, which are highly disliked by nobles, and would surely gain support, rather than arguing with him about responsibility. However, as the mediator of this matter, the Prime Minister was not suitable to say anything that leaned towards Duke Negan, so he could only remain silent for the time being. At this moment, Baron Sindras, who came with Duke Negan, suddenly said, Earl, then, do you admit that the losses suffered by the Gas Association were caused by you? Are you deaf? Hobert said unceremoniously, just now, only Duke Negan admitted that those 4 incidents were planned by the Gas Association. What did I admit? Sindras thought he had heard wrong. Among the nobles of Backland, Hobert's first question just now was a very rude insult. He reminded him, you are an earl. Hobert asked, do you have any prejudice against earls? Does an earl have to admit all your accusations? Sindras didn't know how to answer for a moment. Hobert spread his hands. If none of you have any objections, then when the Gas Association's compensation is received, the Earl of Light will resume sales. I will act as if nothing happened, and we will still be good friends. Everyone looked at Duke Negan and Baron Sindras. Hobert had now stated his conditions, it was up to Duke Negan whether to agree. And Duke Negan, after a silence of more than half a minute, as everyone expected, agreed to Hobert's conditions. Because the Gas Association was utterly defeated in this struggle, Hobert had evidence that they planned the electric shock incidents, but the Gas Association had never found evidence that Hobert blew up the gas storage points. This was actually due to different concepts between the two sides. If Duke Negan had sent a Beander to blow up the gas storage points, for such a task, even an ordinary Sequence 5 would feel it was beneath him and would hand it over to a subordinate. But Hobert didn't think that way at all. Blowing it up himself could prevent leaks and was very convenient. It could be detonated from 5 kilometers away. What clues could Duke Negan's subordinates find around the scene? In addition, the electric lights in Backland City were still bright, but the gas lights, without Hobert's approval, would be difficult to restore gas supply. Duke Negan and his people, however, failed to enter the Earl of Light, or the power plant, to obtain anything that could make Hobert apprehensive. Since Duke Negan was thoroughly defeated in these two encounters, his ultimate compromise in this negotiation was inevitable. At this moment, at the Prime Minister's signal, the first course of tonight's dinner was served. Everyone ate while continuing to discuss some of the details. Under the Prime Minister's mediation, the Earl's Light will resume sales tomorrow, and the government will send people to closely monitor the negotiation process. All compensation from the Gas Association will be received before next Sunday. In addition, the Prime Minister requested the Gas Association to purchase a large number of candles and distribute them for free to the residents of Backland, so that everyone could utilize candles for lighting first. The dinner ended around 8 o'clock. After drinking a cup of tea, everyone got up and bid farewell, because they were still very busy tonight. For Hobert and Duke Negan, although a settlement agreement had been reached, the detailed issues were still very cumbersome and could not be resolved in a day or two. For example, what standards should be used for the losses of the Earl of Light? For example, how should compensation be paid for buildings affected by the explosion? Leaving the Prime Minister's mansion, Hobert and Christine took a carriage back to the Duke's mansion together. In the carriage, with the problem basically resolved, Christine finally said, "I've been thinking about your curse recently, and I finally had some ideas a few days ago." He paused and asked, "I heard you have a good relationship with the Church of the Black Knight Goddess." "Yes," Hobert said directly, "I have a few friends in the church." "Then can you get a hidden space?" Christine said, "Also, although your fate cannot be altered, you can create a body to separate your bloodline from your main body. And as far as I know, you also have a very good relationship with the Earth Mother Church. The only problem now is, how to temporarily transfer the bloodline to another body." Hobert immediately understood Christine's meaning. That's a good idea. Although bloodline is very abstract, it can also be distorted or altered, and since it's only a temporary alteration, a Sequence 2 level should be able to do such an operation. Christine's idea was to have the Earth Mother Church help refine a body exactly like Hobert's, and temporarily place the bloodline on that body. At this time, Hobert would hide in a hidden space to advance. After successfully advancing, as soon as Truncest detected his advancement to Sequence 2, he would immediately appear on the body with the Trensust family bloodline. Then, by eliminating Truncest, the family curse would be lifted. Hobert thought to himself, indeed, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. This method was a combination of his previous method and Klein's method, and it was also the most controllable and most likely to succeed. After returning to the Earl's mansion study from Christine's Duke's mansion, Hobert thought for a while and quickly came up with a relatively complete plan. As soon as the matters in Backland were concluded, he would begin preparations. Around 10 o'clock at night, he arrived at the Earl of Light and convened all the senior executives for a meeting to discuss tomorrow's compensation issues. Audrey was, of course, among the senior executives. This was her first time participating in such an operation. Although she appeared very composed on the surface, she was actually a little excited inside. They discussed until late into the night, then everyone rested for a short while in their respective meeting rooms, then had breakfast together, tidied themselves up, and then welcomed the Gas Association's negotiators. The first day's talks lasted most of the day. Although Hobert did not have to negotiate in person, some decisions required his opinion to be sought at any time. Today, Hobert had to ask Mr. Fool for leave again and could not attend this Tarot Club meeting. Audrey was also going to ask for leave, but Hobert gave her 2 hours off, saying it was for her to go back and rest, but it was actually to prevent Furs from overthinking when she saw that neither he nor Audrey had attended this Tarot Club meeting. The first day's negotiations continued until after 4 in the afternoon, and several members of the Gas Association fainted on the spot. It wasn't that they were physically or mentally exhausted, but that the amount of compensation was too high. 2 of Backland's 6 gas companies would go bankrupt directly after completing this compensation. However, not compensating was not an option. The Prime Minister's secretary participated in the entire negotiation and demanded from the beginning that all compensation be paid by Sunday. The reason for such high compensation was that the Earl of Light not only demanded compensation for its own losses but also required the Gas Association to make a large amount of public compensation. There were 3 main aspects. First, houses destroyed in the explosion. Second, shops and individuals robbed during the chaos last night. and third, compensation for a certain amount of loss to every gas lamp user. In addition, for the losses of the Earl of Light in the past few days, Hobert demanded 600,000 sous. Even gas companies that were not at risk of bankruptcy would have to sell assets to complete this compensation. Until the members of the gas association, several of whom were carried out. Only after they left did cheers and laughter erupt in the meeting room. In this competition for the lighting market, the Earl of Light won a complete victory. The gas association was completely unable to compete with them anymore, and in the near future, a large number of people would definitely install electric lights again. In the evening, after dinner, everyone discussed the next day's negotiations in the meeting room again. At this time, the summary report for the first day of the Earl of Light's resumed sales business arrived. Today, all stores and counters were packed, receiving 36,000 orders in just one day. It wasn't that only more than 30,000 people wanted to change to light bulbs today, but that only so many orders could be received in one day at most. Each order was not just as simple as buying a light bulb, but also included a series of subsequent installation and other services. And at this time, receipts, installation agreements, customer information, and so on, had a large amount of content that needed to be handwritten, which meant that the Earl of Light could only receive this many orders at most. The next day, which was Tuesday's newspaper, published a report on the Earl of Light fighting for the interests of the vast number of gas lamp users and those who suffered losses in the previous explosion. Immediately, everyone's enthusiasm for switching to electric lights increased even more. Since the tone of the negotiation had been set, Hobert handed over the subsequent negotiations to Todd and Audrey. He still had many other things to do now, such as trying to activate the first teleportation array. Currently, in Tutuja Harbor, the pirates' first batch of stolen goods has successively entered the port. Facing the massive amount of goods, the traveler's gate was completely insufficient, and a teleportation array had to be built as soon as possible to temporarily transport these goods to the North Continent or the South Continent. However, the first experimental teleportation array was from Tutuja Harbor to Longtail Port. Although these two places are on the same island, due to the mountains in between, transportation between the two places is actually very inconvenient. By sea, a cargo ship would take more than a day to get from Tutuja Harbor to Longtail Port, provided the weather was good and the wind direction was suitable. However, for 2 or 3 months of the year, there was no suitable wind direction, and ships without steam engines might take 4 or 5 days to reach the other port. Although the land route was shorter, it was slower due to the many mountain roads, taking at least 2.5 days to reach the opposite port. If there was a teleportation array, it would be convenient, as people and goods would arrive in an instant. On Tuesday morning, Hobert used a large number of gems and crystals to complete the placement of the teleportation array in Longtail Port and Tutuja Harbor, respectively. Considering the frequent rain, the teleportation array was built indoors, in a huge warehouse on the docks of the two ports. Hobert only let Furs help. After the gems and crystals were placed, Furs guarded the teleportation array in Tutuja Harbor, while Hobert returned to the teleportation array in Longtail Port to set up the altar. This huge teleportation array is actually very similar to a reusable charm, with gems and crystals serving as the materials for this charm. Now, a high-level power is still needed to give the array teleportation capabilities. As for who to pray for power, the first choice is, of course, Fool. Hobert estimated that the teleportation array he saw on another planet before must have prayed to Mr. Door for power. So many years have passed, as long as the positions of the gems and crystals are correct, the power granted by Mr. Door back then is still effective. However, Mr. Door is now not only corrupted but also sealed, so praying to him for power is very dangerous. Theoretically, after becoming a demigod, Fool, who can mobilize more power from the Saphira Castle and create high-level charms, can completely enable the array to teleport, especially since he and Mr. Door are neighboring pathways. However, before praying to Fool for power, Hobert planned to pray to the Creator first to try it out. Still theoretically, as long as the power level is high enough, it should be able to make the array work. However, the teleportation array is quite special, and Hobert is not sure if there are pathway requirements for the bestowed power. After setting up a simple altar, Hobert first prayed to himself, then entered the country of disorder, found the stars related to himself, and poured the surging, power of order, into the array. The originally clear crystals immediately turned black, and a hint of black silk seemed to appear in the gems. Hobert's spirituality realized that this array indeed possessed the ability to teleport, but he didn't know where it would teleport to. After a brief thought, Hobert probably understood that the country of disorder does not have the corresponding authority of the spirit world, so it cannot utilize the power of the spirit world to locate both ends of the teleportation array, nor can it connect to the other side of the teleportation array. However, his experiment could prove that Fool, who has the corresponding authority of the spirit world, can completely perform such an operation. Hobert was about to leave the country of disorder and pray to Fool. Suddenly, he had a new inspiration. With a wave of his hand, an Beyander characteristic of a secret sorcerer flew over. Hobert held the Beyander characteristic in one hand and injected power into the array again. This time, an entrance to the spirit world suddenly opened before him, and he easily located the teleportation array in Tutuja Harbor. After establishing the corresponding association, Hobert withdrew his power. Looking at the teleportation array again, it was now flashing with colorful light, and the symbol representing door in the middle was awakened, turning into a phantom gate. Success. Back in the real world, Hobert, based on his previous experience, injected his spirituality into the magic array. The mystical symbols, formed by small crystals, lit up upon sensing the spirituality, followed by various gems emitting brilliant light. Finally, the symbol in the center representing door lit up, and illusory doors rose from the ground around the magic array, with a shimmering mist flickering within the teleportation array. At the same time, in the center of the teleportation array, it quickly transformed into a bubble-like black membrane, reflecting the scene from the other side of the teleportation array. Hobert saw Furs, dressed in a light yellow, lace-trimmed long dress, looking surprised, and the wall of the warehouse opposite. He took a deep breath and stepped into the teleportation array. Unlike travel, the colors before his eyes suddenly turned into flowing light, streaming behind Hobert, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at Tutuja Harbor. He didn't feel any discomfort during the entire teleportation process, nor did he experience passing through the spirit world. It was more like Hobert's imagined journey through time and space. It worked. Furs smiled. Hobert also smiled and said, "It worked." He then brought Furs through the teleportation array to Longtail Port. Furs found the sensation quite novel. How many people can pass through at once? Hobert sensed it with his spirituality. 200 people is not a problem. Perhaps the power of country of disorder was ultimately not as suitable as door Mr. S power. The spatial scale that this teleportation array could transmit was much smaller than what he encountered on another planet before. Hobert felt that this should be related to his own low sequence and the low sequence of the secret sorcerer, Beyander characteristic that provided guidance, relying entirely on the elevated sequence of country of disorder to achieve the goal. As long as the first teleportation is successful, the teleportation array has an automatic power acquisition mechanism. As long as a certain permission is granted in country of disorder, each subsequent utilize of the teleportation array will automatically draw power from country of disorder. For Hobert, this small teleportation array was sufficient. It could transport at least 3 train car loads of goods at once. Next, Hobert taught Furs how to utilize the teleportation array, and then used his spirituality to measure the teleportation range of the array, planning to make a steel cover for the teleportation array to prevent knocking over gems or crystals when transporting goods. He also needed to set up some mystical coverings in key areas to prevent the array's blueprint from leaking out before the teleportation array had been used for a few days. After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, while enjoying their late lunch, the two continued to discuss the teleportation array. With the establishment of the first teleportation array, some of the goods from pirate fencing could be directly transported to Longtail Port. After all, factories such as smelting plants and steel mills have already been built here, and many ores can be smelted here. For example, steel. South Colson and Longtail Island have been undergoing construction, and the demand for steel is very large. Even if all the ores from the 3 iron mines on Longtail Island are smelted and made into steel, it is far from enough to meet the demand. Therefore, the demand for steel is generally met by the Creator Logistics, transporting it from Backland to the 2 places. Among the goods fenced by pirates, many are bulk raw materials, including some iron ore. These ships are all returning to the North Continent from colonies in the South Continent or the Rørsted Archipelago. Before the teleportation array, goods had to be unloaded from pirate ships, then loaded onto ships for Longtail Island, transported to Longtail Port, unloaded again, and then transported to the factory by carriage. With the teleportation array, a loading and unloading step is completely saved. Goods only need to be unloaded from the pirate ship, and by using the teleportation array at the dock, they can reach another port and be directly transported to the factory by carriage. In addition, goods such as fabrics and daily necessities can also be consumed domestically on Longtail Island and South Colson. One of the bad habits of the natives is running around naked. To change this habit, a large amount of fabric is needed. And the daily necessities retail industry in South Colson has already scaled up, and shopping while traveling to South Colson has become a habit for tourists. At this time, the products from the Full Moon Lake West Bank Industrial Zone are almost sold as much as they are produced, and sometimes even undersupplied, with some goods being out of stock. Currently, the commercial district of Tutuja Harbor has also been completed, and a large number of daily necessities are sold there every day. In the territory, there is already a considerable shortage of such goods. After discussing the distribution of materials, Hobert and Furs began to discuss where to build the second set of teleportation arrays. Based on current production capacity and material characteristics, they finally decided to build the second set of teleportation arrays between Longtail Port and Crowley City in the South Continent. Rockley City is the earliest city operated by the Bach family, and its light industrial base is located not far from this city. However, the current problem is that the South Continent is very short of building materials such as cement and rebar, while some building materials like cement and bricks are already in surplus in South Colson. Previously, surplus materials could still be transported to Longtail Island, but now, with the first batch of factories on Longtail Island all put into production, there is also a trend of surplus. These surplus building materials can be concentrated on Longtail Island and transported together to the South Continent. At the same time, a batch of goods from the North Continent plundered by pirates can also be transported to the South Continent for sale. Finally, Hobert calculated the cost of the first set of teleportation arrays. Since a large number of gems were inherited from wrecks, the cost of the first set of teleportation arrays was about £15,000. Crystals of very good quality, as well as various gems, are very expensive. This was also thanks to Dofus's trip to the South Continent, where most of the gems were purchased as raw stones and cut by themselves. If finished products were purchased, the cost would be at least £60,000. In the future, at least 4 more sets of teleportation arrays will need to be built. Hobert plans to have Dofus go to the South Continent again to acquire a large number of raw stones, and then take out all the gems inherited from wrecks, but building 4 more sets of teleportation arrays would still require £120,000 to £150,000. Now with the income from Tutuja Harbor, Furs's confidence has also grown, and she stated that this money would be entirely covered by Longtail Island. Because such an investment can quickly recover costs. On one hand, the speed of material transportation is much faster, which can generate greater economic effects. On the other hand, logistics and passenger transport companies can be formed to charge the public. The previous, Traveler's Gate, was too narrow and had certain negative effects, so it only allowed officials and workers transporting goods to pass through. The negative effects of the teleportation array are obviously much smaller, and it can completely open up traffic between South Colson and Longtail Island. In the future, it can also open up traffic between the South Continent and the North Continent, with Longtail Island as the hub. As the two spoke, they became excited, as if this beautiful blueprint could be realized tomorrow. After lunch, the two went their separate ways to work on the teleportation array. Hobert went to the foundry, which had just started operations not long ago, to personally supervise the production of the steel cover. Because the workers were not yet very skilled, the finished product looked very rough. So Hobert simply used his distortion ability to make the outer sides of the 2 steel covers reveal their metallic color, and the welding marks were also removed. Furs went to find the first batch of people to operate the teleportation array. Sequence 7 level spirituality could connect to the teleportation array, and they didn't necessarily have to be Beyonders from the door pathway. Therefore, Furz's first choice was Beyonders loyal to the Lord's manor, such as military Beyonders, as well as Angus's unit, Elliot's unit, and the Tony family's team. Helen's unit could also be considered, but the Beyonders sent by the Temperance faction were temporarily not considered. At dinner, the two met again and communicated about their work that afternoon. The steel cover had already been placed over the teleportation array, and mystical coverings had also been applied, with only the position for injecting spirituality exposed. Once enough personnel were recruited, it could be opened. Once opened, Hobert would also allow other forces to visit and inspect. If they also wished to have a teleportation array, it was not impossible, with prices starting at £150,000. Of course, Hobert thought it over, and among the forces he was more familiar with, perhaps only Bernadette would have such a need. Other forces generally did not have multiple long-term strongholds. After dinner, Hobert used the Traveller's Gate to arrive at the Lord's Manor in South Colson. He walked like he was taking a stroll, reaching the church on the mountain in a few steps. At this time, there were still many believers doing evening prayers. Hobert also sat on a pew in the church, as if praying along with everyone. The pastor saw the arrival of Lord Hobert and immediately sent a servant to the backyard to inform Archbishop Simpson. Thus, the latter half of this evening prayer was personally completed by the seemingly very amiable Archbishop Simpson. After 9 o'clock in the evening, the congregants left one by one, and the pastor and servant also left at Simpson's signal, leaving only Hobert and Simpson in the church. I suddenly recalled how I felt when I saw the Life Bible at Bishop Utravsky's place, Hobert said with a smile, looking at the holy symbol of life in the church. At that time, the doctrines of the Earth Mother Church deeply moved me. It's unexpected that we would later have the opportunity to cooperate, and the prospects for cooperation are getting better and better. Simpson also smiled and said, yes, when we first started cooperating, I never thought that our complementarity would be so high. I will seek new development in the South Continent. Hobert began to get to the point. If I can obtain a territory, I hope the Earth Mother Church can go there to preach. Simpson's eyes lit up. The church will, of course, not miss any opportunity to spread the Mother Goddess's light. If he could have another diocese the size of Longtail Island, his title of Archbishop would be well deserved. However, he quickly calmed down. If there's anything you need help with, just ask. There is indeed something I need the Earth Mother Church's help with, Hobert said without ceremony. I have encountered a huge difficulty and currently need a body exactly like mine. When my difficulty is resolved, I will end the life of this body, so there's no need to worry about disrespect for life. Simpson immediately said, leave this matter to me. He currently possessed such an ability. I have high requirements for this body. Let's put it this way, it's best if even my own spiritual body can't distinguish which body is mine, Hobert emphasized. This way it would be more secure, otherwise, Hobert would have simply asked his mother, April, for help. Simpson said very readily, I will ask a sequence 3 of the church to help you shape this body. It will require a few drops of your blood, some hair, and your spirituality. I have already prepared the blood and hair in advance. Hobert took out 2 small ampules, and then took out a spare ampule from his pocket, injected some spirituality into it, wrapped this mass of spirituality with a spiritual wall, and handed it to Simpson. Simpson took the 3 ampules one after another. Are there any requirements for the refining time of the body? You can give it to me once it's refined. Hobert would then store it in country of disorder, to prevent any changes in the body's spirituality. Currently, Hobert had already obtained the Beander characteristic of Sequence 2, and the auxiliary materials were also inherited from Rex, so it was time to make some preparations for advancing to Sequence 2. After bidding farewell to Simpson, Hobert returned to the study in the Lord's Manor and quickly set up an altar. In the center of the altar, the symbol representing the Evernight Goddess was drawn. After placing fine sand around the altar and lighting the candles, Hobert began to pray, Evernight Goddess, more sublime than the starry sky, more ancient than eternity. Your devout follower implores your gaze. I pray that you bestow upon me a magical item that can create a hidden environment for more than 10 minutes. A sense of tranquility, like deep night, immediately filled the area around the altar. Hobert's spirituality sensed that the altar in front of him seemed to be connected to a mysterious country. At this moment, the fine sand in the bowl suddenly floated out, forming letters in front of the altar, finally combining into a sentence. Requires an Beander characteristic or sealed artifact no lower than the spirit warlock level. Hobert realized that the Evernight goddess wanted him to find a vessel to bestow power. He immediately recalled the reward the Evernight goddess gave to the creator to remove the contamination from Daly and other Red Gloves members when resolving the Baklung Manor incident. That was a sealed artifact equivalent to a spirit warlock, which could be used here. Hobert asked, "What kind of sacrifice should I offer?" It would be best if it was a rotten meteor, so Hobert could also send this trouble away. The letters formed by the fine sand in front of the altar changed somewhat, with many more letters appearing, forming a new sentence. In the near future, help me obtain a sealed artifact from the War God Church. Hobert was stunned. This was a bit beyond his expectation. However, he immediately reacted. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely get it for you. Thank you for your audience. I will pray to you again after I have prepared the corresponding sealed artifact. The tranquility that could make people fall into slumber at any time disappeared, and the Evernight goddess disconnected from the altar. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. The body was ready, and he would also get a sealed artifact to create a hidden space. Now all that was left was to communicate with the Fool. To prevent the Fool from pretending not to hear, Hobert planned to communicate with the world first, lest the Fool feel unable to perform grafting and other operations, and simply temporarily cut off all contact with the Creator. And it would be best to wait until Klein is promoted to Sequence 3 before asking. He certainly cannot do this now. Hobert took a deep breath, finally resolving this huge hidden danger in his heart. He returned to the governor's mansion on Longtail Island quite relaxed to rest with furs. Wednesday morning, the sky over Tutuja Harbor was overcast today, as if a storm was brewing. Strong sea winds were already blowing from the sea, forcing pedestrians on the street to hold onto their hats. Such weather is very common at this time of year. Everyone was still doing their respective jobs, striving to complete their morning work before the heavy rain arrived. Furs, wearing a clean and neat dark knight's uniform and long boots, led 8 Beyonders to a warehouse at the dock. At the warehouse entrance, Furs said again, "Remember, everything in this warehouse is currently confidential." Seeing everyone nod or say yes, Furs pulled open the warehouse door. After seeing what was inside the warehouse, everyone was a little disappointed, because they really didn't know what was so confidential about just an iron frame. Until Furs introduced, "This is a teleportation array." Some Beyonders were stunned. "Madam, a teleportation array looks like this. This iron frame was added for convenient cargo transportation. The real magic array is under the iron frame." Furs explained, because a large number of priceless gems were used, and to prevent theft, the magic array was covered. Of course, it was also to prevent the planar map of the teleportation array from being leaked through low-cost reconnaissance methods. Many abilities at Sequence 5 or Sequence 6 can see through the steel platform and see the teleportation array below. But if there was no steel platform blocking it, an ordinary person could obtain the planar map of the teleportation array through memory. As for the mystical concealment below, it was to prevent demigods from prying. Furs said, "Your task is to operate the teleportation array in the future. I'll do a demonstration first." Injecting spirituality into the magic array, illusory doors rose from the ground. This scene greatly shocked the 8 Beyonders. This was the legendary teleportation array. This made them feel quite like, the organization I joined is so amazing. Finally, one by one, they drew corresponding symbols on their chests and shouted as if injected with chicken blood, "Praise the Creator." Furs, who was operating the teleportation array, was startled and glanced at these hot-blooded youths stand inside the teleportation array. "Do you think the entire warehouse can be teleported to Longtail Port?" Backland, 62 Queens Avenue. Hobert in the study looked at the information submitted by Zio, which was very detailed, just like the materials provided last time. "Very good." Hobert asked, "Did you bring the auxiliary materials?" Zio was somewhat excited. "I brought them." Hobert took out a set of scales and a measuring cylinder from the cabinet, and then took out a small wooden box containing an Beander characteristic of a judge. Zio prepared the potion with these tools and drank it under Hobert's supervision. No matter which pathway, the process of advancing to sequence 6 is somewhat dangerous. However, Zio digested the interrogator potion very well, and after 2 or 3 minutes of struggle, she completed the advancement process. From now on, I should call you Lord Judge. Hobert waited another minute or two before joking with Zio. Then he asked, "How do you feel?" Zio had basically reined in her spirituality and said, "Not bad." She paused and added, "It's just that the advancement process was a bit dangerous. The advancement to sequence 5 is actually safer, because from this sequence onwards, rituals are used to stabilize the state." Hobert smiled, "But it's only a little bit safer." Zio nodded and carefully remembered Hobert's words. Hobert added, "A pirate court has been established in Tutuja Harbor. You can go there to digest your potion when you have time." Zio was slightly startled before saying with a bit of embarrassment, "Thank you. While I provide you with this digestion method, I also need to give you a task." Zio breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more comfortable. "What task?" "Help me build an intelligence network in Tutuja Harbor." Hobert said, "More and more pirates are flocking there now. It's a natural information exchange station. If you need money, people, or support, go find Furs." "No problem." After sending off Zio, who couldn't suppress her smile, Hobert went to find Dofus, asking him to go to the South Continent again to purchase a large quantity of raw stones, and then to prepare a carriage. He took a carriage to a villa in the northern suburbs of Backland, which was the headquarters of the Demoness Research Society. Audrey was sitting in the living room waiting for Hobert. "Please wait a moment, class is about to end." She explained, "Because I found that the first batch of members lacked basic grammar and math knowledge, I hired 2 private tutors to teach them some cultural knowledge. As for the mysticism part, I am responsible for teaching it. As for Beander knowledge, Audrey would tell them everything that could be said publicly, or that could be told to them now. If any member wanted to withdraw, Audrey would simply utilize hypnosis to make that member forget this knowledge." Hobert smiled. "You're doing great, Audrey. I have to say, your praise is unoriginal." "Hee hee." Hobert chuckled, skipping the topic. "Are they willing to take the potion?" "They are willing." When it came to business, Audrey also became serious, but they still have more or less some psychological problems. If those psychological problems are not solved, it may affect their advancement to sequence 8. Hobert was stunned. What psychological problems? Confusion about fate, worry about family, great fear of losing their current opportunity, and worry-free living conditions. As a senior psychiatrist, Audrey listed some common ones. This often makes them appear anxious and uneasy, which you should know is very dangerous for a Beander. Hobert thought for a moment, "Perhaps I can solve their anxiety. When I see them later, I will announce 2 good pieces of news." Audrey hummed and added, "Hobert, you probably can't imagine the achievements of our research association. Even I didn't expect that the first batch of members, merely by knowing some theoretical knowledge of mysticism, would express many views that greatly surprised me. Those views, theoretically speaking, completely exceeded their understanding." Hobert smiled. "It's not impossible. They are not Beyonders, so their way of thinking about problems might be the most objective." Just as they were discussing this, the first batch of members of the Demoness Research Society finished class. Audrey introduced their teacher to Hobert. The female teacher, around 30, was a little flustered seeing the Earl for the first time. After greeting Hobert, she left. Audrey motioned for 20 uniformly dressed girls to sit down. They shared some common characteristics, such as being thin, having sallow complexions, and brittle hair. This was the result of long-term malnutrition, which reminded Hobert of Freya, who had already advanced to interrogator. When she first became Hobert's student, she looked big-eyed because she was thin, and just like these girls in front of him, her eyes were full of anxiety and confusion. "Don't be nervous, everyone." Audrey, comforted, "I am telling Earl Hobert about the achievements we made in our previous discussions. This Miss Anna suggested, based on the theory I provided, that if a god of a pathway has a profound influence on the Beyonders of that pathway, would the Beyonders of that pathway become increasingly similar to that god?" Hobert was stunned and glanced at Miss Anna, who looked only 17 or 18 years old. Audrey smiled. "How is it? I told you the members' conjectures would greatly exceed expectations, didn't I? It really exceeded my expectations. Hobert laughed, thinking to himself, truly, new calves don't fear tigers. Such thoughts would be considered very blasphemous by ordinary beyonders, they wouldn't even dare to think further after just conceiving the idea. Audrey said in a proper manner, then, Earl Hobert, please answer the question posed by Miss Anna. Hobert replied, theoretically speaking, as the level increases, and the influence of the god of the pathway deepens, one will indeed approach that god. I have an extended question here. Audrey said, I remember that the true god of the witch pathway was originally male, so if a male becomes a witch, would it be easier for them to get closer to their god? Easier to stabilize their state? This was the question Audrey called Hobert to discuss. If this theory held true, then the Demoness Research Society might need to recruit more male members. Your theory is not wrong. Hobert discussed with Audrey with a serious expression, but besides the influence of the god of the pathway on Beyonders, there is also the influence generated by the god that the Beyonder believes in. For example, if you believe in the Evernight Goddess, then after you join a Beyonder organization of the Night Goddess Church, even if you are not a Beyonder of the sleepless pathway, you will still be influenced by the Evernight Goddess. As far as I know, any Beyonder who has joined the Nighthawks, regardless of their pathway, will be somewhat clumsy in handicrafts. He and Klein could both attest to this. The members listened very carefully, as they realized that if Miss Audrey's theory was correct, they would become useless. Hobert added, additionally, there's also the difference of whether the Beyonder pathway has a deity or not. For example, a Beyonder from the lawyer pathway, which has no true god, would be more influenced by the Evernight Goddess if they joined the Nighthawks. If it's a Beyonder from the witch pathway, which has a true god, then if they join the Nighthawks, the influences from both sides will essentially cancel each other out. I know a bishop from the Earth Mother Church who originally believed in the war god, but later converted to the Earth Mother. Most of the time, he is influenced by the Earth Mother, appearing very amiable, but during combat, he seems to transform into a different person. Many members had already breathed a sigh of relief. Hobert summarized, in my opinion, it's probably that the deity one believes in easily influences a Beyonder's temperament, while when using Beyonder abilities, they are often influenced by the deity of that pathway. But this is not absolute, because the Beyonder themselves is the main entity. Although deities can influence Beyonders, Beyonders also have the right to choose. For example, the ancient death god is an undying bird, and the underworld emperor is a feathered serpent, and I haven't heard that the underworld emperor became more and more like an undying bird when he became a subordinate of the ancient death god. Hobert said the last sentence for Audrey to hear. With both undying bird and feathered serpent mentioned, the other members didn't quite understand. Audrey nodded, I understand. In other words, as long as one does not believe in the primordial demoness, it doesn't matter whether a Beyonder of the witch pathway is male or female. However, considering the subsequent acting, if it were a female, the psychological pressure might not be as great, which would be more conducive to maintaining the state. After answering this question, Hobert smiled and said, your research results far exceed my imagination. For this, I have brought you 2 rewards. First, as long as you voluntarily become assassins, I will arrange for your family members to work at Earl's Light. Second, having just heard the first reward, the girls became very excited. Some of them even exclaimed loudly, Goddess above, is it the Earl of Light? In the eyes of the people in the East District, anyone who gets to work at Earl's Light must have received the favor of a deity. That was the highest paying factory, without a doubt. Moreover, it also provided food and lodging, and family members could also live in the staff dormitory. Although it was very crowded, it saved on rent. Then, a family's expenses would only be for the family members' food and daily household items. As long as one person in the family worked at Earl's Light, they could support an entire family. The girls quickly quieted down, listening carefully to Hobert's second reward. The second reward, Hobert said, after you become assassins, you will get an interview opportunity. That's an interview with an intelligence officer. As long as you pass the interview, you will receive a job with a weekly salary of £6. Oh my goodness, £6. A full £6. The girls got excited again. Hobert smiled and waited for them to calm down again before saying, after advancing to Sequence 8 and Sequence 7, you will each have an opportunity to interview for a Beander unit loyal to the creator. Once you enter there, you will have better development prospects, and your salary will definitely double. The girls were all a bit incredulous, because such treatment was truly too good, it even sounded like a scam. All right, Hobert said, you continue with your discussion, I have other matters to attend to. After Hobert left, the girls all asked Audrey if the reward promised by Mr. Earl was real. Audrey smiled and said, what meaning would there be in him lying to you? The girls thought about it, and indeed, when Dennis first took them away, they thought they were going to be mistresses for some nobleman. Their parents had even instructed them to try their best to please that nobleman, so they could be favored by the nobleman and thus gain some benefits for their families. However, after they arrived at the Research Association, they discovered that it was completely different from what they had imagined. The girls thought carefully, and for an earl, there was indeed nothing on them that could be scammed. Hobert arrived at Earl's Light, and asked Todd about the progress of the negotiations. Under the immense pressure from the Prime Minister, the negotiations were progressing quickly, and Earl's Light would receive its first compensation tomorrow. Todd confirmed again, are we really going to utilize this money to acquire those two bankrupt gas companies? Exactly. Hobert smiled and said, the people at the Gas Association are too narrow-minded, no one stipulated that gas can only be used for lighting. It can also be used for cooking. Although electric lights were squeezing the gas market, it didn't mean that gas was useless. It's just that the current gas pressure is too low to be used for cooking. Hobert had already instructed his research team to study gas storage and pressurization technology, as well as gas stoves. Once Hobert's gas company opened, gas would appear before people with new utilizes. Now, taking advantage of gas companies suddenly becoming inferior assets, of course, the more they could acquire, the better. Leaving Earl's Light, Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion study to rest for a bit, then went to the living room and waited for Archibald, who arrived as scheduled. They had agreed to go together today to search for St. Yadro City. To facilitate the utilize of travel, Archibald only brought one marionette this time. The two first came to a small reception room and spread out a map of the Loan Kingdom. It's roughly here. Archibald pointed at the map and said, south of Constance in Intersea County, west of the industrial city of Belden. The source of the Hornassus Mountains is right here. I remember that if the weather is good, you can see the beginning of this mountain range from Constance City. Hobert nodded, can you still find the exact location? Archibald gave a bitter smile. The feeling of entering St. Yadro City at that time was very strange, like entering another space, or being pulled by a huge vortex-like force. He said this to cover up a previous lie. When he was attacked by overturning Sea Great Sage before, he said he could find St. Yadro City to save his life. But in fact, Archibald had gone back to look for it later and found that his previous entry into St. Yadro City was purely by luck, and he couldn't find the previous entrance again. Hobert did not pursue Archibald's lie, but instead asked him, can you find the approximate location? Yes. Good. Hobert took out his pocket watch and looked at it, we'll set off after lunch. Around 1 p.m., the two individuals and a marionette arrived at the easternmost point of the Hornassus Mountains. This was also generally recognized as the origin of the Hornassus Mountains. Hobert remembered that the messenger Beverly had once said that St. Yadro City was located at the southern end of Intersea, at the source of the Hornassus Mountains. The location described by Beverly was somewhat similar to the current location of Constance, a major industrial town in Loan. In terms of location, Connors was also the preferred choice for the capital of the entire North Continent. The Tassoc River, which flows towards Backland, is not far from this city, and supplies and soldiers can be transported along this river all the way to the coast of the North Continent. At the same time, through the Horn River, which converges with the Tassoc River in Tingen City, power can be radiated throughout the eastern part of Loan, all the way to the Amanda Mountains, where the Evernite Goddess Church headquarters is located. To the north, through Intersea, the power can be radiated to the northernmost Evernite plain by utilizing the two main rivers of the Faesac Empire. The only drawback might be that due to the obstruction of the Hornassus Mountains and the Central Plateau, it is impossible to quickly project power to the western part of the North Continent, which is now within the borders of the Intis Republic and the Fenaport Kingdom, without using Beander abilities. However, compared to other cities, this is indeed the location where power can be expanded to the greatest extent. Archibald led Hobert to the foot of the mountain. Last time, I entered Yadro City from roughly this location. Hobert looked around. Behind him were hills, and in front was a plain. From here, one could see Constance City with its factories one after another to the left front, and the sparkling Intersea to the right front. There were many villages and manors on the plain, and some playing children noticed the two strangers, curiously observing them. Hobert frowned. He had originally thought the entrance was in a desolate, almost uninhabited area. Since people frequently came around, it must not be a place where one could enter Yadro City simply by reaching a certain location. Hobert said to Archibald, "Tell me in detail about your last entry into Yadro City." "I arrived here at dusk that time." Archibald described, "I was pursuing a Earl of the Fallen. He took out something like a badge, facing the direction of the setting sun, roughly a little ahead of me. Then he disappeared, and I immediately chased after him, feeling a huge suction, and followed him into an illusory passage. I only remember that in that illusory passage, a brass-colored eye flashed by, and then a strange sky appeared before me, sometimes with blazing sun and lightning, and sometimes in the dark night sky." Hobert looked at the distant Intersea, as if talking to himself, brass-colored eyes. That seemed to be a characteristic of the reader pathway, but upon closer thought, it was quite reasonable. At that time, the God of knowledge and wisdom, eternal blazing sun, and storm of Lord, as neighboring pathways to the true Creator, must have been the three most fierce attackers among the 6 gods against St. Yadro City. It is very likely that the power of the 3 deities changed the environment or space here, causing the capital of the Solomon Empire to disappear. This is a riddle. Hobert said, brass-colored eyes, blazing sun, lightning, night. Missing dusk and earth. Then he denied his own conjecture. No, only earth is missing. You entered at dusk last time. Hobert held the healing fork in one hand and rested the other on a tree. This magical item was very special. Hobert suspected that it should have been marked by the Earth Mother and was quite unique in the planter pathway. However, Hobert did not feel anything unusual in the surrounding plants. He pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly squatted on the ground, placed the healing fork on the earth, and pressed his hand on this magical item. Hobert immediately felt surging life force underground. There is a huge plant underground. It seems to be as big as a small mountain. Is that the entrance? This should be a remnant of the previous divine war. Hobert's miraculous item, the healing fork, did not have the ability to manipulate plants, so Hobert only sensed the mountain-sized plant underground but couldn't operate it or even confirm if it was an entrance. Archibald was stunned. A plant that big. My spirituality didn't even sense its existence. He thought for a moment and added, the last time I entered St. Yadro City, I didn't see any large plants. Hobert pondered for a while before saying, perhaps St. Yadro City is in a special space, and only this plant is in the real world. Or maybe my thinking is wrong. He mulled it over and then asked, you just said that the Earl of the Fallen used a badge, pointing it towards the setting sun to open the gate to St. Yadro City. Yes. See if it's one of these two. Hobert took out the inherited Trentsust family emblem and the sealed artifact, 1-113 inches, Solomon family emblem. Both emblems were in the style of badges, and he felt that they might be useful during this exploration, so he carried them with him. Archibald smiled helplessly. I was behind him at the time, so I couldn't clearly see the pattern on the badge. He recognized the patterns on both emblems. They were clearly the emblems of 2 royal families. He was also curious where Hobert had gotten them. Hobert nodded and first tried with the Trentsust family emblem. He wandered around for a long time, but whether he injected spirituality or not, he didn't feel anything unusual. Then he tried with the Solomon family emblem. Since it was a sealed artifact with significant negative side effects, requiring periods of wearing and sealing, it took him over an hour to try it around the area. But there was no effect. Hobert and Archibald began a new round of discussion. Since they lacked clues, Hobert called over the children playing nearby. He grabbed a handful of pennies from his pocket. Whichever child can answer my question, I'll give him a penny. If his answer is useful to me, I'll give him 3. A dozen children gathered around, staring at the pennies in Hobert's hand, asking what the gentleman wanted to know. Hobert asked, do strangers often appear nearby? Have any people living nearby suddenly disappeared? The children scrambled to say, no. This answer surprised Hobert. Theoretically, if people from the Trensust family were entering and exiting from here, they should have been witnessed by nearby residents. Could it be that every time they encountered others nearby, they used a corresponding miraculous item from the spectator pathway to hypnosis them and delete their related memories? As for no one disappearing nearby, it meant that the probability of accidentally entering St. Yadros City was very small. Hobert gave each child who had just shouted, no, a penny. He then asked, have any strange things happened nearby? It turned out there were quite a few strange things. For example, one child's father suddenly came home and wanted to spank him. For example, wild fruits found by one child on the mountainside were picked by someone unknown. Hobert and Archibald exchanged a smile. These were not the strange things they wanted to know. Only one child's answer seemed to be a clue. My cousin's family are fishermen. Once he salvaged a very strange bronze mirror from the bottom of the lake. He said he once also fished up an electric man. Hobert pressed, have you seen that mirror and that fish? I've seen that mirror. Hobert gave that child 3 pennies, then took out his portable notebook and pen. Holding the pen in one hand, he grasped one of the child's hands with the other. Try hard to recall what that mirror looked like. The child closed his eyes and tried hard to recall. Hobert's hand holding the pen began to move, guided by spirituality, drawing an ancient mirror, clearly corroded by seawater. This operation was a common ritualistic magic in the Beyonder world, where one implores power to draw a picture from their mind. As a sequence 3, Hobert could currently implore himself and respond to such a ritual himself. However, the normal procedure should be that the child implores Hobert, and the child draws the mirror from his mind. But Hobert altered this procedure and used association to establish a connection between the spirituality guiding the child and himself. Thus, this scene occurred. Although the child was recalling, Hobert was able to draw the image he was thinking of. It looked like a mind-reading ability, but it was actually a situation presented by the alter of certain rules. The children were very surprised, their eyes wide open as they watched this scene. Hobert put away his pen and asked the child, is this what it looks like? Sir, what you drew. Goddess above, it's simply divine. The child was momentarily at a loss for words to describe it. Hobert smiled, dismissed the children, and then, with Archibald, examined the mirror drawn in the notebook. Although the mirror was severely corroded, the pattern on its back could still be discerned. The pattern was split in the middle, with animals on the left and plants on the right, the patterns on both sides completely unrelated. Archibald said, asymmetrical. This was indeed a characteristic of the fourth epoch, or rather, the Solomon Empire. Hobert closed the notebook and sighed. This only indicates that there are indeed ruins of the Solomon Empire nearby. Archibald then said, I was just thinking, is there a time limit for using the badge? Can the entrance to Yadros City only be opened at dusk? He also believed that the Earl of the Fallen had used either the Trensust family emblem or the Solomon family emblem. Of course, such emblems must be not merely decorative with the family's pattern but also possess special functions, unlike ordinary badges. After all, St. Yadros City was the capital of the Solomon Empire, and perhaps those wearing the Solomon family emblem could establish a certain connection with that city. And based on previous discussions with Hobert, Archibald also knew that the Beyonder inside might be a member of the Trensust family. Perhaps they found a way to enter and exit St. Yadros City, and the Trensust family emblem was like a key. Perhaps, Hobert pinched his temples. For now, they could only wait until dusk to try again. But what principle did this follow? At dusk, Hobert's first thought was of the god of war. But the question was, why could the power of the god of war be used to enter Yadros City? Why were there brass-colored eyes during the entry process? Could the giant plant underground be used to enter Yadros City? Hobert suddenly thought that the situation in Yadros City might be similar to that in the ruins of the god war at the end of the Sonia Sea, where the overflow of the gods' power caused a partial collapse of spatial rules, leading to St. Yadros City's disappearance from the real world. This made Hobert think of the hidden power again. He wondered if, during the god war back then, the power of the Evernight goddess caused Yadros City to be hidden. So, should he implore the Evernight goddess to let him enter Yadros City? Hobert pondered for a moment. It wasn't a good idea. Archibald was watching from the side. It would be strange for a devotee of the Creator to implore the Evernight goddess for help. Of course, more importantly, Hobert followed the previous line of thought and realized that the six gods had jointly attacked the Solomon Empire back then. From the clues obtained so far, a god war must have erupted in St. Yadros city at that time. The brass-colored eyes, the giant underground plant, and the entrance likely opening only at dusk, correspond to the god of knowledge and wisdom, the Earth Mother, and the god of war's powers, respectively. So, theoretically, by utilizing some high-level powers from the six gods' pathways, they should be able to find the entrance. This instantly reminded Hobert of the sun scepter that had been gathering dust on the Iron Throne. That was something that could mobilize the essence of the corresponding domain within a certain area. Instead of imploring the Evernight goddess, it would be better to try it first to see if it could find the entrance. So Hobert said to Archibald, "I will pray to the Creator to see if he can give me guidance." Archibald nodded. He had just wanted to remind Hobert to do so, but he felt that such a reminder might be presumptuous, so he had not spoken up. What this mist wolf didn't know was that the Creator would only intervene to solve a problem when he had a certain degree of certainty. Otherwise, even if prayed to, the Creator would not respond. After praying to himself, Hobert entered the country of disorder, reached out and took the sun scepter, which looked like it was made of gold, and observed his surroundings using his stars. In his true sight, there was nothing unusual around him, but in the intersea not far away, a somewhat abnormal bright light seemed to emanate, as if large masses of sunlight were contained at the bottom of the sea. The sun scepter in Hobert's hand trembled slightly, as if resonating with that place. Recalling the clues found earlier, Hobert immediately understood. St. Yadros city had sunk into the intersea. Therefore, a fourth epic bronze mirror could be salvaged from the intersea. Hobert estimated that the fish with lightning was probably affected by the residual power of the storm of Lord. And where Archibald entered Yadros city last time might have a certain connection with this capital of Solomon, so one could also enter from there. But one could also force an entry from the intersea. Hobert pondered for a moment. Even if it were dusk, the emblem in his hand might not necessarily guide him into Yadros city, it would be better to force an entry directly. He gripped the scepter tightly, made a rough deduction, and confirmed that with the scepter in his hand, he had a good chance of resonating with the residual power of the eternal blazing sun and entering Yadros city. So Hobert returned to the real world and said to Archibald, who was wiping sweat, "The Creator guided us to the sky above the intersea." Archibald, parched, nodded, "Okay." He didn't know what was happening just now, but Hobert's surroundings suddenly became hot, making this sequence 3 Beander creature sweat continuously. Hobert used travel again to reach the sky above the large masses of sunlight he had seen in the country of disorder. He first altered the surrounding light so that ordinary people in the distance couldn't see them. Then Hobert altered gravity and attraction, allowing them to float in midair. At this point, Hobert looked down at the sea below him. It was no different from other sea areas, appearing very deep and bottomless. At the bottom of the sea, there were no large patches of light to be seen. So Hobert prayed to himself again, then assumed a prayer posture and entered the country of disorder. Archibald, beside him, vigilantly observed the surroundings, preventing a sneak attack from the Trentsust family. Suddenly, he again felt the heat emanating from Hobert's surroundings. But this time it was different from the last. The image of the Creator appeared above them. Archibald dared not look directly and immediately lowered his head, but he felt as if the sun had suddenly fallen into the low sky, its light so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. The previous heat quickly turned into scorching heat. Archibald felt his scalp tingling from the radiation, and the water in his body began to evaporate. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since been scorched to death. Suddenly, Archibald's spirituality sensed a surge of power from beneath his feet. He instinctively opened his eyes, only to be momentarily blinded by the light. But in that instant, he still saw a huge, bright ray of sunlight burst through the lake's surface from the bottom of the lake, resonating with the sunlight created by the Creator. This massive pillar of light enveloped Archibald and Hobert. Inside the light pillar, it wasn't as scorching, instead, they felt a comfortable warmth all over their bodies. Immediately after, Archibald felt a downward pulling force, a sensation that was very familiar, similar to what he felt when he entered St. Yadro City last time. After only a second or two, Archibald felt himself standing on uneven ground. Meanwhile, ships sailing on the Intersea and people in coastal cities like Connaught City were startled by the sudden sunlight over the Intersea. However, when they looked out, the Intersea was still the Intersea, as if nothing had changed. Hobert's voice came from beside Archibald's ear. What's wrong with your eyes? I just looked at an intense burst of sunlight, Archibald said with a smile. It's fine, I'll recover in a moment. Then he made the corresponding gesture, praise the Creator. Although Archibald didn't quite understand what had just happened, he knew that the Creator must have used some means to forcibly send them into Yadro City. He knew that entering here required power at the level of a deity, so he praised the Creator's great power from the bottom of his heart. Hobert said, the scenery here looks quite good. Before his eyes was a vast ruin. Most of the buildings had collapsed haphazardly, but many still stood tall. In the distance, there were many tall palaces, some built with black materials, others with grayish-white. Though dilapidated, they still appeared magnificent. The sky showed no sun, but there was a twilight glow, making such an ancient city even more poignant under the setting sun. Within the ancient city, trees and moss grew everywhere, and clear streams flowed through the streets, with even many small fish in the water. This place is very dangerous, Archibald said. Is it dusk or night now? Hobert was startled. It's dusk. In the beautiful scenery before them, there was no sign of danger. Archibald stretched out his hand. Let's quickly hide in the shadows, whether under a tree or inside a building. Utilize distortion, not travel. Hobert didn't ask why, immediately grabbing Archibald's arm and using distortion to reach the shade of a tree. Only then did Archibald explain. The space here is a bit chaotic. Using travel would make it difficult to reach our destination accurately. I estimate that only Beyonders of the Apprentice sequence would be unaffected. He paused, then continued. Dusk is a relatively safe time, but if exposed to the twilight, it will attract many monsters with corrosion abilities. If we hide in the shadows, they won't attack us. No sooner had Archibald finished speaking than Hobert saw a puddle of mud-like substance suddenly emerge from where they had just been standing. This puddle of mud formed a humanoid shape. Its hollow eyes glanced at Hobert and Archibald under the tree's shade, as if they were common rocks or bricks. Then the mud looked at the small fish in the stream. Splash! It plunged into the stream, and the clear water turned black and foul. The moss and water plants immediately turned black and rotted, eventually also becoming mud. The small fish suddenly elongated, transforming into humanoid black shadows. These black shadows caused the surface of the mud to turn a rusty color, and the mud's movements became sluggish. Hobert was very familiar with the black shadow's attack. It was the power of Fallen. Archibald, whose vision had somewhat recovered by now, said, Here, apart from where the Trentsust family members live, there are no normal living creatures. Hobert nodded. In the ruins of a god's war, finding normal living creatures would indeed be strange. At this moment, the setting sun gradually faded, and the sky seemed to instantly turn to night. Let's quickly hide in those ruins. Archibald urged again. So Hobert again used distortion to change their location, arriving at a ruin composed entirely of stones. The large tree that had provided them with shade suddenly grew a dozen or so vines, which groped around like tentacles. Soon, these vines extended into the stream, entangling both the black shadows and the mud. The mud was not pulled apart in the middle. Instead, the vines dragged it onto the bank, where it struggled to break free from the entanglement. So the mud emitted a dawn-like light, as if clad in dawn armor, and seemed to wield a dawn sword in its hand. It swung the great sword at the vines, but as the great sword descended, it vanished without a trace. Hobert looked at the low sky, where a cloud like a jellyfish, twinkling with starlight, indicated that new monsters had joined the battle. At this moment, Archibald, using the starlight, looked into the distance, revealing a helpless smile. The terrain here has changed quite a bit. To find the gathering place of the Trentsust family members, we first need to go to that magnificent black palace. There are many difficult monsters there, but if the two of us work together, it won't be too dangerous. Hobert nodded. So the plants here become aggressive at night, right? Yes, it's best to walk where there are no plants at all, Archibald concluded. The aggressiveness of these plants isn't very strong, but it's easy to get entangled by them, which then attracts some monsters at the plant or demigod level. And our fighting will attract some other beyonders of other sequences at the demigod level. I understand. Hobert glanced at the mud, black shadows, vines, and jellyfish, still entangled in battle, then used distortion to quickly approach the black palace. It was a palace built of black stone, its outline clear in the darkness, not blending into the surrounding gloom. Hobert found a good foothold on the black building and then used distortion to move there. Just as the two were about to land, the black stone beneath their feet suddenly shifted behind them, and Hobert's distortion towards the palace also turned into a distortion in the opposite direction. This was the power of the Black Emperor sequence. Hobert used alter to restore a sense of direction to the chaotic space created by the monster hiding in the dark. The two people and one puppet finally stood on top of the black palace. Before the monster could act, a black tide suddenly surged from beneath Hobert's feet. Wherever this tide went, whether stone or plant, rusty spots quickly appeared. The fallen of sequence 3 can already materialize, causing both the physical body and spirit to fall together. This was an area of effect attack, and it immediately forced out the monster that had been hiding its spirituality. It was a humanoid figure in black armor, but it was gaunt and dry, like a mummy. The black light flickering in its eyes and its crooked, seemingly boneless head proved that it was a monster, not a person. Association. Hobert strengthened the association between the monster and Archibald. This allowed Archibald to immediately gain initial control over the monster before them, essentially depriving it of its ability to move and think, if it had such an ability. Distortion. Hobert used distortion to alter the concept between a stone at his feet and the monster, then stomped on the stone, crushing it. The monster's chest immediately became caved in. That stomp was equivalent to stepping on its body. Then Hobert used amplify on the monster's injuries, crushing its breastplate and chest cavity until they were only as wide as a finger. But Hobert and Archibald's spiritual perceptions both realized that the monster was still not dead. So Hobert used alter on gravity and gravitation, strengthening gravitation by dozens of times, while gravity, after being strengthened, became a force in the opposite direction. Thus, the monster was instantly stretched long and thin, and finally pulled into two halves, upper and lower. This time, the monster was truly dead. Archibald again sighed inwardly. The association or amplify of the lawyer sequence is a perfect match for controlling spirituality threads. That monster was at least at sequence 4, but with the cooperation of the two, it was completely vulnerable. If Hobert had abilities for strong offense, he could have eliminated the opponent even faster. However, one of them was the strongest support, and the other was a sequence that attacked enemies stealthily from the shadows. Both lacked the ability to defeat an enemy in a single blow. Although the bracelet Hobert wore contained the ability of slaughter, he rarely used sealed artifacts now. Even without the ability to kill an enemy in one blow, Hobert's own abilities were already very powerful, and at this level, using his own strength was more convenient. Hobert used the utilize ability to instantly extract the Beander characteristic. This characteristic was a black crystal that seemed alive, constantly twisting. Just looking at it, one could almost hear sounds filled with a sense of fallen. Hobert put away this Earl of the Fallen's Beander characteristic and said to Archibald, "I'll keep it for now. We'll distribute the spoils of this operation once we're out." Archibald nodded and immediately surveyed the surroundings from the top of the black building. Just then, the sky suddenly became very bright. Archibald's eyes narrowed. Get inside the palace. There was no need to utilize the power of distortion this time. Hobert and Archibald directly jumped into the palace. Hobert turned his head to look outside. The scorching sun dispelled the darkness, and it instantly went from deep night to noon. Moreover, this noon was very unusual. The temperature on the ground rapidly rose. First, the vegetation caught fire. These plants twisted and writhed, but still couldn't shake off the great fire on them, eventually seeming to be burned to death, standing there motionless. Some strange creatures that hadn't managed to hide also caught fire. They ran madly, providing many new fuels for the flames, and eventually they too fell to the ground and burned to death. But strangely, despite being only a wall apart, and the outside being so hot that even the air density changed, one could even see the air turn into a film-like appearance with the naked eye. Yet inside the wall, within the palace, they felt almost none of the high temperature from outside. Crack. After the outside reached a temperature unsuitable for any living creature, there was a violent peal of thunder. Flashes of lightning descended from the sky, completely killing any creatures that hadn't thoroughly died in the high temperature. Hobert no longer looked at the situation outside. He knew that at this moment, he should pay more attention to the situation inside the main hall, as logically, many monsters should have hidden inside buildings just like them. He turned his head to see that it was a hall predominantly black, with asymmetrical stone carvings and decorations on the left and right sides. From the top of the hall, copper rods hung down, which were inverted candelabras. Many candelabras had already fallen or were missing. Inside the tall and profound hall, on an imposing high platform, there was a black, exquisitely carved stone chair. Hobert looked at this dilapidated hall and wondered if it might be Solomon's imperial palace, and if that chair was Solomon's throne. Hobert felt his gaze drawn to the stone chair, unable to look away. That exquisite stone chair seemed to symbolize supreme power. It was, after all, the chair the previous emperor had sat in. He imagined how majestic he would look sitting on it. At this thought, Hobert shook his head. The emperor wasn't majestic just because of a chair. Taking a deep breath, Hobert finally tore his gaze away. He quickly noticed that Archibald and his marionette beside him were like demons, their eyes fixed on the stone chair, walking step by step towards the high platform. At the same time, Hobert felt his order crystal emitting an unusual heat. This immediately made him realize that it must be the order crystal on him that had cleared his mind. So Hobert immediately took out a order crystal and placed it in Archibald's hand. Fearing that he might not have placed it in the real Archibald's hand, Hobert also put one in the marionette's hand. Archibald and his marionette, who had already reached the center of the hall, quickly sobered up. Archibald glanced at the order crystal in his hand that was close. He said with a wry smile, "Last time I passed by this palace, I realized the danger in this hall and didn't enter. Now it seems it was fortunate I didn't." Hobert looked around. No wonder there are no monsters in this great hall, it might be because of this throne. Crack. The thunder outside was still very loud, but the hall was like another world, deep, dark, and quiet. Hobert looked at the murals on the wall, which depicted some deeds of the Solomon Empire in the fourth epic. The first and second murals described Solomon's unification of the North Continent. His unification ended the era of administrative divisions by dioceses that had existed since the third epic. Commerce became very prosperous, and the people gradually became wealthy. However, the dioceses of the six gods rejected Solomon's rule. Those areas were very barren, and the people lived in poverty. In these murals, the six gods appeared in human form, making it easy to distinguish which deity was depicted in the mural. Although there was no intentional uglification of the six gods' images like in the true Creator's Church, they were not depicted positively in these murals, often attacking each other, leading to widespread death. Hobert felt that the credibility of these murals should be relatively high. In the early fourth epic, the six gods indeed seemed to have a period of frequent mutual attacks. Once war broke out, there would inevitably be deaths and disruptions to production. But when he saw the third mural, a part of it had faded. Hobert was about to take a few steps closer to examine it carefully when his spirituality suddenly sensed danger. He immediately, distortion, his position, moving to a safe area behind. Archibald also had a similar sensation, but he didn't have time to dodge and was pierced by black spikes that suddenly shot out from the mural, creating several holes in his head and chest. Archibald, however, seemed to feel no pain, merely taking a few steps back. His body instantly became liquid, and after recoalescing, he transformed back into an unharmed Archibald. It turned out this was his shepherd marionette. At the same time, the black spikes attached to the mural retracted, transforming into a gray figure. Hobert and Archibald saw that the figure had 3 heads on its shoulders. Vaguely, it could be seen that the head on the left was young, the one in the middle appeared middle-aged, and the one on the right was old. From its appearance, this should be the Trinity Templar of the Hanged Man pathway. It was a sequence 3-level monster. Association. Hobert planned to utilize his old tactic, but the Trinity Templar was like a master of cloning. It left a black shadow in its original spot, while its main body quickly retreated, splitting into two with the black shadow. Hobert immediately realized that he had only association to the black shadow, which was just a shadow of the Trinity Templar, and had not completed the association between its main body and Archibald. This made Archibald's control of the spiritual thread seem to miss its mark. He fired air cannons at the target while planning to retreat behind Hobert. After all, for convenience of movement, he had only brought one marionette today, and his own defensive capabilities were not very high. But just as he fired an air bullet, and Hobert hadn't had time to amplify it, both of their shadows suddenly rose from the ground, tightly embracing their legs. Whoosh! At this moment, the old head of the Trinity Templar suddenly burst into flames, like a burning mass of hair. At the top of the flames, 6 blazing white spear instantly formed, dividing into 2 rows, firing separately at Hobert and Archibald. Almost simultaneously, the young head of the Trinity Templar suddenly became somewhat unreal. The 6 blazing white spear that had just been fired instantly vanished from Hobert and Archibald's sight. Hobert immediately realized that this was deception from the Marauder Pathways Sequence 3. Clearly, that young head could utilize this pathway's ability at this level. So he immediately used chaos. The space around Hobert and Archibald became chaotic, and 5 blazing white spear lost their direction, landing on the ground not far from the 2. One pierced Hobert. Hobert immediately grant the injury in the blazing white spear on him to the wall. Boom! The moment he grant it out, the blazing white spear exploded, blasting a sizable hole in the wall. The power outside seemed to be disturbed by this explosion. Scorching sunlight flowed in, forming a human figure like a light cluster. Immediately after, a lightning bolt struck the entrance of the main hall, also forming a human figure. An electric man, crackling with electric light, entered the hall. Archibald's expression immediately became very ugly. 1 Trinity Templar was already difficult enough to deal with, and now 2 more enemies of no low sequence had arrived. Hobert, however, smiled. Multiple enemies allowed the frenzied mage to maximize his advantage. The Trinity Templar's offense never stopped. Its young head remained in a somewhat illusory state, and at the same time, its left shoulder and arm also looked somewhat unreal. This arm slightly lifted, attempting to theft Hobert's Beander ability. But Hobert distortion this theft onto the light cluster man. Originally, the light cluster man was also going to attack Hobert, but because its ability was stolen by the Trinity Templar, it turned around and made a gesture of embracing the sun towards the Trinity Templar. For a moment, in the mid-air of the Great Hall, above the head of the Trinity Templar, a pure sphere of light entwined with countless holy flames appeared. The middle head of the Trinity Templar showed an expression of extreme pain. He quickly reached forward to theft distance, trying to evade the attack of the pure light sphere. At this moment, Hobert was more composed. He altered the effect of the theft, making the Trinity Templar's theft of distance turn towards the direction of the electric man monster, who was still observing. So the Trinity Templar instantly appeared in front of the electric man. The electric man monster was clearly a bit stunned. It seemed it hadn't intended to immediately join the battle, but since the enemy was already close, it had no choice but to participate. It formed a cover of thick lightning around the Trinity Templar, and 7 or 8 lightning bolts crackled and struck the Trinity Templar. The body of the Trinity Templar immediately turned into a ball of fire. The lightning seemed to have not harmed any physical entity. Fortunately, they were all monsters. If they were Beyonders, the Trinity Templar would definitely be shouting, "You 2 idiots, this is the frenzied mages doing." The electric man monster seemed to realize its previous attack was useless. It raised its hand again, and the lightning in the hall turned pure white, looking somewhat eerie. The orange flames on the Trinity Templar were struck with white spots one after another. This time, the lightning harmed it. It quickly floated its shadow over, transforming it into a suit of pitch black armor. Although the white lightning left white marks on the armor, it temporarily could not harm the Trinity Templar again. At this moment, the light cluster man monster came over, holding its giant pure light sphere. It was also very strange, this ability should have lasted at most 2 or 3 seconds, so why hadn't it disappeared after 5 or 6 seconds? The extended duration of the ability was, of course, thanks to Mr. Hobert, the frenzied mage, who had retreated to the corner and done a good deed without seeking recognition. At this time, the Trinity Templar was about to steal the Electric Man monster's ability, while its middle head was maintaining the Black Shadow armor. Originally, the old head on the right was just about to take the opportunity to sneak attack the Electric Man monster, but at this moment, it also had no choice but to prioritize forming a large fireball to resist the Light Cluster Man monster's light sphere. Hobert raised his hand, amplify. The Light Cluster Man monster's light sphere instantly grew 3 times larger, immediately gaining a huge advantage. The light sphere first devoured the fireball summoned by the Trinity Templar, then rapidly descended, engulfing both the lightning and the Trinity Templar. A pure white light flashed, and Hobert quickly closed his eyes, but his spirituality could still perceive the changes on the battlefield. The Black Shadow armor of the Trinity Templar was broken, and its middle head became much more transparent, clearly having suffered a significant blow. The abilities of the Sun Pathway, in some aspects, counter Beyonders of the Hanged Man Pathway, who primarily utilize Fallen and Shadows as their main means of attack. What was particularly unlucky for this Trinity Templar was that the lightning of the Tyrant Pathway also had a certain degree of restraint against it. At this time, Hobert took the opportunity to utilize Amplify again. This time, he amplified the injuries of the Trinity Templar. It knelt on one knee, as if unable to stand for a moment. But this did not put the Trinity Templar in a desperate situation. Its young head on the left, which had just stolen the Electric Man monster's ability to attack, changed to stealing its thoughts for the next 1 or 2 seconds. The Electric Man monster stood still, motionless, no longer launching further attacks. At the same time, the old head of the Trinity Templar tilted back, and an inverted candlestick was entangled by a flame-like thread. The candlestick instantly transformed into a flame spear, thrusting towards the Light Cluster Man monster. This was a fatal attack, and the Light Cluster Man monster also had to retreat to dodge. Hobert and Archibald's shadows suddenly attacked them at this moment. Although they easily neutralized it, by the time they freed their hands, the Trinity Templar had already taken advantage of this opportunity to drill into the shadows of the main hall. Hobert was about to utilize his ability to prematurely end the Trinity Templar's integration into shadows ability, but he found that the Light Cluster Man and Electric Man monsters, having lost their target, looked at Hobert and Archibald. The 2 monsters in front of Hobert were at least at the Sequence 3 level, corresponding to the Justice Mentor of the Sun Pathway and the Sea King of the Tyrant Pathway, respectively. Monsters of this level definitely possessed intelligence, though how much sanity they retained was hard to say. Seeing the 2 monsters look at him and Archibald, Hobert smiled and said, "Gentlemen, at this moment, we can temporarily join forces to chase down the injured Trinity Templar. We can definitely take it down." Hobert was answered by a burst of lightning and a massive pillar of light. Hobert once again used his distortion ability, sending the lightning towards the Light Cluster Man monster, and the pillar of light onto the Electric Man monster. In an instant, the 2 monsters quickly retreated, evading each other's attacks. But at this moment, the Electric Man monster's retreating steps were slightly slower. Hobert immediately understood what was happening: association. He strengthened the spiritual connection between the Electric Man monster and Archibald, and the Electric Man monster's speed became even slower. The Light Cluster Man monster seemed to realize something and immediately attacked Archibald. Hobert blocked in front of Archibald. Distortion. A pure white no-dark spear, aimed at him, plunged into a nearby shadow. For a moment, the shadows in the Great Hall rippled like water, indicating that the Trinity Templar had not left. It was licking its wounds while waiting for an opportunity for revenge. Of course, Hobert intentionally made the no-dark spear pierce into the shadow, firstly to see if the Trinity Templar was still there, and secondly to disrupt its state. Rampage. Hobert's primary task now was to stall the Light Cluster Man monster, buying time for Archibald. If he could turn the Electric Man monster into a marionette, Then with 3 against 1, the Light Cluster Man would not be their opponent either. The Light Cluster Man monster's thoughts were affected by Rampage, and it immediately retreated to avoid Hobert's next attack. At this moment, a fierce gust of wind suddenly blew through the Great Hall, swirling around and quickly forming a massive whirlwind that engulfed the Electric Man monster, which was composed of lightning. Alter. Hobert knew this was the Electric Man monster's dying struggle, so he altered the wind speed and force, causing the fierce wind to quickly diminish. Archibald also focused intently on the whirlwind in front of him. His control over the enemy was at its final stage. Just then, a somewhat illusory hand suddenly reached out from the shadows in the corner of the Great Hall. That was the Trinity Templar, hiding in the dark, attempting to steal Archibald's next thought to disrupt his control. It was also very clear that it absolutely could not allow Archibald to complete his control over the Electric Man monster, otherwise it wouldn't be able to escape either. Hobert immediately distorted the theft attack onto the Light Cluster Man monster. This time, the Light Cluster Man monster was prepared. Its head suddenly emitted a pure white light, causing the Trinity Templar to only grasp a ball of light. At the same time, the entire Great Hall erupted in fierce flames, with one intensely burning wall of fire heading straight for Archibald. Because the attacks were simultaneous, Hobert was stretched thin. Archibald weighed his options for a moment, took a few steps back, and his control over the Electric Man monster loosened slightly. The Electric Man monster seized this opportunity, immediately transforming into a bolt of lightning and escaping through the Great Hall's entrance. Hobert gestured to Archibald, indicating not to continue the attack. Almost at that instant, the Trinity Templar seemed to perceive Hobert's intention and completely vanished into the shadows. The Electric Man monster also turned into a beam of light and left the Great Hall. Sometimes, the game at the Sequence 3 level is like this. In the situation just now, whoever continued to act would easily fall into a disadvantageous position. Whether Hobert attacked the Light Cluster Man monster or the Trinity Templar, he couldn't defeat them in one move. Then the monster being attacked would be in a defensive posture, while the other monster would seize the opportunity to attack Hobert. Similarly, if the Light Cluster Man monster attacked Hobert, the Trinity Templar would certainly take the opportunity to ambush the Light Cluster Man monster. Although it had just saved the Electric Man monster, that was merely because it didn't want Hobert's side to have an overwhelming advantage. Since neither side could instantly gain an absolute advantage, this battle was destined to end here. Hobert sighed inwardly. If the person behind me were a true scholar of yore, without needing the historical projection of an angel, just 2 historical projections of Sequence 3 would quickly gain an advantage in this battle from the start. It's a pity that Archibald only has half the ability of an scholar of yore. Of course, if Archibald were an scholar of yore, it's very likely this battle wouldn't have happened. The two of them watched everything in the Great Hall with great vigilance, while Hobert replayed the battle in his mind. He noticed that none of the 3 monsters showed any desire to possess the exquisite stone chair on the high platform. Does that mean that the stone chair only works for normal beings like Hobert and Archibald? And the monsters here are basically unaffected. And the reason why no other monsters hid in this Great Hall was simply because the Trinity Templar monster was present. Then Hobert pondered again. Did the Light Cluster Man and Electric Man have corresponding Beander characteristics within them? Because they were quite different from the Trinity Templar and the previous monster at the Earl of the Fallen level. Hobert also wasn't sure if they were creatures affected by the power of the city's deity, or if they were originally Beyonders of the corresponding pathways. If it was the former, it's very likely their situation was somewhat similar to bestowed ones, merely granted some power by the deity's overflowing power here. In that case, even if they were painstakingly killed, no corresponding Beander characteristic would be obtained. As for those so-called affected creatures, they should be the former residents of this city. Hobert had never heard of survivors from St. Yadro City, otherwise, the news of Yadro City sinking to the bottom of the sea would have spread long ago. Then the hundreds of thousands of people in Yadro City at that time might be these monsters in the ruins now. Of course, many of those angels and members of the angel family certainly escaped, but a large portion of them later pledged allegiance to the 6 gods. For example, the 4 angel families who once served the Solomon Empire and later defected to Truncest. They certainly wouldn't publicize the battles that occurred during their days as enemies of the 6 gods. The other angel families were defeated in the later Four Emperors' War, and many are currently still wanted by the Orthodox churches. To hide themselves secretly, they certainly wouldn't publicize these matters either. Even if they knew the current state of Yadro City, it would be difficult to enter, and even harder to find this place again, as it is surrounded by the power of a divine war. Just like Beverly, a figure from the fourth epoch, she only knew the approximate location of St. Yadro City. At this moment, the intense sunlight outside gradually faded, and the glow of dusk appeared on the horizon. Clearly, a new cycle had begun. As the scorching sun receded, the previously barren ruins were once again reclaimed by vegetation. Large trees and bushes grew in just a few seconds. Immediately after, water appeared in the ruins, and moss quickly covered the stones. At this time, this ruin was relatively safer, and Hobert and Archibald had no intention of exploring the stone chair on the high platform or searching for the Trinity Templar. Clearly, if a demigod-level battle occurred here and the enemy couldn't be quickly resolved, it would certainly attract more demigod-level monsters. This was not their primary objective for this exploration. Archibald continued to guide Hobert, and Hobert used distortion to leave the Black Palace and arrive under a tree outside. With each distortion, he could precisely avoid the dusk. Until they arrived in front of a white building, Archibald said, "It's nearby now. We'll go around that building." Hobert retracted his gaze. "Okay." It was a white villa with an asymmetrical style, featuring a lush green lawn and spacious archways. Crucially, it looked completely intact, without any damage. In a ruin of crumbling walls, such a building must be very unusual. When Hobert looked at it just now, his spirituality sensed that the building was also looking at him, and it seemed that by merely observing, the other party could gain a large amount of information from him. He used distortion again to avoid the villa, but after only 2 distortions, Hobert stopped. Because the white villa appeared in front of them again, Hobert looked at Archibald. The mist wolf smiled helplessly. "Last time I came, this house didn't follow. Since the other party is so hospitable," Hobert smiled, "why don't we just take it down?" He had already sensed that this villa was only at the demigod level, but its state seemed a bit strange. Even if they couldn't take it down, it would be good if they could attract other demigod-level monsters to entangle the villa. Archibald was slightly stunned. "Hospitable. Take it down. Is there some causal relationship here?" Since Hobert said so, Archibald naturally had no objections. He had his marionette step forward and raise its hand towards the white villa. Bang bang bang. A series of air cannon shots were fired, and one of the villa's windows suddenly transformed into a giant, brass-colored eye. That eye seemed to have witnessed all the prosperity and desolation of the human world. Its gaze was filled with the vicissitudes of time, yet incredibly sharp, as if it could see through everything. After the air cannon reached a certain distance from the villa, it merely took one glance from that eye and reverted to air. The probing attack immediately made Hobert realize that this was a monster corresponding to the sequence 3 inches insightful 1 of the reader pathway. As long as it saw through the rules or underlying logic of the target's attack, it could easily neutralize the target's attack. For example, if it saw through the essence of an air cannon as a utilize of air, then it could revert that portion of air to its original state, thereby ending the air cannon's state, and Archibald's marionette's attack would be neutralized. Hobert smiled. "This ability is quite interesting." At this time, the distance between the two sides was still relatively far, allowing for mutual observation. Hobert had brought a grade 0 sealed artifact, but had not used it, fearing that its attack range was too wide and would attract more enemies. At this moment, his hand, which had been reaching for the grade 0 sealed artifact, retracted, as he had thought of a very good method. "Ha!" Hobert suddenly shouted, then amplified his voice, which immediately turned into an ultrasonic wave flying towards the villa. The eye on the villa was still watching Hobert and the others, as if it didn't quite understand what the enemy was trying to do, and didn't bother with the sound waves. This was just an experiment. Hobert quickly used the distortion ability to approach the white villa, reaching a range where they could attack each other. Then he altered the mechanical structure of the villa, and the white villa immediately shook as if it were about to collapse, but the brass-colored eye blinked, neutralizing Hobert's attack, and its mechanical structure quickly stabilized. The ground beneath Hobert's feet suddenly became soft, like stepping on jelly. The land surged around Hobert like a tide, swallowing him instantly. This was a secret art mastered by the White Villa. No matter how Hobert tried to escape, the soft earth would entangle him as if it were alive. But just as Hobert disappeared, the surrounding gravity suddenly amplified and began to exert force in the opposite direction. After 2 experiments, Hobert's attack finally began. The soil and stones in the villa's front yard, as well as the bricks and stones from the ruins around the villa, floated into the air and began to spin as if pulled by some force, and even the tiles on the villa stood on end one by one. The White Villa, once again, perceived Hobert's attack, and the gravity around it, which Hobert had altered, quickly returned to normal. Thud! A stone hit the White Villa. It was an ordinary stone from the ruins that had just been sucked into the air and was now falling again. Thud! 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 These stones rained down like a storm, each blow fiercer than the last, with some stones shattering into pieces upon hitting the villa's tiles. The brass-colored eye stared intently at the stones. It certainly perceived everything, and the stone's gravity suddenly became enormous, as if they were falling from hundreds of meters in the air. It immediately began to neutralize this attack. Since the gravity was now too great, it tried to restore normal gravity, but it found it couldn't. Because forming greater kinetic energy from a high fall is a rule of this world. If it restored the stone's original gravity, it would violate the rules of mechanics, as the stones were falling from a higher place, not falling from a place where gravity was restored. The White Villa could not account for the acceleration of falling. If it considered the gravity from falling from a higher altitude, it would be unable to restore the stone's original gravity, which would be an invalid operation for it. It could only restore the rules of the world, but it could not change them, not even a little bit. This was the method Hobert had just thought of, exploiting a bug. Hobert's experiment of changing the mechanical structure was to probe the White Villa's range of abilities. Since it understood mechanical structures, it could restore its own mechanical structure, but it only restored it and made no changes. So Hobert devised this tactic, superimposing 2 forces, and the White Villa indeed couldn't perform the corresponding operation. The White Villa mastered the underlying logic and rules to neutralize the target's attacks, while Hobert's path had always been to destroy and alter the underlying logic. He quickly found the loophole in the White Villa's Beander ability and took advantage of it. As for the initial sound wave experiment, Hobert was testing the state of this White Villa. The test result was that it had no hearing and should only have visual and spiritual perception, so it ignored ultrasonic attacks. In other words, it itself needed to follow the rules of the real world, and in terms of utilizing rules and the mysteries of Beander abilities to neutralize enemy attacks, it was far less flexible and adaptable than the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathways. If it encountered Beanders from other pathways, the White Villa's neutralization of Beander ability attacks would indeed be very troublesome, but in Hobert's view, its neutralization was simply not enough. Crash! The roof of the White Villa was smashed through by stones with immense gravity, and quickly became riddled with holes. By the time it realized it didn't necessarily have to neutralize the enemy's attack, and could also utilize its secret art to protect the roof, it was already too late. At this moment, the air around the White Villa was suddenly compressed, forming several pure white small marbles. The White Villa prophesied. In fact, there was no need to prophesy to know that this round of attacks was like the previous ones, unsolvable. So the grass in the White Villa's yard suddenly rose from the ground, transforming into a green armor protecting the villa. Boom! Several explosions occurred simultaneously, startling and causing many monsters and plants in the vicinity to flee. Just as the White Villa had predicted, if it tried to restore the original structure of the white marbles, it would also be detonating them, because the way Hobert detonated the air marbles was by quickly ending his alteration of them. This was different from the previous tactic of force superposition, and it was another loophole of the White Villa. Crash! Although there was green armor, a corner of the villa still collapsed. Because Hobert had once again altered the sound waves generated by the explosion, turning them into highly destructive attacks. When the White Villa's spirituality sensed it, it immediately used its secret art to protect its own structure, but it was still a step too late. The somewhat disheveled villa transformed into a stream of light and quickly departed. The soil that had been continuously entangling Hobert also stopped attacking, as if it had lost its life. Hobert used distortion to emerge from under the soil layer. He was not stained with dirt because the space around him was in a state of chaos, making such physical attacks largely ineffective. He smiled faintly. This is what happens when you try to talk about rules in front of me. Hobert still did not pursue, because monsters of this level not only possessed many unpredictable, secret arts, but critically, they could also perform prophecy within a certain range, making such opponents very difficult to deal with. In fact, if the White Villa had continued to fight Hobert using its secret arts, it wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Hobert and Archibald continued forward, arriving before a large tree covered in fruit. The fruits on this large tree were as big as pears, with many deep wrinkles, somewhat resembling chayote in Hobert's impression. Behind the big tree were also ruins and wilderness, which looked no different from other places. Distort the space around this tree, and you'll be able to see the Trensused family members' habitat, Archibald said. Just as Hobert was about to utilize the power of distortion, a section of the tree trunk suddenly dropped like a curtain, revealing a completely different scene. It was as if time and space had gone awry, or the photo editing was very abrupt. In a landscape of ruins and wilderness, a normal, inhabited town suddenly appeared. At the entrance, there were several people dressed in asymmetrical, ancient robes, looking at Hobert and Archibald with caution. The leader, a middle-aged man around 40 with brass-colored hair, stared at Hobert. "Who are you? Did you cause the explosion just now?" The other party used ancient Forsac language, and although the pronunciation was very archaic, he could understand the meaning. Hobert took out the inherited Trensused family emblem, infused it with spirituality, and also said in ancient Forsac language, "I heard there's another branch of my family here." As spirituality was infused, the emblem suddenly became three-dimensional again, and the crown on it emitted a faint black light, as if it were truly a small crown. Several people showed surprised expressions. After a full 7 or 8 seconds, a scream from afar brought everyone back to their senses. Hobert didn't turn back, because his spirituality sensed danger, and he noticed that the Trensused family members opposite him had all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly ahead. All of this indicated that even looking at the source of the danger was extremely perilous. The expression of the leading middle-aged man softened considerably. "Come in quickly." Using the power of distortion, Hobert immediately led Archibald and his secret puppet into the curtain. Hobert noticed that behind him, a structure like a water membrane seemed to float up, isolating the outside world. And inside, there were no ruins, but complete houses. The sky was filled with an unchanging dawn light, and the area was covered with trees bearing fruit like chayote. There were also melon vines between the trees, and these vines were also full of fruit, forming a green net in midair. The entire town was quiet. Apart from the few people around Hobert, no one else was active outside, but Hobert could feel pairs of eyes hiding behind window cracks. "You can call me Bishir," the leading middle-aged man said. Hobert also introduced himself. "Hobert." "Hello, Hobert," Bishir asked. "How have you been doing all these years?" "Not very well, constantly suffering from the family curse," Hobert said truthfully. "I heard you don't have the trouble of the curse." "Yes, perhaps because our duties are different," Bishir said meaningfully. Hobert was slightly stunned. "What are your duties?" Bishir looked Hobert up and down. "Didn't your elders tell you?" "My father passed away when I was very young," Hobert sighed. "I only learned of your existence from some notes he left behind in ancient texts passed down in the family." "Sorry," Bishir seemed to suddenly understand. "I forgot about your curse." Then he said, "Here, it's not a secret either. You are responsible for greeting His Majesty the Night Emperor's return in the outside world, while we hide here, responsible for guarding some things." At this point, Bishir glanced at Archibald behind him, clearly indicating that his statement was incomplete. Hobert asked knowingly, "How can we greet His Majesty the Emperor?" "You don't know." Hobert nodded. They also didn't know the method of Truncest's resurrection, only that the Night Emperor would revive. He took a deep breath. "I came to you because there's something else I need your help with." Hobert went straight to the point. "I now need to find the Trensost Empire ship, and from some family records, I saw that you have clues to this ship here." "Yes," Bishir said, "we have the key to enter the Empire ship here." Hobert didn't quite understand the other party's words. Is this a metaphor? Or does entering the Trensost Empire really require a key? Bishir looked at Archibald again. It's hard to explain. Hobert said, "This is my companion, you can speak directly." The person who appeared here did not recognize that the seemingly amiable middle-aged man in front of him had once come to this small town, killed people, and stolen the thin-necked glass bottle they were guarding. Although Bishir nodded, he said, "Some things can only be known by members of the family." He added, "If you want to utilize the Empire key, all members of the cabinet must agree. The other 4 cabinet members are waiting in the hall right now. Go meet them." "Okay." Bishir added, "But your friend has to stay here." Hobert said to Archibald, "You wait here for a bit, I'll go chat with the family members." Archibald nodded and sat down on a stone bench not far away. 2 Trensost family members were responsible for entertaining him, which of course also meant monitoring. Bishir and 2 other family members led Hobert into the small town. Hobert pointed to the fruits on the surrounding trees with some curiosity and asked, "Can these fruits be eaten?" "These are our food, we call them 100 flavor fruits." With Archibald not by his side, Bishir seemed much more relaxed. "It looks like only one type of fruit, but you only know what flavor it is after cutting it open. There are bread-flavored ones, steak-flavored ones, potato-flavored ones, and even red wine-flavored ones." Hobert exclaimed, "How amazing." This reminded him of the mountain-sized plant on the Intersea coast. These 100 flavor fruits, that large plant, and the other unusually shaped plants outside were clearly products of the Earth Mother's power. Hobert asked again, "The location of this small town seems very stable, with a clear difference from the outside space. Why is it so special here?" He added, "If there's any secret that can't be revealed, then pretend I didn't ask. There's no need to hide it from you." Bishir said, "This space is equivalent to a secret realm, created by a sealed artifact." The emblem Hobert inherited was enough to earn the trust of the Trensost family members, so they would answer some questions truthfully. At this moment, they arrived in front of a wide, asymmetrical building. The left side of the building was a semicircle, while the right side was perfectly square. Bishir said at the door, "The outsider from St. Yadro City holds the Trensost family emblem and has successfully activated it with his spirituality. He has something to ask for, so I brought him here." The door was opened from the inside by a woman in her 40s with the Trensost family's characteristic bronze-colored hair. She glanced at Hobert. "Come in." Hobert followed Bishir inside and saw a spacious hall with an unpainted solid wood long table. 3 elderly individuals, also wearing asymmetrical robes, sat at the head of the long table. The one at the very head was white-haired and looked very old. Hobert bowed slightly to them. "Greetings, elders." The 3 elders all stood up and nodded, one of them saying, "You too." The female cabinet member who had opened the door earlier had a good impression of this polite young man. "Please be seated." So Hobert thanked them and sat at the lower end of the long table. Bishir first briefly introduced Hobert, then introduced the cabinet members to Hobert. The oldest man sitting at the very head was Prime Minister Abbott. The other 4 members, including Bishir, were called ministers. There was only one female minister, named Kunna. After everyone sat down, Prime Minister Abbott asked, "How many Beander level members do you have now?" 5. "What sequence are they respectively?" 2 sequence 3, 3 sequence 4. The elder nodded, "The same as us." Then he asked, "Have your grade 0 sealed artifact not been lost?" "No." "That's good." The elder sighed, "I never thought that in my lifetime, I would still be able to learn about the situation of my kin." Kunna then asked, "How did you get in here?" "With the help of a mysterious existence, by utilizing the related power of the eternal blazing sun here." Hobert told the truth, but only mentioned it briefly. Everyone did not press about the mysterious existence, but Kunna continued to ask, "Then how did you find this place?" Regarding this, Hobert and Archibald had already agreed on a unified statement. "My companion and I have been wandering in the ruins for a long time, hiding in a black palace, encountering a strange, white villa, before finally arriving here." Bishir said, "Fortunately, you and your companion are both sequence 3, otherwise if you encountered that 3-headed monster in the palace alone, it would have been dangerous." Hobert didn't go into detail, but said, "Yes, we joined forces to repel it. Try not to get close to the palace, and the temple not far from there. Kana suddenly reminded, there are even more difficult monsters underground there. I understand, Hobert sincerely said, thank you for the reminder. Bishir said, as for that, White Villa, we often encounter it too. It's very difficult to deal with. We've besieged it several times, but haven't been able to kill it. At this moment, many thoughts suddenly flashed through Hobert's mind. First, he thought that not everyone, like himself, could exploit the White Villa bug. Then he realized that his utilization of the Black Emperor pathway's abilities was outstanding among Beyonders of the same pathway. Besides his own talent as a transmigrator, Rex's notes had given him immense help, helping him analyze the frenzied mage's abilities clearly. The most direct manifestation was that if Hobert could command 4 Beyonder-level Beyonders, the 5 of them would definitely be able to kill that White Villa. In fact, 2 people would be enough for the main attack, and the remaining 3 Beyonders would be responsible for dealing with other Beyonder-level monsters that were attracted, at most providing support. These thoughts flashed through Hobert's mind, and he continued, at that time, we were just about to hide under the large fruit-laden tree outside to avoid dusk, when we suddenly saw Bishir appear. Abbot said, that's because the explosion you just made might awaken a terrifying monster in the ruins. As he spoke, he glanced at Bishir. Bishir immediately said, that monster was indeed looking for the source of the explosion, but it hasn't fully awakened. Abbot hummed, that's good. Hobert asked, what kind of monster is that? Kana replied, according to our observations, that should be a monster formed after an angel of the death god pathway died, or was affected by the power of the gods here. Hobert was stunned. Why would there be an angel of the death god pathway here? This question made everyone present stunned. Bishir was the first to react and explain to everyone, because of the curse, some ancient family histories that were not suitable for recording were not passed down among Hobert's kin. Hobert noticed the other party's wording, family history not suitable for recording. The others either nodded or hummed, all understanding Bishir's meaning. So Abbot asked, you should know that our Trentsust family was once a noble of the Solomon Empire, right? Hobert nodded. I know. I also know that our ancestors secretly contacted the 6 gods and gained the opportunity to advance further. His words were really praising the Trentsust, because that was actually a betrayal. I understand which information you're not clear about now. Abbot then explained, in our orally passed down family history, the Solomon Empire was at its peak at that time, with more than a dozen noble families at the angel family level alone. The Rose Redemption and the True Creator Church, and also 2 King of Angels, and 3 angels. Hobert slowly nodded. In the 4th epic's angel family, it seemed that besides Adam and Ammon, and a few other families, all had served the Solomon Empire. And the 2 King of Angels of the Rose Redemption were Medici and Ouroboros, who were, true, King of Angels. Abbot unhurriedly asked, how much do you know about the angel family that supported Solomon? Hobert replied, I know most of them. There are Trentsust, Tudor, and Abraham, Antigonus, Zeratul, Zoroaster, Jacob, and also Sauron, Einhorn. And Castile and Augustus. Abbot nodded. There were also the Stiano and Constantine families. It is said that old Tamara was also deeply trusted by Solomon and was the empire's chief intelligence officer. Hobert was stunned. Stiano. The elder explained, that's the later god of artisans. Hobert's face showed surprise. He never expected that the god of artisans, back then, no, he hadn't become a god yet at that time. He never expected that he had also supported the Solomon Empire. But why had he never received any related information? Then Hobert thought, no wonder I don't know about this. After the god of steam and machinery became a god, he would definitely erase any traces of having been on the wrong side. After all, the true gods are righteous, and Solomon, whom they killed, is evil. A righteous god certainly cannot be a member of the evil faction, and no wonder he later needed the 6 gods to acknowledge his status as a true god. Because they were once enemies, and the god of steam and machinery wanted to join the enemy, so he naturally had to humble himself. Hobert also thought, perhaps during the battle in St. Yadro City, the god of steam and machinery witnessed the strength of the 6 gods faction and decided to align himself with them. Later, he first supported Trentsust, then participated in the battles of the Pale Era, assisting in defeating the Night Emperor and the primordial demoness, finally completely clearing his name. Thinking of this, he asked, "Then, who is Constantine?" To Hobert's surprise, Abbot replied, "I don't know." "Don't know?" Hobert pressed, "Is he that mysterious?" At that time, several angel family disappeared after the battle in St. Yadro city. Abbot explained, "In the fourth epoch, some people speculated that those angel family were simply disguised by some great figures. For example, many people believe that Constantine was one of the angels of the demon family, and some even speculate that he was the later bound god, or a subordinate of the bound god. Their reputations weren't very good in the fourth epoch, so they gave themselves new surnames and became the great nobles of that time." Hobert slowly nodded. This was quite possible. Immediately after, he thought, then the strength of the Solomon Empire back then was even stronger than imagined. Whether it was the bound god or the demon family, they were powerful aides at that time. Abbot continued, "Also, you should be clear about the strength of the Abraham family. They were dukes of the Solomon Empire. They supported, to be precise, they supported the true creator. But why they supported him, I'm not very clear either." Hobert thought, the characteristic of the door pathway first appeared with the celestial venerable, and later most of the characteristics were obtained by the undying bird ancestor. After that, the ancient sun god defeated the undying bird ancestor and should have also obtained some Beander characteristics of the door pathway. Could it be that the ancient sun god established a connection with door Mr. because of these characteristics? And this connection lasted until the fourth epoch. In the fourth epoch, door Mr., who was only one step away from becoming a true god, should have had a status only inferior to Solomon. The elder abbot finally said, "Back then, the true creator vaguely sensed the intentions of the six gods, and had the forces of the underworld emperor and the demonist sect come to support, which is why there were angels of the death god pathway here." Phew. Hobert let out a long breath. These two reinforcements were not surprising. So, the true creator's faction back then was not weak. The true gods included the true creator, Solomon, and the underworld emperor. The king of angels included at least door Mr. Abraham, Ouroboros, and Medici. I wonder if Stiano and Cheek had become king of angels at that time. Hobert thought for a moment and quickly came to a conclusion. The former was unlikely, as he seemed to have directly advanced to a true god without fully digesting the Sequence 1 potion. The latter, however, had a certain possibility. In short, this faction was a level higher than Hobert had previously imagined. Before, Hobert had thought that the Six Gods faction had an overwhelming advantage, but now it seemed that the Six Gods faction also faced considerable pressure. However, thinking about it, this was also quite reasonable. If the pressure wasn't great enough, the Six Gods couldn't have united. This also explained why St. Yadro city became the God War ruins of the North Continent. If there was an overwhelming advantage, the God War should have ended quickly, and the city would not have sunk to the bottom of the sea due to the battle of the gods. After thinking about these things, Hobert said, "I understand." Then he asked, "Besides that angel-level monster of the death god pathway, are there any other monsters of that level here?" "When we first arrived here, we originally planned to conduct a systematic exploration," Abbot replied. "But later we realized that it was too dangerous and could easily bring disaster to our habitat, so we only explored parts of this city. During these explorations, two angel-level monsters were discovered. Because we couldn't observe them up close, we don't know if they turned into evil spirits after they died. Or were they affected by the God War and were in a very strange state, unable to leave here." Hobert nodded. He made up his mind that if he became an angel or Sequence 1, he would definitely come back to harvest the Beander characteristics here. For him, this was simply a huge treasure. He also wondered why the Orthodox churches hadn't come to harvest them. After a brief thought, Hobert roughly understood that after the destruction of the Solomon Empire, the six gods, who were not very united to begin with, must have fallen into open and covert struggles again. To enter here, one either needed the help of a god, or, like the Trentsust family, found a back door here. In an environment where the six gods were not united, they would never allow people from other churches to enter here. This was like Yadro City having a treasure known to the entire North Continent. If only one god knew about it, he would secretly excavate it, but with all six gods knowing, it instead formed a kind of check and balance, where no one could enter. Thinking of this, Hobert asked again, how did you get in? To be honest, even after studying a lot of information, it still took me some effort to enter this city. It was Bishir who answered him. First, our common ancestor Truncest knew the location of St. Yadro city. After he became a god, he formed a subtle connection with his territory and obtained clues to enter here. So, at the beginning of the Four Emperors' War, he secretly sent people to explore this city, but to avoid being detected by the six gods, the family did not send too many forces for a large-scale exploration, only establishing a stable passage for entry and exit here. At that time, it was by utilizing the fact that the war god's power had a certain resonance with the twilight outside, allowing entry to a location not far from the town during twilight. Hobert said, "Oh," and then asked, "Did you establish this secret realm using a sealed artifact after escaping here?" "No, this secret realm already existed," Bishir said. "We just eliminated all the monsters inside and then settled down here." "I see." Hobert continued, "Just now, after hearing about your duties, I suddenly remembered that I also encountered a slender glass bottle outside, which seemed to be filled with some magical mist. I wonder if the bottle you are guarding is the same as that one." This time it was Abbot and the others who were surprised. They exchanged glances, and then Abbot asked, "Where did you see it? Who is its owner?" "At sea," Hobert answered truthfully. "Its owner was an outer god's avatar. I strongly suspect that it was a slender glass bottle once held by the Tamara family." Abbot nodded. "That's very possible. It is said that the main duty of the Tamara family back then was to utilize a slender glass bottle to find a lamp for Solomon." Hobert also understood. Tamara had come into contact with uncertain mist in the early 4th epoch. Then, Abbot let out a long sigh. "We have guarded that glass bottle for over 1,000 years. According to the ancestors' instructions, it contains clues to obtain power greater than that of a god. But what we didn't expect was that starting from September last year, that bottle seemed to become quite active. It actually quietly corrupted a minister. Because we knew the glass bottle posed a certain danger and corruption to us, we set up a bloodline-supported barrier. Only if all 5 cabinet members agreed could one cross the barrier and touch the glass bottle. Otherwise, Truncest members could not even touch the glass bottle. But that minister used us during a sacrifice to attract an outsider. Using some rules of the barrier, he helped that outsider touch the glass bottle and take it away. We immediately pursued with all our might. We found the glass bottle, but the mist inside was already very thin, and we don't know if it can still be used. As for that outsider, we couldn't divine any information about him." Hobert noticed that the glass bottle became active in September last year, which was when he first entered the country of disorder. It was very likely that this stimulated the glass bottle and made it active. Hobert combined Archibald's description and gained a comprehensive understanding of the whole matter. Archibald was also used. That minister deliberately lured him here. Archibald, upon realizing he was corrupted, immediately discarded the glass bottle, and as a result, he was brought back by Abbot and the others who caught up. Because Archibald himself possessed strong anti-divination abilities, he was not found by the Trentsust family members. As for what happened next, Hobert was very clear. To transfer the corruption of uncertain mist, Archibald quietly controlled Baklung Manor, and in the process, transferred some of the corruption to Selena's family. The core power of that glass bottle had been hidden within Selena's sister-in-law, and after sufficient preparations, it finally descended 2 months ago, which was the little boy, now the young Erebus. As for the glass bottle brought back by the Trentsust family, because it had lost its main power, the mist inside became very thin, and it might not have any effect. However, since Abbot and the others did not invite Hobert to examine the glass bottle, Hobert temporarily had no intention of telling them his guesses. Hobert continued along this topic. "I am quite unfamiliar with that glass bottle. If I have the opportunity, I will help you retrieve the Tamara family's glass bottle." He paused and added, "This is also why I came to you. I have seen in some family documents that, under the influence of the 6 gods, the Trentsust family and the Tamara family became mortal enemies. Recently, we had a large-scale conflict with the Tamara family, but they control the Black Emperor ship. We are no match for them at sea, so we can only search for the Trentsust Empire ship to counter the Black Emperor ship. I hope to get your help in finding the Empire ship." For this, you can propose some conditions, provided that I have the ability to fulfill them. Everyone looked at Abbott. The elder considered for a moment before saying, "The Tamara family is our common enemy. According to some of our records, Mr. Valentine, an angel of our family, died in a despicable sneak attack by Tamara. We will provide you with the key to enter the Empire ship." At that time, there were 2 such keys in total. One was with Duke Serbia, and the other was kept in Backland. When the Great Knight Emperor suddenly fell, we took the key from Backland. As long as you get the whereabouts of the Empire ship, using the association ability within a certain distance should allow you to find it. Hobert was also very familiar with Duke Serbia. The Duke's former mansion was the ancient courtyard with an underground structure containing the corpse of the ancient death god, which Hobert had explored with Mr. Azek. The elder paused and continued, "But I must warn you that the Empire ship was cursed by the Underworld Emperor. No living person can approach it, and even an angel might fall under the powerful curse. It is said that many methods were tried in the 4th epoch, but none could lift the curse. Related documents record that it might only be possible to rescue Duke Serbia and the others after the Underworld Emperor falls. Unfortunately, His Majesty the Night Emperor fell first." He sighed deeply, as if lamenting that history from over 1,000 years ago. According to the family records, after the Underworld Emperor falls, the curse on the ship will be greatly weakened, but for beyonders below the angel level, it will still be very dangerous. "Thank you for the warning." Hobert asked, "Does the information mention how to lift that curse?" "The information only leaves one method," Abbott said. "That is for the Underworld Emperor to lift it himself." Hobert smiled helplessly. "That's obviously impossible. However, he could try to pray to the Evernight goddess, asking her to utilize the uniqueness of the death god pathway to help lift the curse. But then he thought that this prayer shouldn't be too abrupt. He should say that he got the news from Klein, knowing that the goddess had a sealed artifact of the death god pathway, which is why he tried to pray for the relevant power. As for whether Klein would be punished by the Evernight goddess, that was another matter. However, Hobert guessed that the probability of punishment was small. After all, the Evernight goddess had no intention of keeping it a secret. Hobert asked, while letting his thoughts wander, "How can I thank you?" "It would be best if we could obtain the Tamara family's slender glass bottle." Abbott and the others were very worried that if the Night Emperor returned and asked them for the glass bottle, and at that time they only gave the Night Emperor a glass bottle, it would seriously affect the Night Emperor's plan. He said, "It doesn't matter if you don't get it. Just come and tell us the results after the battle." "I will do my best," Hobert said seriously. He would definitely do his best to kill Truncest, and then no one would care about the glass bottle. Then Hobert added, "It seems a lot of our family's historical records have been lost. May I read your treasured records here?" "You may." Abbott agreed readily to this point. "Let Bishir take you." Then he said to Kunna, "Go tell the clan members that these outsiders are our own people and there's no danger." Hobert sincerely thanked him, then followed Bishir to a small, asymmetrical building. Inside, there was an asymmetrical table, trapezoidal on one side and rectangular on the other. Around it were 2 bookshelves, filled with hardbound books. Hobert opened one. It was all handwritten, more like repeatedly organized notes than actual books. It recorded a large amount of information about the culture, economy, and other aspects of the 4th epoch, with a good deal of information about the Beyonder world. For example, between the 3rd epoch and the 4th epoch, there was a transitional period of several decades between the 2 epochs. Without the ancient sun god, the North continent fell into chaos, and powerful Beyonders quickly established rule over various regions by force. Many angel family members rose during that time. Hobert sighed with emotion. These were historical records preserved from the 4th epoch, their preciousness self-evident, enough to make that ancient history incredibly rich. These records were particularly detailed regarding the fall of the Solomon Empire and the history of the early 4 Emperors' War. Hobert even saw a detailed description of Beverly's death in battle. They also recorded a large number of battles with Adam and Ammon. Of course, Adam's name did not appear in the records. A placeholder was used, but based on the related descriptions, Hobert was certain that the records described Adam. This was equivalent to demonstrating the Black Emperor pathway and the Justiciar pathways methods against the Spectator and Marauder pathways to Hobert. Further on, there was the account of Megale's demise, which was similar to Truncest's description. Although most of the records were either already known to Hobert or not immediately useful, he still read them with great interest. Hobert read quickly, finishing all these big books in 7 or 8 hours. He summarized them, and 3 pieces of information were currently very useful. The first was a record of the locations of the 9 mausoleums built by Tudor, with very detailed descriptions of how to enter them. Unlike Hobert's impression that the blood of 22 sequence beyonders was needed, it was possible to utilize some of Dr. Mr. S arrangements from back then to enter the mausoleums. However, it required the blood of a demigod from the Dr. pathway, and at least a sequence 3 level of utilize or exile was necessary. Hobert studied it carefully. In essence, this was using the special properties of the Dr. pathway's beyonder power to mislead Dr. Mr. S arrangements from back then. Hobert carefully noted down the locations of the mausoleums and the methods of entry. This information would soon be of great utilize. The second very useful piece of intelligence was the description of the Trensost Empire ship, or rather, the description of that underworld emperor trap. This would be of considerable help to Hobert's upcoming actions. The third piece of information was about Knight Emperor Truncest and the thin-necked glass bottle. It was said that for a period of time, Truncest always carried the glass bottle with him. But after that period, Truncest ordered the bottle to be sealed. According to the court records at the time, Truncest described his actions as, "If this bottle is not sealed, the powerful mutual fusion force between us could easily awaken it, and I currently have no way to stop it from waking." Hobert initially thought Truncest was referring to awakening an outer god, but he immediately felt that was incorrect, because the relevant description was shortly before Truncest's demise. Perhaps it was because he was already delirious that he described the reason for sealing the glass bottle, otherwise, he would have no need to explain his actions to his subordinates. At this time, uncertain mist had already contaminated Truncest, so there was no reason to still be afraid of awakening uncertain mist. Therefore, Hobert believed that it was someone else. Moreover, Hobert was very interested in Truncest's mutual fusion force with this bottle, wondering if he could put Truncest into the glass bottle. At that time, he would hold up the glass bottle. "Truncest, I call your name, do you dare to answer?" Thinking of this, Hobert smiled slightly. Theoretically, it was around 10 o'clock at night, but outside it was still dawn, as if the sun could rise at any moment. Perhaps because of Cunna's explanation, the houses in this small town were now open. Many people were whispering about Hobert, and children stared at Hobert with curious eyes. Hobert greeted them, but received no response. Bishir smiled and said, "Long-term reclusion has made everyone quite shy." Hobert then said, "When I come more often in the future, everyone will get to know me." Returning to the previous room, only Abbott was there. He handed Hobert a wooden box containing a crystal key. Recalling the relevant information he had just seen, this key was equivalent to an identity authentication, allowing one to enter the Empire ship at any time, and it also had the authority to open the captain's cabin, meaning that the person carrying this key had the opportunity to become the owner of the Empire ship. Hobert thanked him again, then met up with Archibald, who was waiting outside the town. Bishir escorted them out of the town and taught them how to leave. To enter, the condition was that it had to be dusk outside. But leaving from here was not so troublesome. By using the Trensost family crest at a specific location, one could open a secret passage established during the 4th epoch. Now St. Yadro city was in darkness, which was relatively safer. Hobert followed Bishir's instructions and indeed opened the passage. After bidding Bishir farewell again, Hobert and Archibald left through the passage. In the passage, Hobert saw the brass-colored eye Archibald had mentioned. Hobert had also seen the process of this passage's construction in the records. This brass-colored eye was merely a symbolic representation because the power of the god of war was used back then, and to prevent detection by the god of war, the power of the god of knowledge and wisdom was used for concealment. This eye looked like a fossil or a beautiful rock unearthed during tunneling, seemingly without any signs of life. But Hobert felt that if the god of knowledge and wisdom wished, he should be able to utilize this eye to observe the situation inside the passage. They quickly reached the other side of the passage. It was already deep night outside, and the location outside was precisely where Hobert and Archibald had repeatedly lingered that afternoon. Using travel To return to Backland, to the Earl's mansion study, Hobert took out the only Beander characteristic obtained from this operation. This Beander characteristic is very useful to me. I want to trade other things for your ownership of the other half of this trophy. No, Archibald refused. I promised you a long time ago that I would help you find St. Yadro City. This time it's purely a favor, no trophies needed. That was Archibald's pledge of allegiance when he joined the Creator's faction. Hobert did not stand on ceremony. Thank you for your help, otherwise I might never have found that city. After seeing Archibald off, Hobert sacrificed the Beander characteristic of the Earl of the Fallen to the country of disorder. With this characteristic, he could consider cultivating a demigod. Hobert sat in his chair and thought for a moment. His first thought was, of course, Elliot, as he had high loyalty to the Creator. The only problem was that he had not yet fully digested the Mentor of Disorder potion and might not be able to advance until the end of the year or early next year. Others were not considered for now, and he couldn't give any more to the Bach family, otherwise, Sequence 4 Beander characteristics would seem too cheap. Additionally, he now had 2 imperative mage Beander characteristics and should consider promoting Angus. Becoming an official Beander, the digestion of the Judge and Disciplinary Knight potions was very rapid, and Angus might be able to digest the potion by October. At that time, Hobert would have a demigod he had personally cultivated. Finally, Hobert picked up the crystal key he had just obtained from the Trenshust family. This reminded him that during a casual chat with Bishir, he learned that they also had a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and it was taken from Backland, not acquired in St. Yadro City. This made Hobert once again marvel at the Trenshust family's wealth. In the first half of the Four Emperors' War, Trenshust was always the victor. At that time, the family possessed more sealed artifacts than any single Orthodox church. For the Solomon family, Hobert knew of only one Grade 0 sealed artifact, and it had even become his trophy. The Tudor family was the worst off. None of the 3 branches had a Grade 0 sealed artifact, though they did have an angel in poor condition, which compensated for the lack of sealed artifacts. Hobert was just about to utilize the crystal key to immediately search for the Trenshust Empire ship. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Hobert put away the crystal key. Come in. Doffus opened the door and said, Alan came looking for you around 5 in the afternoon, saying it was urgent. Hobert was startled and immediately got up. All right, I'll go right away. 6 hours had already passed. He used travel to arrive at the Lord's Manor in South Colson and found Alan, who was still waiting in front of the Traveller's Gate. Upon asking, he learned that Archbishop Simpson had urgent business with Hobert. Hobert immediately had a bad feeling and quickly arrived at the church on the mountain using his distortion ability. The church doors were open, and the oil lamps inside were lit. Hobert entered the church and indeed saw Simpson waiting on a pew. Upon seeing Hobert, the usually amiable Simpson said with rare seriousness, "We cannot help you refine a body." Hobert frowned slightly. "Your church's high-ranking officials regarding the compensation I offered." No, Simpson interrupted him, "It's not that we're dissatisfied with the compensation you offered, but rather that we don't have the ability." This somewhat surprised Hobert. Even the Sequence 3s in the church don't have this ability. Simpson swallowed. Even the angels of the church don't have this ability. Hobert didn't quite understand Simpson's meaning. He remembered that when his mother, April, was at Sequence 4, she had helped Dunn refine a very good body. Although Dunn found it difficult to advance further, there were no signs of rejection. But for him, Archbishop Simpson of the Earth Mother Church told him that not even an archangel could help him refine a body. Hobert pondered for a moment before asking, "Have we encountered any technical difficulties?" "The director of the Life Research Institute is also very puzzled," Simpson said with a helpless smile, "because we've never encountered a situation like this before. The life forms refined from the blood you provided possess no vitality whatsoever." Hobert seemed to understand something. What if, and I mean if, an archangel of the pharmacist pathway had made some alterations to our bloodline over 1,000 years ago? Could that cause such a result? Simpson was startled at first. He thought for a few seconds before saying, "It would only increase the difficulty, it wouldn't cause a situation like this." He considered for a moment before adding, "Unless a true god of that pathway had made the alterations." Ancient death god Lilith. Hobert shook his head. That was unlikely. She was the current Earth Mother. He suddenly recalled that before his mother left the church, she was very likely one of the vessels for the Earth Mother's descent. Could it really be that the Earth Mother had tampered with him? That would be too much of a trick. He finally had a reliable method, but he was stuck at the very first step. Hobert pondered for a moment and then asked, if, and I mean if, I perform a ritual, praying for the Earth Mother to help me refine a body, would such a ritual succeed? Simpson's expression was a bit strange, as if saying, you really dare to think. He cleared his throat and said, that depends on your faith in the Mother God, whether it can move the Mother God. Hobert was somewhat helpless. If the Earth Mother had indeed tampered with him, then she could certainly refine a body if asked, but whether she would help was uncertain. The other option was to find April and ask her about the circumstances before his birth. However, the information he could obtain from this option would likely be very limited. If a deity tampered with an ordinary infant, a sequence 5 would find it difficult to detect. Let me consider it, Hobert said. Let's see if there are any alternative solutions. All right. Simpson hesitated, wanting to say more. Hobert smiled and said, if we open up new territory, we will still invite the Earth Mother Church to preach, as it benefits both of us. Simpson also smiled and said, we will also help you find a solution. Emerging from the church, Hobert took a deep breath under the starry night sky, contemplating alternative solutions. He suddenly thought, since fool's grafting is needed anyway, if it's another body, it should still be possible to graft his bloodline over, right? But Hobert immediately shook his head. That way, it would be very easy for Truncest to detect. He could simply wait for the grafting effect to end, then enter his body and awaken. He could consider defeating Truncest in the country of disorder, after advancing to sequence 2, but the one in the country of disorder was not his entire consciousness. Only during the resurrection process would his entire consciousness be concentrated, otherwise, part of his consciousness would remain hidden in the bloodlines of other family members, and defeating only that one would be useless. He let out a long sigh. This matter could only wait a little, to see if there were any other turns of events. By the time he returned to the Earl's mansion study, it was already midnight. Hobert adjusted his emotions and decided to immediately go search for the Trenserost Empire. After all, the matter of advancement could be delayed, but Tutuja Harbor currently did not have sufficient control of the seas. So Hobert once again took out the crystal key and brought the cane containing the rapier. Since it was the Night Emperor's curse, the rapier would very likely be useful. In Backland, it was certainly impossible to associate with the Trenserost Empire. Hobert had previously asked Alger and Catlia to help him look for news of the Trenserost Empire, but several months had passed, and they seemed to have received no relevant information. Fortunately, Hobert had a clue about the Trenserost Empire in his hand. When Hobert and Alger were exploring the island with the elf ruins, Hobert had once seen the Trenserost Empire from a distance at the place where the real world and the underworld merged. If he could see it again, he would definitely be able to associate with its location. So Hobert, following his previous markings, came alone to that uninhabited island. In the darkness, the surrounding storms, like well walls, still felt very oppressive under the faint light. The island at night was shrouded in thick fog. These mists could be seen as the place where the underworld and the real world merged. The mirror-like, two-dimensional spaces, in the distance were still easy to distinguish even with little light. They were parts of the power of an outer god that had once descended. Hobert took a deep breath, drew the rapier from his cane, and used distortion to approach the mist. When he had explored before, Hobert was only at sequence 6. These mists themselves had given him immense pressure, but now, these mists looked very docile, slowly parting to the left and right, forming a desolate path. The small island was lush with vegetation and filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers, but inside the mist, it was like another world, deathly silent, without any trace of life. Hobert stepped into the mist and used his association ability. He associated with the ghost ship he had seen before. As long as he had seen it once, it was very easy to find the target using the association ability. Thump thump thump. The knocking sound that had left a deep impression on Hobert appeared, and he used distortion to move towards that direction. In this strange environment, distorting distance might not be very effective, as there might not be a concept of distance. In the real world here, only distorting position could move him forward quickly. After only 2 distortions, Hobert saw the grounded ship, and a figure beneath it, swinging a hammer and hitting the hull. The figure holding the hammer stopped and bowed towards Hobert, asking in a hoarse voice, "Respected sir, who are you looking for?" Hobert was startled. When he had seen this guy before, or rather, it, wasn't this polite. However, thinking that he had already advanced to sequence 3, and he also held a rapier of special significance to the death pathway, it was normal for the other party to be polite. Hobert pondered for a moment and asked, "Who are you?" "I am a sailor of the Arian. The storm just now grounded us, and we are waiting for the tide to rise. Before the tide comes in, the captain has asked me to repair the leak in the bottom of the ship." Hobert's gaze passed through the mist and saw the sailor. He had a pair of pitch-black eyes, with entirely black eyeballs and no whites. The sailor's hair was disheveled, making his specific appearance unclear. He wore a rather neat sailor's uniform, holding a hammer in one hand and clutching several wooden planks under the other arm. Aside from his eyes, the other party looked completely normal, but the place where he appeared was not normal. Hobert looked at the bottom of the ship in a proper manner, as if inspecting the sailor's work, then said, "I want to see your captain." The sailor immediately put down his tools and wooden planks. "This way, please." On the side of the ship, a rope ladder made of bones suddenly appeared. Those bones emitted a faint, pale white glow, and in such mist, they even looked somewhat sacred. However, Hobert was not willing to climb up from such a place, so he simply distorted his and the sailor's positions, and the two instantly stood on the bow. This ship looked very dilapidated, many wooden planks had already rotted, and it had probably broken into two halves from the middle, though it hadn't completely separated. All the masts were broken, not a single one remaining, and there were an estimated 4 or 5 large holes in the hull. When Hobert stood on the bow, a creaking sound of wood rubbing emanated, as if it could fall apart at any moment. The sailor bowed towards the cabin. "Captain, this sir wishes to see you." The captain's cabin was pitch black, and a power was gradually awakening, as if some terrifying devil was hidden in the darkness, ready to rush out and devour Hobert the next second. The entire ship also changed, as if it possessed some kind of life. At this moment, Hobert felt as if he was standing on a living creature, rather than a broken ship. A voice full of vicissitudes came from the captain's cabin. "Understood, continue repairing the ship, the tide is about to rise." The sailor said, "Yes." He descended the bone rope ladder, and soon the thump 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 sound resumed. Then the ancient voice asked, "Favored one of the great deity, what can I do for you?" Hobert was slightly startled, immediately realizing that the other party's address to him was due to Mr. Azek's mark on him, not the rapier in his hand. So he put away the rapier. "I am looking for the Transmigrator Empire. Gonzalo, who is currently repairing the ship, knows its location and can guide you." Hobert thanked him and then asked, "Your condition seems a bit strange, do you need my help?" "Any help that maintains my current state would break the present balance and would immediately turn me into a malevolent spirit," the voice said, "because we have not completed the Night Emperor's task, Gonzalo and I cannot return to the kingdom of the undead. But when this ship is completely decayed, we will welcome death and liberation." Hobert nodded and then asked, "What is the situation like on the Transmigrator Empire now?" "It's similar to our situation here," the voice said, "no breath, no temperature, not even madness, no death. After that ship was blown into the place where the underworld and the real world intersect, it lost all power and could only drift in that sea area. But you are the favored one of the great deity. After that great deity fell, that curse can no longer harm you. You can also amplify or weaken a part of the curse." Hobert nodded. "I understand." He raised a hand and used his utilize ability. The grounded ship visibly became even more dilapidated, with small holes even rotting through the deck. However, the main structure of the ship did not collapse. The voice thanked him. "Thank you very much for your appropriate help." Hobert smiled slightly and used distortion to appear before the sailor who was repairing the ship. The sailor, Gonzalo, immediately stopped his work. "Sir." Hobert recalled his previous conversation with Gonzalo. The captain of this ship seemed to have a normal, rational mind, but this sailor's condition was a bit abnormal. This might also be the main reason the captain asked Gonzalo to repair the ship, to give him something to do, lest his condition worsen. Hobert thought for a moment and decided that for the sake of caution, it would be best to proceed according to the flow of their last meeting. So he said, "You've worked hard. This ship looks like it suffered considerable damage in the storm. Yes, it did, Gonzalo said. That storm just now was truly massive. The captain said the underworld was even blown open a crack. He. But even so, we didn't lose track of our target. Hobert smiled and said, your captain is quite humorous. He asked, what is your target? Of course, it's the Transmigrator Empire. Gonzalo pointed forward. Look, it's right there, it hasn't gone far. Following the sailor's finger, the mist before Hobert's eyes suddenly parted. He saw the bright night sky and cumulonimbus clouds that rose like well walls from the coast to the sky. Crack! On the cumulonimbus cloud, a huge lightning bolt flashed, revealing an enormous ship's shadow within the cloud. Hobert sighed, that is the legacy of the Transmigrator Empire. Then he smiled at Gonzalo, goodbye, sailor. I wish you success soon. I won't disturb your work. Gonzalo stared with his completely black eyes, you haven't told me who you are. Why are you here? Hobert said seriously, I am an envoy who transports the dead in the nearby sea. I encountered you in this special mist. As he spoke, Hobert drew his rapier, emitting a pale white glow from his body, similar to the one on the ship. Gonzalo asked again, I thought you were here to guide me to the great kingdom of the undead. Hobert remembered that Gonzalo had said the same thing when they last met, but only now did Hobert understand the secret hidden behind that sentence. Gonzalo must have already realized that he was dead. For him, returning to the kingdom of the undead was his greatest wish at the moment. Hobert smiled, sailor, hold on a little longer. Your mission is about to be completed. Gonzalo bowed slightly, thank you for the reminder. Hobert waved his hand at him, put away his rapier, took out the crystal key, and then used his association ability on the huge ship's shadow in the cumulonimbus cloud. In an instant, Hobert arrived within the cumulonimbus cloud, where lightning bolts flashed everywhere. Silvery white lightning swirled around Hobert, and hurricanes struck as if to tear Hobert apart. But lightning and gales of this level could no longer harm Hobert. He calmly let lightning bolts brush past him, change the direction of the gales, and not even a corner of his clothes moved. Under the chilling lightning, Hobert once again found that huge shadow within the continuously rolling clouds. After using distortion a few more times, Hobert arrived at a sea area with no lightning or gales. Thick mist surrounded them, and the sea surface was utterly silent, like the legendary river of the dead. Hobert altered the buoyancy of the water, standing on the surface as if walking on land, though each step he took created a gentle ripple on the water's surface. The water beneath his feet was also shrouded in mist, as if the seabed was as foggy as the surface, with only a layer of water separating the seabed and the surface. Hobert smiled, the environment here is truly peculiar. At this moment, his spirituality sensed something, and he turned to look behind him, only to see an enormous object piercing through the mist, slowly approaching him. Hobert recalled the aircraft carrier museum he had visited before. He had a concept of the immense size of tens of thousands of tons of aircraft carriers, but the ship before him was more than just a circle larger than the aircraft carriers in his memory. Its height was at least 20 to 30 stories high, its width might reach 200 to 300 meters, and its length might be over a kilometer. Even without any Beyonder power, the sudden appearance of such a behemoth on the sea would give people an immense sense of oppression. This ship had a classic three-masted structure, with the rear resembling a tall building, appearing to have layers of rooms, while the front seemed very spacious, with vast space. The tall masts still had tattered, blackened sails, but at this moment, the sails hung limp, as if there was not even a breeze around. Hobert walked around the ship like a leisurely stroll, observing it. It looked like a ghost ship, with no signs of life. There were no musicians standing on the gunwale, reduced to mere skeletons, still wearing formal attire, constantly making yoo-hoo-hoo sounds. Since his spirituality did not detect any danger, Hobert held the crystal key and used distortion to board the ship. Upon successfully reaching the deck, Hobert first felt an oppressive chill. He immediately realized that this was his spirit body feeling the cold, as after he became a Sequence 3, his physical body had undergone a certain qualitative change, and ordinary severe cold would no longer catch his attention. Hobert had initially expected there to be some undead or evil spirits on the ship, but it was empty, with nothing there. Is anyone here? Hobert shouted as he walked towards the towering rear cabin. No one responded. Creak. The half-open cabin door slowly opened. Hobert thought someone was coming out, but there was nothing inside, as if the door had been blown open by the wind. Inside was a dark corridor that seemed endless. In the darkness, it felt as if pairs of eyes were peering at Hobert. Hobert smiled. "It seems this ship welcomes me." As he spoke, he stepped into the corridor. Thud! The door behind him immediately slammed shut. But at this moment, Hobert, like a tourist already familiar with haunted house routines, said helplessly, "Come out. I am a descendant of the Trensust family." As he spoke, he took out the inherited emblem. "Do you see it?" Still no response. So Hobert continued forward. In the dusty corridor, only the sound of his footsteps echoed. He had only walked a few steps, without even turning, but he found himself lost. Hobert understood that there must be chaos, or altar, or similar arrangements in the corridor, and this arrangement had gone unnoticed by Hobert. He was about to try using altar to return to the previous corridor when he suddenly felt an extreme chill attacking him from behind. Hobert immediately turned around and drew his rapier. He saw an extremely pale and expressionless young man rushing towards him. He injected his spirituality into the rapier. "Stop." The young man immediately stopped as if he had heard an unchallengeable command. At this moment, the originally expressionless young man gradually showed a hint of surprise. His mouth did not open, yet ancient syllables emanated. "You are a living person." Hobert smiled helplessly. "Nonsense, aren't you?" "Oh, sorry, you might truly not be." The young man suddenly took a deep breath. "I smell your breath, you are truly a living person." Hobert frowned. "The way you say that, it's as if I have bad breath." "Captain, it's not an illusion, a living person has really come." The young man's face showed an excited expression, but it was very stiff and looked quite terrifying. "Captain!" he shouted as he ran past Hobert towards the front. Soon, an upward wooden staircase appeared before him, and at the top of the staircase was a dark, hollow door. Hobert followed closely, and after passing through that dark, hollow door, he arrived in an even darker corridor. In the corridor, there was a wide door. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and the crewman shouted as he entered the room. Hobert arrived outside the door and saw several people inside whose faces were so pale they could be used as fluorescent lights. Without exception, they were expressionless, their eyes like dead fish eyes, staring intently at Hobert. Even the well-traveled Hobert felt a bit like he had encountered a ghost while walking at night. He took out the Trensust family emblem and injected his spirituality into it. As the small crown appeared, it also served to prove his identity. Several people were somewhat surprised. "It really is a Trensust." Hobert asked, "May I ask who Duke Serbia is?" This room was like a conference room. The only person sitting in a chair, who looked to be in his 40s, said, "I didn't expect anyone to still remember me." His captain's uniform looked a bit old, and his medals appeared rusty, but every button was still fastened tightly, and the medals were worn neatly, giving him a rather dignified appearance. He asked, "How is the empire now?" Hobert entered the room. "It perished long ago, but many descendants of the family survived." The few people seemed to have long suspected this, but some changes appeared in their dead fish-like eyes, unable to hide the disappointment in their gaze. Duke Serbia asked again, "Who rules the North Continent now?" "The 4 angel families of the empire back then." Hobert replied truthfully. Duke Serbia scoffed, "A bunch of nobodies." He then asked, "What about the 6 gods? Was it the 6 gods who killed the great emperor, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen, and the empire wouldn't have perished." Hobert did not answer, but instead smiled. "You seem to know many secrets." Serbia also did not answer, but instead asked, "Young man, what brings you to us?" Although the empire has perished, the war continues. Hobert deliberately linked the current events he was encountering with the Trensorost Empire. When the empire fell, the Tamara family basely ambushed the Trensorost Empire's archangel, causing our last archangel to fall. Since then, the Tamara family's attacks on us have never stopped. Because they have an archangel, we never have the advantage in battle. Now, we have finally managed to occupy an island at sea and establish effective rule, but the Tamara family has even pursued us to sea and clashed with us. And our strength at sea is somewhat weak, which is why I thought of the giant ship, Trensorost Empire, built by the Empire, hoping to gain enough advantage at sea with this ship. The expressions on the faces of the standing individuals grew richer the more they listened, and in the end, they all showed some indignation. Only Duke Serbia remained unmoved. Young man, which part of His Majesty the Emperor's descendants are you? Hobert looked at the man. You really do know a lot. He smiled slightly. You guess. Your face shape is a bit like Her Majesty the Empress. This was Duke Serbia's guess. He suddenly revealed a stiff, yet rather eerie smile and said, we can help, but you must lift the curse on this ship, and we will help you immediately. Hobert asked, I had a question just now. What exactly is the manifestation of Knight Emperor Salinger's curse? One of the people nearby said, we die once every day, either by falling to our deaths or being stabbed by sharp objects. Although we have lost our sense of touch, the pain of death is instead amplified. Another person added, this has turned us into undead monsters. We have no feelings, we can't feel cold, we can't feel warmth. We are trapped on this vessel, only able to drift endlessly in this cursed sea area. We have no joy, no happiness, no desires, but emotions like anger, sadness, and despair are retained. We live like zombies, but our hearts are in constant torment. We have no right to live, nor the right to die. Even suicide cannot truly kill us. We will wake up in the same spot a few hours later, awaiting the next death. We can't even go mad, we must forever clearly feel the pain of death. Every day. Hobert was stunned for a second or two before saying, Salinger is a real jerk. He thought for a moment and then asked, I once found in the family records that only Salinger could lift your curse. But you should be able to feel that he has also fallen. Mr. Azek can also do that. Serbia suddenly said, he is very special among the angels of the LotM Empire, he must have survived. Hobert suddenly recalled some clues his father Rex had found. This Duke Serbia was once a very trusted person of Knight Emperor Trencest. It seems he not only knows that some of the Trencust family descendants' bloodlines were altered, but also knows about Knight Emperor's arrangements back then. No, Hobert thought again. When Trencest fell, Knight Emperor should not have made arrangements for resurrection yet, so this Imperial Duke's words might not have a hidden meaning, they just mean that Mr. Azek is a son of God, and is quite special. These thoughts flashed through Hobert's mind, and he smiled. I have seen the Death Consul, but he has recently fallen into a deep slumber and may not wake up for another year or two. From my perspective, neither you nor we are willing to wait that long. Then he asked, are there any other methods? Serbia pondered for a moment and said, if we can find a Beander who has been marked by Salinger or Ask and can borrow some power from the underworld, it can greatly alleviate the curse on this ship. That's easy to handle. Hobert smiled, I have been marked by Mr. Azek. Everyone in the room was stunned, and one of them looked coldly at Hobert and said, you traitor. The others also clearly adopted a defensive stance. Only Serbia showed no reaction. Hobert, however, said seriously, I originally thought that as members of the imperial family, you had sufficient political acumen, but your reactions are disappointing. Everyone was stunned, and Serbia said, then tell me, what is political acumen? There are no true friends, and no true enemies. Hobert said, the Trencust Empire hasn't exactly never cooperated with the LotM Empire. In the fourth epoch, both empires were destroyed by the six gods, so of course we will cooperate again. In my opinion, such cooperation is perfectly normal, but your reactions just now were like maidens who had lost their chastity, which is very disappointing. Serbia revealed the chilling smile again, the Trencust family still has hope. Then he said, you try it and see to what extent you can weaken the curse. Hobert nodded, all right. He took a deep breath and spiritually summoned the mark Mr. Azek had given him. When the mark symbolizing death reappeared on Hobert's hand, he felt the curse covering the giant ship and the channel through which the underworld provided power for this curse. His spirituality immediately realized that his own power could greatly alter this curse. The situation of crew members dying daily could at most be adjusted to dying once every 5 years, while also restoring some of the sensations and positive emotions belonging to living people. If he further used the rapier in his hand, he could even adjust it to dying once every 10 years, restoring most of the sensations and emotions belonging to living people. However, Hobert did not intend to reveal everything to Serbia and the others right away, but instead said, I can make you die once a month and restore some of your sense of touch. The people in the conference room had long forgotten what excitement was. Faced with this good news, they didn't know what expression to utilize to convey it for a moment. Serbia said, then please adjust the curse. All right. Hobert used the mark on his hand to change the curse on the ship. Serbia and the others trembled all over, feeling the changes in their bodies and the slight recovery of their sense of touch. The entire ship made creaking sounds, as if expressing its joyful emotions. Outside this room, Hobert heard many voices shouting, describing their own changes. The people in the room almost uniformly touched their faces, feeling the slight recovery of their sense of touch. Then more and more people gathered in this room, asking what was going on, all at once. Later, more and more people came, seemingly filling the entire corridor. Silence, Serbia shouted. Then, both in the room and in the corridor, silence returned. Tegel, you explain to everyone what happened. Serbia commanded. The officer named Tegel began to loudly explain Hobert's identity and how he had adjusted the curse to everyone. At this moment, Hobert felt as if he were in an ice cave, and the air he exhaled was like white mist. After the explanation was finished and everyone quieted down, Hobert asked, "Can we depart now?" "Don't be in a hurry, young man." Serbia said, "I forgot to tell you just now, this ship has no power, and this is where the underworld intersects with the real world, so we can only drift like this. We really want to fight, but the ship can't move." At this moment, someone nearby seemed unable to hold back and let out a laugh uglier than a donkey bray, followed by more strange laughter from around. They had just regained some positive emotions, and at this moment, they had forgotten how to laugh. But Hobert was not angry and asked unhurriedly, "How can we leave here?" Serbia seemed to realize something. He stared at Hobert for a few seconds before saying, "The beyonder power of this ship is the corpse of the ancient death god, which was also the bait in the plan. But at that time, the Trensarost Empire had not yet been completed when it was attacked by Salinger, and we were cursed before we could transport the ancient death god's corpse." He said, "You need to find the ancient death god's corpse." "I've already found it." Hobert smiled. Many people around let out exclamations of surprise. Hobert said to the somewhat displeased Serbia, "It's in the underground structure of your mansion, isn't it? We found it last year, but we didn't know what it was for." He said, "I can bring that corpse now, but on the condition that you swear allegiance to me." The entire room became very quiet. After a long while, Serbia finally said, "We are all your elders. Salinger's curse has long corroded your minds." Hobert said, "You have long become untrustworthy. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you just now, I can actually further weaken the curse on the ship, allowing you to die once a year and restore more touch and emotions." Serbia showed an, as expected, expression, and the room became even quieter. After a few seconds of silence, Serbia suddenly stood up and said, "With a descendant like you, the Trensust family will surely restore its former glory." He came before Hobert, suddenly knelt on one knee. "I, Serbia Truncest, swear allegiance to this presence before me. I swear to fear no foe, when strong enemies appear. I swear to be brave and loyal, worthy of the Emperor. I swear to be loyal and upright, rather die than yield. I swear to protect the weak, without violating heavenly principles." Hobert smiled slightly and said meaningfully, "Do not forget your oath today." Serbia looked up at Hobert, "I will always remember." The people around also knelt and swore their oaths. After everyone had sworn, Hobert said, "The next month will be your probation period. If you pass the test, I will adjust the curse again after a month, allowing you to experience the pain of death once a year. At the same time, I will also look for a way to completely lift the curse, if you wish to lift it. Even in the Beyonder world, the opportunity for immortality is not so easily obtained. Although the crew of the Trensarost Empire were somewhat like immortal monsters, this was indeed a method of immortality. Unless a new death god appeared and the underworld was willing to accept their souls, they might forever live in this state. Before this, they lived in despair, preferring death to life, but if they only experienced the torment of death once a year, it could be seen as the price of immortality, and the price did not seem very high. Hobert said to Serbia, "Take me to where the ancient death god's corpse is placed." "Yes." Serbia quickly got into character, his posture and tone both showing a hint of humility. Everyone respectfully made way for them. When Serbia reached the corridor, he raised a hand, and the corridor suddenly split open, revealing a downward staircase. The people in the corridor were not affected, as if the staircase had always been on one side of the corridor. After the two stepped onto the stairs, the corridor behind them disappeared, becoming a very quiet passage. Hobert suddenly said, "I've seen in some records that you were deeply trusted by Knight Emperor and must know all the information about this ship." Serbia immediately said, "I should know most of it." Hobert asked, "How did you plan to attract Salinger's attention back then? And what means did you intend to utilize to attack him?" After placing the ancient death god's corpse in the front cabin, the magic circle set up in the front will receive power, thus emitting a rank similar to that of death. Serbia replied, "The characteristic of the death sequence is that rank overwhelms everything. We can utilize the rank advantage of this ship to kill all Beyonders except Salinger. This is absolutely intolerable to Salinger, and he will definitely come in person to deal with this ship. And at the stern of this ship, there is a trap designed jointly by His Majesty the Emperor and the Evernight Goddess. As long as Salinger approaches this ship, he will resonate with the ancient death god's corpse to some extent. At that time, for a few seconds, the ancient death god's corpse will replace Salinger's rank, and Salinger will fall into a state similar to death. These few seconds are enough for His Majesty the Emperor to kill Salinger. Even if he can't kill him, he can severely wound him." Hobert slowly nodded. This trap was quite clever. However, he had another question. If the ancient death god's corpse briefly possessed the rank of death, would he resurrect? "There's a good chance of preliminary resurrection," Serbia said, "but that would be even better. The powerful Knight Emperor would become two deities, the ancient death god and Salinger. And they would certainly attack each other, giving us a greater chance of winning." Hobert smiled. People of the fourth epoch really dared to dream. Then he asked, "If I put the ancient death god's corpse into that cabin, can it also possess a rank similar to death gods?" "No," Serbia replied, "the relevant magic circle is not completely finished yet, and it also needs His Majesty the Emperor to activate and maintain it. And now that His Majesty the Emperor has fallen, it's difficult to achieve the original power designed for this ship. However, one can freely enter and exit the underworld, and utilize attacks like Pluto's Cannon and Song of the Undead." As they spoke, they stopped in front of a stone door. Hobert smiled. "That sounds pretty good too." The heavy stone door in front of Hobert opened, revealing a stone chamber made of dark stones, which looked very sturdy. There were no lights on the entire, transused Empire ship. At Hobert's level, lights were not needed. Even in absolute darkness, his spiritual perception could completely replace vision. However, the stone chamber in front of him appeared pitch black. Not only was there no light, but it also seemed to be a spiritual blind spot, where nothing could be perceived. Serbia explained, "These stones are specifically prepared to seal the ancient death god's corpse. Besides the groove on the ground, his spirituality and the light containing the essence of death cannot penetrate the stone walls." Hobert remembered that the walls of the room where the ancient death god's corpse was discovered also seemed to be made of this kind of stone. Mr. Azek had reminded him that if the ancient death god's corpse were stored in an ordinary room, a certain seal would be necessary. Without a seal, the walls and surrounding environment would likely undergo some corrosion and mutation. Fortunately, the ancient death god's corpse had always been sealed within the country of disorder, saving a lot of trouble. As he thought, he snapped his fingers, altering the molecular structure of some hydrogen in the air to make it more flammable. Thus, after a snap of his fingers, a flame the size of a light bulb, capable of sustained burning, appeared in front of Hobert and Serbia. Under the illumination of the flame, Hobert indeed saw a groove in the center of the stone chamber. Its bottom was made of wood, the only mystical gap in this stone chamber. Hobert said to Serbia, "Go prepare to activate the corresponding magic array. I will transport the ancient death god's corpse here now." Then he reminded him, "Tell the crew not to approach this stone chamber, because I will bring the ancient death god's guard with me. You should still remember that he is a ferryman." Looking him in the eye, "Oh, right, you won't die anyway." Having the Black Hound Spirit Beast guard here still showed Hobert's deep distrust of Serbia and the others, preventing the Empire from escaping his control. Serbia nodded, "I will warn the crew. Although they would not die, the related abilities of the death pathway would still cause them great pain." Watching Serbia leave, Hobert entered the stone chamber, closed the stone door with his distortion ability, and then prayed to himself, entering the country of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert responded to his own prayer, opened the seal on the ancient death god, and first placed it into the real world, into the groove in the stone chamber. Then he allowed the pursuing black hound spirit beast to enter the real world. Serbia did not go to the relevant magic arrays of the Empire, but instead came to the ship's command center. Once the ancient death god's corpse was in place, those magic arrays would activate automatically, and the corresponding operations could be completed from the command center. The command center was at the top of the ship, with large glass windows all around, allowing a view of all directions. But for over 1,000 years, the scene they saw here was always the same unchanging sea surface in the fog, with sails always hanging on the mast, without even a breath of wind. However, they still feared missing a possible breeze, so the sails were always unfurled. At this moment, in the command center, the 7 commanders other than Serbia were all in place. They all looked at Serbia, their eyes seemingly asking, "Can the Empire really move?" Today's surprises had already overwhelmed them, and many still felt that everything happening at this moment was unreal. Serbia sat in the captain's seat, gazing deeply at the sea ahead. Just then, the Empire ship, which looked very old, suddenly emitted a white light, as if it had been coated with a layer of silver paint. Whoosh! The sails billowed. The sea surface remained calm, but judging by the sails, it seemed as if a tornado was approaching from behind the ship. Serbia trembled and waved his hand, full speed ahead. Whoosh! Suddenly accelerating from a standstill to maximum speed caused everyone to feel a strong push, and some crew members even deliberately fell down, lying on the ground and laughing loudly. Over 1,000 years ago, the underworld emperor saw through the Empire ship's conspiracy, and this cursed behemoth had to leave port early during the battle between the underworld emperor and the night emperor. At that time, the Empire could still advance on the sea with the help of the wind, and the Trensost Empire often sent people near the Empire to study how to lift the curse. When the Empire stopped sending people, and the Balam Empire sent the Aryan to pursue them, they knew that something major must have happened to the Empire. From that time on, while enduring the torment of the curse, they began to drift on the sea. What made them even more desperate was yet to come. One day, a violent storm blew them here, and although the Empire escaped its pursuers, it remained trapped in this sea area, as if it could never leave. Serbia took a deep breath. We can return to the sunlight. Back in the stone chamber, Hobert felt that the ancient death god's corpse seemed to have undergone some sudden change, and the pale white light around him became even more intense. Hobert smiled. I never thought before that this would be a fuel rod. He glanced at the black hound spirit beast next to him, took out an order crystal, transformed it into the shape of a bracelet, and put it on its wrist, which was about as thick as a human's. Hobert smiled. Besides me, glare at anyone who tries to open the stone door. Because Hobert had Mr. Azek's mark, the black hound spirit beast came to the real world, and even if its gaze had extremely strong offensive power, it would not attack Hobert. As for the bracelet made of the order crystal, Hobert used it to monitor the state of the ancient death god's corpse and the state of the Empire. In the country of disorder, one could utilize the order crystal to clearly see the surrounding situation. Leaving the stone chamber, Serbia was already waiting outside with a fawning expression. He asked, "Do you need me to transfer the captain's authority to you?" The crystal key in Hobert's hand could grant him captain's authority. "No need," Hobert said, "you still be the captain. I can't stay on the Empire forever." With the double assurance of the black hound spirit beast and the order crystal, Hobert was basically at ease. Serbia said nothing more but led Hobert to the command center, where he saw the Empire breaking through the thick fog and rapidly sailing forward. Hobert asked, "Can we return to the real world now?" "Yes," Serbia said. He waved his hand, and a massive bronze door, intricately carved with mystical symbols, appeared in front of the Empire. Clang! The bronze door opened completely, and inside, countless terrifying monsters seemed to emit chilling gazes. The Empire passed through the bronze door and arrived in the cold underworld. Hobert sat in the captain's seat, first, to the fog sea. "Yes," Serbia respectfully replied. After passing through another bronze door, the Empire arrived on a sea with a warm breeze. The eastern horizon was already bright, and a rising sun was slowly ascending. It was already morning. The morning sun shone into the command center, and all the officers were captivated by this enchanting scene. Some shed turbid tears, while others looked at the sunlight in their hands, laughing like curious children. Sunlight. It's sunlight. The deck was already crowded with cheering crew members. Hobert roughly estimated there were about 500 people. After everyone's excitement subsided, Hobert said, "You can cruise around the Fog Sea for 2 days first. I'll find a suitable opportunity for you to make your appearance. Raging Sea, Longtail Island, Tutuja Harbor. Iceberg Vice Admiral Edwina, who had only left this port a few days ago, suddenly received an order from the Knowledge and Wisdom God Church to return to the port to investigate the mysterious warehouse on the docklands. This intelligence was reported by Edwina to the Knowledge and Wisdom God Church. The Golden Dream had openly established a stronghold in Tutuja Harbor, responsible for collecting intelligence and conducting some Beander transactions. Yesterday, her remaining personnel used secret arts to report a strange piece of intelligence. In an inconspicuous warehouse on the docklands, goods were continuously transported in every day, but the warehouse seemed never to be full. Not only that, but from that warehouse, carts of vegetables, grains, and various fruits were always pulled out. The Knowledge and Wisdom God Church suspected whether this was some long-lost, spatial magic. The Knowledge and Wisdom God Church had always been keen on collecting such secret arts, so they attached great importance to this and ordered Edwina to investigate. Upon re-entering this port, it was even more prosperous than before. The cranes on the docklands were constantly unloading goods, and the streets were bustling with pirates and adventurers. Edwina's arrival once again attracted people's attention. Perhaps because Queen Mystic had visited last week, this time it only drew attention but did not cause a sensation. Edwina first went to the port's intelligence personnel to understand the situation, and then personally sat in a coffee shop, drinking coffee and staring at the warehouse on the docklands. Just as the intelligence personnel reported, the warehouse was not large, but every half an hour or so, horses would pull 4 or 5 full carts of goods inside. The horses were then led out, and about 10 minutes later, the warehouse door would open again, and the port's carters would lead horses in again, pulling out 2 or 3 carts of goods. The goods going in were completely different from the goods coming out. Edwina also noticed that some people carrying luggage, like travelers, also entered the warehouse with the goods. Some were natives, and some wore Fenaport-style clothes. Without exception, they all showed their identification to the staff at the warehouse entrance when they entered. Edwina took out a small monocular from her pocket. This monocular was a magical item. When placed on her eye, she could clearly see the text on the identification documents shown by the travelers entering the warehouse. Those were identity documents, either issued by Longtail Island or by South Coulson City. This reminded Edwina of the special pass that Hobert's wife, Furs, had given her earlier. She found that document in her bag, opened the first page, and it clearly stated that the document could be used to enter non-confidential areas or units of Longtail Island and South Coulson. Edwina glanced in the direction of the warehouse. That place should be confidential, right? She leaned back in her chair, pondering how to conduct further investigation. Sitting opposite her, First Mate Brew Wales, who had come with her, smiled. "Captain, I remember Ms. Furs was very friendly to us. Why don't we just go ask her directly? The reason she was friendly to us was because we were partners then." Second Mate, Flower Bowtie, John, who had a good appearance, showed a perfectly appropriate sarcastic expression, not exaggerated but clear enough for Wales to see. He said, "And now, we are investigating highly confidential intelligence about them. Can she still be friendly towards us?" Walls tried to restrain himself, knowing that even a hint of anger would allow this arsonist to succeed. Edwina then said, "I think Ms. Furs will definitely give us a simple explanation, but if we ask her, we won't be able to conduct further investigations." After all, they had only conducted a few transactions with Tutuja Harbor and lacked sufficient trust. If their secret investigation were discovered, the cooperation between the two sides would likely suffer a huge rift, which the church was unwilling to see. "I'll go try the credentials Ms. Furs gave me first," Edwina said. "This is also equivalent to notifying the official Beyonders here that we are very interested in everything in that warehouse, giving them time to prepare." She knew that if she proceeded with further investigation, she would definitely not be able to hide it from Hobert, so it was better to be straightforward. That way, if the investigation touched upon the other party's bottom line, they would surely step in to stop it, leaving room for everyone to ease the tension. So, the group went together to the inconspicuous warehouse, which immediately alerted the Beyonders and staff at the warehouse entrance. The Beyonder captain on duty today personally came out to block them. Please show your credentials. Edwina handed him the black leather credentials Furs had given her. The official Beyonder opened them, confirmed they were correct, and then said, Ms. Edwards, please come in. The magic array will open again in 9 minutes. Edwina took back her credentials, stunning for a full second or two. This warehouse actually belonged to a non-confidential area. But soon, she adjusted her mood and walked into the warehouse. However, her subordinates were stopped by the official Beyonders. Sorry, everyone, you do not have the corresponding credentials and cannot pass. Edwina turned back and said, you go wait for me at the coffee shop we just came from. The crew members were not very worried. After all, many ordinary people had already entered the warehouse earlier, so this investigation should be safe. Of course, the most crucial point was that the captain was going to complete a task for the church, not to meet Hobert privately, so they were very relieved. At this time, the second mate, Johnson, asked the official Beyonder, where can we obtain the pass our captain has? This credential cannot be obtained, a staff member said. This is a credential given by the esteemed Earl or Countess to Beyonders of friendly forces. The crew members of the Golden Dream nodded in agreement, as if saying, so that's how it is. Immediately after, someone suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, Edwina saw a very simple structure. In the spacious warehouse, there was only a huge steel cover in the center. 3 cargo carriages were parked on the steel cover, and workers were securing them, clearly goods to be transported soon. So the focus must be under the steel cover. Edwina quietly dipped her spiritual material from her pocket, wrote a few mystical symbols on her palm, then covered her eyes with her hand, allowing her vision to penetrate the metal and see what was beneath. It was a somewhat unfamiliar magic array. A very luxurious magic array, paved with diamonds and crystals. However, several key areas were clearly obscured by something black. Edwina smiled. No wonder this wasn't a confidential area. Ordinary Beyonders simply couldn't see the full scope of the magic array. At this moment, her spirituality seemed to sense something, and her pupils gradually deepened, leaning towards a brassy color. Her gaze lingered on the carriages for a moment, and she saw a blurry figure. Although she couldn't make out the other party's face, she was certain it was Star Admiral. As 2 female pirate generals, there were no serious conflicts between them, and their previous meetings had been rather harmonious. Therefore, Edwina did not expose the other party. She merely thought to herself, it seems the Moses ascetic order is also very interested in this magic array, which is suspected to be a secret art. At this moment, the magic array operator reminded Edwina to stand on the steel cover. As the 3 carriages were secured and a few travelers were ready, the operator injected spirituality into the magic array, and towering illusory gates rose from the ground all around them. Edwina heard a faint voice by her ear say, teleportation array. She had also seen records of teleportation arrays. It was said that up until the early 4th epoch, teleportation arrays were very common means of transport, but they were largely lost by the end of the 4th epoch. When she passed through the illusory water membrane and arrived at Longtail Port, Edwina still felt a sense of being in another world. It was completely different from the feeling of travel, like passing through a colorful corridor. Afterward, Edwina realized how high level her credentials were. With them, the governor's mansion would arrange a carriage for her to inspect Longtail Island or the South Colson area, and the city government would even send people to provide explanations. So she rode in the carriage, listening to explanations, learning about the land reform here, knowing that the miners here only worked 8 hours, had spacious brick houses, and after learning Rune language, the city government would even arrange blind dates for them with Rune women from Tutuja Harbor. The large number of factories under construction also greatly surprised Edwina, but unfortunately, there was no channel for attracting foreign investment here, so she couldn't invest. Unconsciously, she stayed on Longtail Island until the afternoon. When she returned to Longtail Port Docklands, Edwina looked at the Aboriginal children running and playing in the distance and sighed, this doesn't look like a colony at all. It's more like an ideal country. Yes, it's filled with fairness and justice, a very special place, a voice beside her said. It's a pity that it's not open to the outside world. If everyone knew about this place, intellectuals and idealists from all over the world would definitely try every means to come here. Hobert visited many magic arrays on the Empire, and it was already afternoon when he returned to Backland. Before he even had a chance to rest, Doffus reported two matters. First, Earl Georgina sent an invitation, inviting Hobert to attend a symphony concert tomorrow evening. Hobert knew that the person who sent the invitation was actually Princess Alice. An invitation had been sent once on Monday, but Hobert had been a bit busy then and had already refused once, so he accepted this invitation, intending to inquire about the current situation at Sodalak Palace. In the blink of an eye, it was already late September. Hobert saw from recent newspapers that the tension between the Rune royal family and the Intis Republic was growing, and he believed the Rune royal family was also actively preparing for war. But he didn't know if it was true, as the newspapers claimed, that troops were being continuously moved to the west, or if this was just a smokescreen and they were actually moving forces to the Intersea. Hobert, of course, knew that it was the Faesac Empire that launched the sneak attack, not Intis. Because he had God's perspective, but the Rune royal family did not. So Hobert was very curious about which direction their forces were concentrated in. There might be profit to be made there. The second matter Doffus reported was that Zio had come to find Hobert today, and seeing he wasn't there, she left a note. Hobert was stunned. He returned to his study, opened the note, and read, "I might need your help, or the help of that mysterious existence, recently." Hobert was startled. What trouble had Zio encountered? Had the Aurora Order found her? Or had the nobles who once supported the Gas Association found her? No matter who found her, this favor must be granted, as these troubles were incurred from investigations conducted for Hobert. So Hobert wrote a letter, the general content being, "I have seen your note. For urgent matters, pray to the Creator. If not urgent, come to the Earl's mansion to find me." After having the messenger deliver the letter, Hobert rested for a bit, then went to Earl's Light, to understand the business situation in the Intis Republic and the acquisition of the gas company. After having dinner at Earl's Light, it was already past 9 in the evening when he returned to the Earl's mansion. Just as he was about to change into his pajamas, he suddenly heard a prayer from the country of disorder. It was Zio's voice. Hobert waved his hand, using the ability of distortion, to lock the door by itself, and by altering the surrounding spirituality, he built a spiritual wall, entering the country of disorder at the fastest speed. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert saw that Zio was currently on a dock. She directed the Creator to a warehouse and said that a friend of hers was inside, hoping the Creator could help her rescue her friend. Hobert glanced at the warehouse and saw a figure quietly hiding on the warehouse roof. It was the aura of a witch. Only then did he understand that the help Zio requested was not because she had encountered some trouble, but because she was investigating the cause of her father's death. And needed some assistance. Hobert pondered for a moment, made some preparations, and immediately went to the docklands. In a warehouse in the docklands, filled with many goods. Sherman sat on a dirty wooden crate, her body wrapped in one thin, tough spider silk after another. Standing in front of her was the witch Triss, whose features were each beautiful, combining to form an exceptionally sweet appearance, like the lover every boy had fantasized about in his youth. Opposite them stood Viscount Stelford, with a receding hairline, a cold expression, and a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Heh, you are hunting me, but have you forgotten? Someone is also hunting you." As soon as he finished speaking, dense, invisible spider silks appeared around Triss. Black flames immediately ignited around her, but they couldn't ignite the spider silks. In a flash, Triss, like Sherman, was sealed within a transparent cocoon. At the ventilation shaft on the warehouse roof, a figure emerged. This was a lady whose exact age could not be determined, wearing a simple, sacred white robe, pure, elegant, and possessing an indescribable charm. Triss seemed to utilize all her strength to shout a name, Katerina Pell. At this moment, Viscount Stelford glanced at Sherman. "I have to say, your gift is quite good. Of course, this is also the clue to finding you." Sherman, who had just been struggling, stopped all movements, her expression more blank than ever before. Love, Triss suddenly chuckled, as if in mockery or self-mockery. Just then, the warehouse door suddenly opened. It's so lively here. A man wearing a black crystal mask entered. Hey, so many witches. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.